The story finds Oren Dur sitting at a worn wooden table near a window, sunlight streaming through and casting gentle shadows across the scattered papers before him. He's dressed in a practical dark tunic with white trim, the kind of outfit an adventurer wears when they're off-duty but never truly relaxed. His black hair falls messily around his face as he leans over what appears to be documents or maps spread across the workspace. Someone calls out to him, a voice cutting through whatever concentration he'd managed to build. "Hey, Oren." Hearing that, Oren glances up from his work, his expression shifting from focused to mildly curious. He responds with a simple as he processes the interruption. The enchanter finds himself wondering what could be important enough to pull him away from his current task, though his tone carries no irritation, just casual acknowledgement. Right then, another voice reaches him, this one carrying a question. "What is it?" Oren seems relaxed despite the interruptions, his posture suggesting someone accustomed to being sought out for one reason or another. He thinks that this is just another part of working solo. People always seem to need something, even when he's trying to plan his next move. The papers before him likely contain details about quests, monster territories, or skill development plans, the kind of meticulous preparation that comes with being a jack of all trades. At that, he waits to hear what this particular interruption is about, already mentally shifting gears from whatever enchanting theory or tactical planning had occupied his attention moments before. The scene shifts to reveal the full scope of the situation. Oren seated at his table on one side of the room, while 3 party members stand together on the opposite side, the distance between them suddenly feeling much more significant than mere feet. The room itself is modest, with simple furniture and a large bookshelf lining the wall, the kind of shared space adventurers use for planning and discussion. The party members have gathered, clearly having deliberated amongst themselves before approaching him. One of them, a blond warrior in light armor, speaks the words that hang heavy in the air. "We need you to leave the party." Hearing that, Oren's mind goes blank for a moment. He sits there, still holding whatever he'd been reviewing, as the statement processes. The enchanter had been preparing for their next expedition, assuming they were coming to discuss routes or equipment. Instead, they're asking him to leave. He thinks that this doesn't make sense. Hadn't they just been planning their next move together? "Oh, is this about our next expedition?" Oren asks, his voice carrying a note of confusion as he tries to reconcile what he's hearing with what he'd expected. He adds, "I'm already getting red." But then the reality of their words sinks in deeper. They're not talking about the expedition itself. They're talking about him not being part of it. At that, Oren finds himself wondering why now, why like this. He recalls the battles they fought together, the strategies he's crafted, the support he's provided with his versatile skill set. Seeing the 3 of them standing together while he sits alone, Oren understands that this isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. They've discussed this amongst themselves already, come to a consensus before even approaching him. The physical positioning says everything, them united on one side, him isolated on the other. The enchanter feels a strange numbness settling over him, that peculiar sensation when something unexpected crashes into careful plans and preparations. The blonde swordsman, Oliver Cardiff, the party's master swordsman, steps forward with his arms crossed, his expression serious and unyielding. His light-colored hair catches the ambient light as he positions himself as the clear spokesperson for group, the one who will deliver the verdict without softening the blow. "No, I'm dead serious," Oliver says, his tone firm and final. Hearing that, Oren feels his chest tighten. The enchanter had been hoping, perhaps foolishly, that this was some kind of misunderstanding, maybe even a poorly timed joke. But seeing Oliver's resolute stance and hearing the absolute certainty in his voice, Oren realizes that there's no room for negotiation here. He thinks that Oliver has always been direct, but this level of bluntness cuts deeper than any sword strike. "Is this a joke, Oliver?" Oren asks, still grasping for some alternative explanation, even as he knows the answer. At that, the distance between them feels even more pronounced. Oliver stands tall and confident with the others backing him, while Oren remains seated at his table, surrounded by his preparations for an expedition he apparently won't be joining. The master swordsman's body language makes it clear this isn't a discussion, it's an announcement. Oren recalls all the times he supported Oliver in battle, providing enchantments that enhance his already formidable sword skills, creating tactical advantages that turn difficult fights into victories. He wonders if any of that matters now, if all those contributions have somehow been weighed and found wanting. The enchanter finds himself thinking that being a jack of all trades means excelling at nothing in particular, and perhaps that's finally caught up with him. Right then, he understands that whatever he's about to hear next will be the justification. The reasons why his versatility isn't enough to keep his place in this party. Then why? Orin asks, his voice barely above a whisper. The confusion hits him like a physical weight, pressing down on his shoulders as he tries to make sense of what's happening. He recalls shared battles, late-night strategy sessions, the bonds forged through surviving impossible odds together. The memories flood back unbidden, him and Oliver as young boys in their village, practicing with wooden swords and talking about grand adventures. We've been old comrades forever. We're pals. The words echo in his mind, reminding him that this wasn't just any party relationship. This was friendship that predated their adventuring careers, roots that ran deeper than mere professional necessity. Hearing that internal cry, Orin feels a weight of betrayal settling deeper. He thinks that if anyone would stand by him, it should be Oliver, the one who knew him before levels and skills mattered, before any of us became about power and efficiency. But then Oliver speaks again, and his words cut through Orin's confusion like a blade. Yeah, we let you stay in the party because you and I are from the same village. At that, Orin's breath catches. The truth lands with devastating clarity. He'd been kept around not for his abilities, not for his contributions, but out of obligation. Out of pity, perhaps. The enchanter realizes that what he thought was respect for his versatile skill set was actually just hometown charity extended far beyond its expiration date. Oliver continues, his tone shifting to something almost apologetic, but firm nonetheless. But what lies ahead will be too much for you. Seeing Oliver's expression not cruel, but resolved, Orin understands a full picture now. They're planning something bigger, something more dangerous, and they've decided he's dead weight. All his preparations, all his careful planning and skill development, reduced to a liability they can no longer afford to carry. He finds himself thinking that being a jack of all trades means being a master of none. And when the stakes get high enough, good enough stops being sufficient. The enchanter feels his world narrowing, the future he'd been planning dissolving before his eyes. Orin's face comes into sharp focus, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The enchanter stares ahead, his expression frozen in that terrible moment between denial and acceptance. His black hair frames features that have gone pale, and there's a tremor in his posture that wasn't there before. Oliver's voice continues, each word landing like a hammer blow. To put it bluntly, you're too weak. Hearing that, Orin feels something crack inside his chest. The enchanter thinks that he's heard criticism before, taken feedback on performance, worked to improve his skills across multiple disciplines. But this is different. This isn't constructive criticism or tactical advice. This is judgment, final and absolute. That's why you're out of the party, Oliver adds, driving the point home with merciless clarity. At that, Orin realizes that all his versatility, all his careful preparation, and diverse skill development has been weighed and measured against whatever challenge they're planning to face, and found catastrophically insufficient. He recalls every dungeon they've cleared together, every monster they've defeated, every strategy he's contributed. The enchanter wonders if any of it mattered, if his childhood friend ever truly valued his presence or just tolerated out of misplaced loyalty. The word weak echoes in his mind, reverberating with painful insistence. Orin understands that in Oliver's eyes, in all their eyes, being able to do many things adequately is worse than being able to do one thing exceptionally. His jack-of-all-trades nature, which he thought was an asset, has been revealed as his fundamental flaw. Right then, something shifts in Orin's expression. The shock begins giving way to something else. A hollow acceptance mixed with the first stirrings of something that might be anger or perhaps just profound hurt. He knows that arguing won't change their minds, that pleading would only confirm their assessment of his weakness. The enchanter finds himself standing at a crossroads he never saw coming. The scene shifts dramatically, pulling back through time and space. A vibrant illustration emerges. A younger Oren and Oliver standing together in heroic poses, flanked by their companions in what looks like promotional artwork for their adventuring party. The girl with long blonde hair and distinctive hair ornaments stands prominently in the foreground, her bright expression full of optimism and energy. Behind them, magical effects and dynamic action lines suggest glory and adventure, the kind of image that inspires would-be heroes across the realm. Oliver's voice narrates over this memory, providing context that cuts even deeper. 8 years ago, when we were 10, Oliver and I founded this party. Hearing that, Oren recalls the excitement of those early days. 2 village boys striking out to make their mark on the world, building something from nothing. He thinks that 8 years is a lifetime in adventuring terms, long enough to become legends or die trying. They'd survive, grown, even thrive together. The narrative continues, Oliver's tone carrying a hint of pride, despite the current circumstances. Now, we've attracted people's attention and are called the Hero Party. At that, the weight of those words settles heavily. The Hero Party, a title that carries expectations, responsibilities, and a reputation that must be maintained. Oren realizes that somewhere along the way, their scrappy group of childhood friends became something bigger, something that now demand a level of excellence he apparently can no longer provide. He wonders when exactly the shift happened, when their party stopped being about friendship and camaraderie and became about power levels and efficiency. Seeing that promotional image, himself included among the heroes, looking confident and capable, Oren finds himself thinking that he's being erased from a story he helped write. 8 years of shared history, reduced to a liability that needs to be cut loose. The Enchanter understands that Hero Party means something different now than it did when they started, and the standards have risen beyond what his jack-of-all-trades abilities can meet. The contrast between that bright, heroic image and his current situation couldn't be more stark. Sonnet 4.5. The memory continues, now showcasing their greatest achievement, a massive dungeon interior stretching impossibly deep, its architecture a nightmarish maze of stone corridors and deadly chambers. The illustration depicts the sheer scale of the Southern Great Dungeon, a pawn of treacherous floors descending into darkness, each level more dangerous than the last. We're a powerful party that has climbed to C rank in the few years since our founding. Oliver's narration continues, his voice carrying the weight of legitimate accomplishment. Hearing that, Oren feels a complex mix of pride and pain. He recalls the grueling battles, the near-death experiences, the careful planning required to survive each progressively deadlier floor. C rank isn't just a title. It's proof of exceptional skill and teamwork, something only a fraction of adventuring parties ever achieve. The Enchanter thinks that he contributed to that climb, that his versatile abilities helped him adapt to the dungeon's ever-changing challenges. The explanation continues with even more impressive detail. In the Southern Great Dungeon, in which nobody has ever reached the 100th floor at the bottom, we were the first ones to reach the 84th floor. At that, Oren's chest tightens with bittersweet recognition. The 84th floor, a depth that made them legends, pioneers exploring territory no other party had survived. He remembers the terror and exhilaration of stepping onto that floor, knowing they were making history with every step forward. The Enchanter wonders how many times his enchantments, his tactical flexibility, his ability to fill whatever role was needed kept him alive long enough to set that record. But then reality crashes back. They reach the 84th floor together, and now they're planning to go deeper without him. Seeing those dungeon depths illustrated in stark detail, Oren realizes that his contributions to their past success apparently don't guarantee his place in their future. He finds himself thinking that maybe they believe his versatility was enough for floors 1 through 84, but whatever nightmares await on floor 85 and beyond acquires something he simply doesn't possess. The Hero Party's greatest achievement has become the measuring stick for his inadequacy. Oren finally finds his voice, pushing back against a harsh judgment even as his expression shows the hurt bleeding through. The Enchanter looks directly at Oliver, his eyes reflecting both pain and defiance as he tries to mount a defense. "Sure, I'm not as strong as I could be," Oren admits, his tone carrying a note of resignation mixed with frustration. Hearing himself say those words aloud, Oren feels the sting of acknowledging his own limitations. He thinks that admitting weakness doesn't come easily, especially when it's being used as justification for abandonment. The enchanter knows he's not the strongest fighter, not the most skilled mage, not the most specialized anything, but that was supposed to be the point of his role. But then his voice gains strength as he makes his counterargument. But you could say that about any of us. At that, Oren's frustration bubbles closer to the surface. He recalls Oliver struggling against certain enemy types, remembers the blonde girl nearly falling in battle more than once, thinks about all the times each member of the party needed support from the others to survive. The enchanter believes that no one in their party is individually invincible, that their strength has always come from working together, covering each other's weaknesses. Seeing Oliver's unmoved expression, Oren realizes his argument might be falling on deaf ears. He finds himself wondering if the others have already grown beyond needing mutual support, if they've reached power levels where his flexibility no longer matters because they can simply overwhelm challenges with raw strength. The enchanter thinks that maybe in her eyes, not as strong as I could be is exactly the problem. While they specialize and maximize their potential, he's remained spread too thin across too many skills. The words hang in the air between them, a last attempt at reason before the inevitable conclusion. Oliver's expression shifts, his eyes looking away as if recalling something uncomfortable. The master swordsman seems almost reluctant to continue, but pushes forward with the explanation that will seal Oren's fate. We had no idea just how important. Oliver begins, his tone carrying a weight of recent revelation. He pauses, then delivers a crushing assessment. A support magic-wielding enchanter is... Hearing that, Oren feels a flicker of hope. They're acknowledging his role, recognizing the value of what he does. The enchanter thinks that maybe this conversation is heading somewhere different, that they finally understood how crucial his versatile support has been to their success. But then Oliver's next words extinguish that hope before it can fully form. Oren, as we are, getting any further will be... At that, Oren's eyes widen slightly. He realizes Oliver isn't building up to keeping him. He's explaining why they need to replace him. The enchanter watches as Oliver continues, unable to stop what's coming. The scene shifts to a dramatic battle memory. Flames and chaos surrounding adventurers locked in desperate combat. It was the first time we understood an enchanter's worth, Oliver explains, his voice heavy with significance. Then comes the devastating context. But last month, when we fought the dragon with that other party, seeing that memory illustrated in vivid detail, Oren understands immediately. They fought alongside another party, one that had a different enchanter, presumably a specialized one, a master of the craft rather than someone who dabbled in enchanting among a dozen other skills. He thinks that they experienced what real, dedicated support magic could do, and it made his own contributions look amateurish by comparison. The enchanter recalls that dragon fight, remembers hearing about it secondhand since he had been included in that particular expedition. Now he knows why. They were already testing the waters, seeing what life without him could be like. Oren finds himself wondering who that other enchanter was, how much more powerful their enchantments were, how much easier they made the impossible battle seem. Right then, he realizes this decision was made weeks ago. This conversation is just a formality. Oliver's face fills the panel, his expression carrying an uncomfortable mix of pity and brutal honesty. Dramatic speed lines radiate from behind him, emphasizing the weight of what he's about to say. The final nail in the coffin of Oren's place and party. And compare to other S-rank parties. Oliver says, each word carefully chosen to cut deep. Your support magic is painfully lacking. Hearing that, Oren feels the ground drop out from beneath him. S-rank parties. The absolute elite, the cream of the adventuring world. The enchanter thinks that of course his abilities can't compare to specialists who've dedicated their entire lives to mastering support magic. He's been trying to be everything, swordsman, mage, enchanter, tactician, while S-rank enchanters focus solely on perfecting their craft. The scene shifts, pulling back to show Oren silhouette against the light, his back turned as Oliver continues the explanation from behind. There's a distance between them now that feels insurmountable, measured not in feet, but in the growing gap between their power levels. My original job was swordsman, Oliver adds, providing context that makes everything worse. At that, another memory surfaces, a younger Oliver and Oren training together, both wielding swords with determination and camaraderie. Seeing that flashback, Oren recalls when they started on equal footing. Two village boys who both chose the path of the blade. He wonders when exactly Oliver pulled ahead. When the gap between them became a chasm, then Oliver delivers his conclusion with cold finality. Of course it is. Seeing Oliver's shadow profile, Oren realizes what his childhood friend is really saying. That Oren's decision to branch out into enchanting and support magic, to become versatile rather than specialized, was a fundamental mistake. While Oliver honed his swordsmanship to master level, Oren diluted his potential across multiple disciplines and became mediocre at all of them. The enchanter thinks that jack of all trades, master of none, was supposed to be about flexibility and adaptability, but in the brutal mathematics of high-level adventuring, it just means being replaceable. Right then, Oren understands that this isn't just about being kicked from the party. It's about having his entire approach to growth and development declared a failure. Another party member steps forward, Derek Mosley, the defender, a muscular man with light-colored hair and an aggressive demeanor. His face twists with frustration as he points accusingly at Oren, no longer content to let Oliver do all the talking. Dramatic speed lines emphasize his agitation as he voices what's clearly been bothering him for some time. You switched to Enchanter because your sword skills couldn't hold a candle to Oliver's. Derek shouts, his words cutting through the room like a blade. Hearing that, Oren flinches. The Enchanter recalls those early days when he and Oliver trained together, remembers the growing disparity in their abilities, the way Oliver's natural talent for the sword became increasingly apparent. He thinks that switching wasn't about giving up. It was about finding a way to still contribute, to still be valuable to the party, even if he couldn't match his childhood friend's prowess with a blade. Derek presses on, his frustration building. Quit your griping. At that, Oren's expression shows shock and hurt. The defender's harsh tone makes it clear this isn't just Oliver's decision. The entire party has been harboring these feelings, perhaps for longer than Oren realized. Seeing Derek's aggressive body language, the Enchanter understands that his attempt at versatility had been viewed not as adaptability, but as running away from his inadequacies. Then Derek delivers another blow. That's why I started developing my own original spells. Right then, the full picture crystallizes. While Oren was spreading himself thin across multiple disciplines, the others were innovating within their specializations, creating unique techniques and abilities that pushed their individual skills to new heights. Derek developed original defensive magic. Oliver presumably refined his swordsmanship to legendary levels. Meanwhile, Oren has been playing catch-up across half a dozen different skill trees, master or none. The Enchanter feels the weight of their accumulated resentment, realizes that what he saw as filling gaps in the party composition, they saw as lack of commitment and focus. He finds himself thinking that maybe they're right. Maybe his journey from swordsman to enchanter wasn't evolution, just retreat followed by mediocrity. The blonde girl, still unnamed but clearly part of the intervention, steps forward as well, her expression stern and disapproving. She joins Derek in his aggressive stance, both of them now physically positioning themselves against Oren with dramatic speed lines emphasizing the confrontation. Her voice carries indignation as she delivers her own judgment. Now you're an enchanter, and your skills aren't up to snuff, she declares, her words adding to the mounting pile of criticisms. You have no right to complain. Hearing that, Oren feels the walls closing in from all sides. The enchanter thinks that they've all been holding back these feelings, probably discussing his inadequacies behind his back for who knows how long. He realizes this isn't just about Oliver's decision or the party's needs. They actively resent him, view him as someone who made poor choices, and now want sympathy he doesn't deserve. At that, Oren's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance breaking to the hurt and shock. He looks directly at them, his voice gaining strength as he tries to defend the decision that defined his adventuring career. So I made the switch because I was the most suitable of our members, Oren says, his tone carrying both conviction and a trace of bitterness. Seeing their hostile faces, Oren recalls the moment they realized they needed an enchanter in their party composition. He remembers volunteering, stepping up to fill the gap even though it meant abandoning his original path as a swordsman. The enchanter thinks that someone had to do it. Someone had to sacrifice their preferred role for the good of the team, and he was the one who made that sacrifice. We needed an enchanter. Oren adds, the words almost pleading for them to remember why he made this choice in the first place. Right then, he finds himself wondering if they've forgotten or if they simply don't care, that his versatility came from trying to be what the party needed rather than what he wanted. The enchanter realizes that in their eyes, his sacrifice wasn't noble. It was just another failure, an admission that he couldn't excel at his original role. So he fled to something else and failed at that too. But even as he defends himself, Oren knows his words sound hollow against a united front of disappointment and resentment. Oren's face appears in close-up, his expression showing pain and resignation as he looks downward, unable to meet their accusing gazes. The light from the window casts shadows across his features, emphasizing the emotional weight of this moment. His voice drops, becoming quieter as he continues his defense, or perhaps his confession. I've used my original spells to compensate for my shortcomings. Oren says, the words carrying both pride in his efforts and acknowledgement of his limitations. Hearing himself admit to shortcomings, the enchanter feels a hollow ache in his chest. He thinks about all the custom enchantments he developed, the hybrid techniques he created by combining sword knowledge with magical theory, the countless hours spent trying to bridge the gap between his mediocre base abilities and what the party actually needed. Oren recalls nights spent studying spell formulas, days spent testing new enchantment patterns, all in an attempt to make himself indispensable despite lacking the raw talent of his companions. The scene shifts to show Oliver in profile, his expression contemplative and almost sad as he prepares to deliver what might be his final judgment. The blonde girl stands beside him, her face partially visible, both of them united in their decision. And thanks to that, we can survive in the dungeon's deeper levels. Oren continues, his voice carrying a desperate hope that maybe acknowledging his contributions will change their minds. But then Oliver speaks, his words cutting through Oren's attempt at self-justification. We must press on even further. At that, another voice, likely the blonde girl's, adds a crushing reminder. We're the hero party. Right then, the final piece falls into place. Oren realizes that survive isn't good enough anymore. His original spells and compensatory techniques might have been sufficient to keep them alive on floors 1 through 84, but the hero party doesn't aim to merely survive. They aim to conquer. He thinks that his adequate contributions, his workarounds for fundamental weaknesses, have reached their ceiling while the party's ambitions continue climbing higher. Seeing Oliver's resolute profile, Oren understands that this isn't personal cruelty. It's cold pragmatism. The hero party needs excellence, not adequacy, and his carefully constructed compensations are simply not enough for what lies ahead. Oliver stands in dramatic perspective, shot from a low angle that emphasizes his position of authority and finality. Intense speed lines radiate outward from his figure, creating a visual impact that mirrors the devastating nature of his next words. His expression carries resignation and perhaps a trace of genuine regret, but no hesitation. This decision is final. We've already found a replacement enchanter. Oliver states, the words landing like a death sentence. Hearing that, Oren's world shatters completely. The enchanter feels time slow as the implication crashes over him in waves. They've already found someone else. This conversation was never about discussion or negotiation. It was simply notification. He thinks that while he'd been preparing for their next expedition together, they'd been interviewing his replacement, testing out someone new, planning a future that didn't include him. At that, Oren realizes the dragon fight last month wasn't just about learning an enchanter's worth. It was an audition. They'd been evaluating that other party's enchanter, comparing their abilities to his, and clearly found him superior. The enchanter recalls hearing about that collaboration secondhand, remembers feeling slightly left out, but assuming it was just scheduling. Now, he knows it was a trial run for his replacement. Then Oliver adds what might be the gentlest words in this entire brutal conversation, though they offer no real comfort. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Seeing Oliver's apologetic expression, genuine remorse mixed with unwavering resolve, Oren understands that his childhood friend does feel bad about this, but not bad enough to change the decision. Not bad enough to value 8 years of friendship and partnership over the marginal improvement a specialized enchanter would bring. The enchanter finds himself thinking that sorry doesn't rebuild what's been destroyed, doesn't erase the fact that he's been measured, evaluated, and discarded like obsolete equipment. Right then, Oren feels something inside him go numb. The hurt is too big to process all at once, so his mind retreats into a strange calm. He knows that arguing further would be pointless. They've already moved on without him. The hero party has found their missing piece, and Oren Dura is no longer part of the puzzle. The jack of all trades has finally run out of roles to fill. Oren's face appears in extreme close-up, shadowed and partially obscured, his expression hidden beneath falling strands of dark hair. The darkness seems to swallow his features as the reality of the situation fully sinks in. His thoughts come fragmented, disjointed, as his mind struggles to process the betrayal. The heck? Oren thinks, the confusion and disbelief still warring with acceptance. The scenes shift to show the three party members from Oren's perspective, distant figures standing together in the light while he remains in shadow. Their backs are turned or their faces averted, the physical distance between them now representing an unbridgeable emotional chasm. They stand as a united front, a complete unit that no longer has space for him. In any case, it's obvious. Oren's thoughts continue, each realization landing like a hammer blow. At that, the Enchanter sees them clearly for what they are now, not as comrades, not as friends, but people who've already moved on. He thinks that the way they're standing says everything. Comfortable with each other, uncomfortable with him, ready for him to leave so they can get back to planning their future. These guys don't need me, Oren concludes, the thought carrying a devastating finality. Hearing his own internal voice state it so plainly, Oren feels something crack deep inside. The Enchanter recalls 8 years of fighting side by side, sharing victories and defeats, building what he thought was an unbreakable bond. He wonders how long they felt this way, how many battles they fought while secretly wishing for someone better, how many times they smiled at him while resenting his inadequacy. Then another thought surfaces, darker and more painful than the rest. Is this how you treat a friend you've shared joys and sorrows with? Seeing them standing there, Oliver, Derek, the blonde girl, all maintaining their distance, none of them showing real remorse or conflict over discarding him, Oren realizes that maybe they never saw him as a true friend at all. Perhaps he was always just a village kid Oliver felt obligated to bring along, the weakest link they tolerated out of pity until they finally couldn't afford it anymore. Right then, Oren understands that he's not just losing his party. He's learning that the relationships he treasured might have been one-sided all along. The hero party is moving forward, and Oren Dura is being left behind in more ways than one. Oren stands alone in the foreground, his posture rigid and his face turned away, whether in pride or to hide his pain. It's impossible to tell. The composition splits dramatically between his dark silhouette and the lighter space where his former party members remain, creating a visual severing that mirrors the emotional one. His voice, when it comes, carries a forced steadiness. "Fine, I'll leave," Oren says, the words clipped and final. Hearing himself accept their decision so quickly, the Enchanter feels a strange disconnect between his voice and his emotions. He thinks that dragging this out would only humiliate him further, that clinging to people who've already decided he's worthless would be pathetic. There's a dignity in leaving before they can push him out, even if it's a hollow kind of dignity. "Thanks for everything," Oren adds, and the words taste bitter on his tongue. At that, the blonde girl appears in the background, her form sketched more lightly as if she's already fading from his world. She seems surprised by his sudden capitulation, perhaps having expected more argument or resistance. Seeing her reaction, Oren finds himself wondering what they thought would happen. Did they expect him to beg? To break down? To fight for his place? His thoughts crystallize in the darkness, laid bare and raw. If they've already chosen a replacement, the logic unfolds with brutal simplicity, each piece clicking into place like a trap closing. The Enchanter recalls Oliver's apologetic expression, Derek's aggressive dismissal, the united front they presented. He thinks that everything about this conversation was designed to make him leave, from the timing to the delivery to the revelation about his replacement. "Then I don't belong here anymore," Oren concludes, the thought carrying both hurt and a strange liberation. Right then, he realizes that staying would mean watching him prepare for expeditions he won't join, seeing his replacement fill the role he once occupied, enduring their pity or worse, their relief at his absence. The enchanter understands that leaving now, on his own terms with whatever dignity he can salvage, is better than the slow death of remaining where he's not wanted. But even as he makes his decision, Oren feels the weight of 8 years crashing down on him. All the battles, all the bonds, all the dreams of reaching the dungeon's bottom together, reduced to thanks for everything and walking away. The blonde girl, now identified as Annery Wiles, the party's mage, suddenly breaks from her silent stance, her expression shifting to something more aggressive and vindictive. She leans forward, pointing at Oren's back as he prepares to leave, unable to resist adding more salt to the wound. Her face shows a mix of irritation and satisfaction, as if she's been waiting to unleash these articulate criticisms. "You're finally leaving, huh? What a relief," Annery says, her voice carrying unmistakable pleasure at his departure. Hearing that, Oren's shoulders tense slightly. The enchanter thinks that relief is perhaps the most honest thing anyone said during this entire conversation. At least she's not pretending this is difficult for her. He recalls moments when he thought they bonded as party members, wonders how long she's been holding back these feelings. But Annery isn't finished. She continues her attack with mounting enthusiasm, cataloging his failures as if she's been keeping a mental list. "You can use swords and magic, but you belong with the A ranks." At that, Oren feels the classification system being weaponized against him. A rank is respectable by most standards, but when you're in a party aiming for the absolute pinnacle, it's a damning assessment. Seeing Annery's animated expression, the enchanter realizes she's enjoying this moment, relishing the opportunity to finally tell him what she really thinks. Then she delivers what might be the most cutting observation of all. "And you still had the nerve to give your opinion all the time." Right then, Oren understands another layer of their resentment. Every strategy he suggested, every tactical input he provided, every time he contributed to their planning, they viewed it not as teamwork, but as presumption, an A-rank player trying to guide S-rank talents. The enchanter recalls countless strategy sessions where he offered ideas, thought his input was valued, believed he was contributing to their success. Now he realizes they were probably just humoring him, tolerating his suggestions while resenting that the weakest member dared to speak up. The mage's words hang in the air, revealing that his presence wasn't just inadequate. It was actively annoying to them. Oren finds himself thinking that maybe leaving isn't just necessary, it's merciful for everyone involved. Annery leans in closer, her face filling the frame with an expression of gleeful cruelty. Her eyes are wide and almost manic with satisfaction as she delivers what she clearly believes is the perfect finishing blow. The mage's body language radiates vindictive energy, like she's been saving this particular insult for just the right moment. "You know what they call someone like you?" Annery asks, her voice dripping with mock curiosity and barely contained glee. At that, Oren feels dread pooling in his stomach even before she delivers a punchline. The enchanter thinks that whatever comes next is going to hurt, that Annery has been building to this moment, carefully crafting her words for maximum impact. Then she says it, the phrase appearing in stark black text against white for emphasis. "A jack of all trades, master of none." Hearing that, Oren feels the old saying strike him like a physical blow. The enchanter has heard this phrase before, of course. It's the inevitable criticism leveled at anyone who spreads their skills across multiple disciplines. But hearing it now, spoken with such vicious satisfaction by someone he thought was his comrade, makes it cut deeper than it ever has before. Seeing Annery's triumphant expression, her wide grin, her animated gestures, the sheer pleasure she's taking in reducing his entire approach to a dismissive cliché, Oren realizes this is more than just honest feedback. This is punishment. She's not just explaining why he needs to leave. She's making sure he feels worthless on his way out. The mage's words hang in the air, transforming what had been his identity into an insult. The enchanter recalls choosing versatility deliberately, thinking it made him valuable and adaptable. Now that choice has been weaponized against him, turned into proof of his fundamental inadequacy. He thinks that jack of all trades once felt like freedom, like possibility, but master of none is all anyone seems to remember. Right then, Oren understands that this phrase will follow him wherever he goes next, a label that defines him by what he lacks rather than what he possesses. Oren stands frozen, his expression showing shock and disbelief at Annery's vicious parting shot. His mouth opens slightly as if to respond, but only manages a stammered fragment. W's what? Oren mutters, the words barely escaping his lips. Hearing his own voice crack with confusion and hurt, the enchanter can't quite process that this is really happening, that someone he fought alongside for 8 years is openly mocking him as he leaves. He thinks that even in his worst imagining of how this conversation might go, he never expected this level of cruelty. The scene shifts to show Oren walking toward the door, his back to the party as Annery continues her verbal assault. She stands there with the others, pointing after him with gleeful malice, clearly enjoying every moment of his humiliation. "You'd better act like you know your place next time," Annery calls after him, her voice carrying unmistakable satisfaction. At that, Oren's footsteps slow for just a moment. The enchanter feels the weight of those words, not just dismissing him, but ensuring he stays dismissed, that he remembers this lesson wherever he goes. Seeing the door ahead of him, a skate mere steps away, Oren realizes he needs to get out before this gets any worse. Behind him, Annery and the others remain clustered together, a united front watching him leave. Their body language shows no regret, no second thoughts, just a casual comfort of people who finally removed an annoying burden. Then Oren's thoughts surface, dark and questioning. I gave all I had for this party. The enchanter recalls every battle where he pushed himself to the limit, every night spent studying new skills to become more useful, every sacrifice he made for the team's success. He thinks about choosing enchanting over swordsmanship because they needed it, developing original spells to compensate for his shortcomings, always trying to be what the party required rather than what he wanted to be. Have they always felt this way about me? Oren wonders, the question cutting deeper than any insult. Right then, the full horror of the situation crystallizes. It's not just that they're kicking him out now. It's the possibility that every smile, every word of encouragement, every moment of camaraderie over the past 8 years might have been false. The enchanter finds himself thinking that maybe he's been the only one who believed in their bonds, the only one who saw them as friends rather than just party members united by convenience and obligation. Oren reaches for the door, his hand trembling slightly as 8 years of memories crumble into ash behind him. The door slams shut with a heavy B-A-tam, the sound echoing through the room and marking the definitive end of Oren's time with the hero party. Outside in the hallway, Oren stands alone, his face shadowed, an expression heavy with the weight of what just transpired. His features show exhaustion mixed with something darker, betrayal, confusion, and the dawning realization of a harsh truth. Was I in a party with people like this? Oren thinks, the question reverberating through his mind with painful clarity. Hearing his own thoughts frame it so starkly, the enchanter feels a strange cognitive dissonance settling over him. He recalls the people he thought he knew, Oliver, his childhood friend who he trained with and dreamed alongside, Derek, who he fought beside through countless dungeon floors, Annery, who he strategized with and supported through difficult battles. The enchanter thinks that those people and the ones who just dismissed him so cruelly feel like entirely different individuals. The corridor stretches before him, empty and quiet, a stark contrast to a room full of his former comrades he just left behind. The sound effect, gotcha, appears near the closed door, emphasizing its finality, that decisive click of a door closing on 8 years of his life. So why? Oren continues, the thought trailing off as he tries to make sense of the disconnect. At that, he finds himself grasping for explanations that might make this hurt less. The enchanter wonders if they changed over time, if success and fame corrupted them, if the pressure of being called the hero party transformed them into people who value power over loyalty. Or perhaps more frighteningly, maybe they were always like this, and he was just too blind or too invested to see it. Seeing his own reflection in the implications of that closed door, Oren realizes he's been forced to confront an uncomfortable possibility, that the party he gave everything to, the friends he trusted with his life, might have never truly valued him at all. He thinks that being deemed inadequate hurts, but discovering you were surrounded by people capable of such casual cruelty cuts far deeper. Right then, standing alone in that empty hallway, Oren understands that he's not just lost his party. He's lost his understanding of who they were, and perhaps who he was in relation to them. Time shifts forward. The next day arrives, marked by the text "the next day" and "noon" in the corner panels. Oren sits on a simple bed in what appears to be a modest room, sunlight streaming through a small window behind him. The wooden walls and sparse furnishing suggest basic accommodations, the kind of place an adventurer crashes between quests. His posture is hunched, arms wrapped around his knees, expression exhausted and hollow. "I overslept," Oren mutters, his voice carrying none of the urgency such a realization would normally bring. Hearing himself state this so flatly, the enchanter realizes he doesn't particularly care about the lost morning. He thinks that there's nowhere he needs to be, no party waiting for him, no expedition to prepare for. Oversleeping doesn't matter when you have nothing to wake up for. At that, Oren recalls the events of the previous night. The scene shifts to show the exterior inn, its weathered sign barely visible in the darkness. A small sound effect indicates the door opening. Oren arriving late, emotionally drained. "Last night, I got to an inn and went to bed early in a huff." Oren's narration explains, his tone carrying bitter self-awareness. Seeing that memory of himself stumbling to the inn in a daze, the enchanter remembers how he'd walked through the streets in shock, barely registering where he was going. He thinks that going to bed early wasn't really a choice, more like a retreat, his mind and body shutting down under the weight of what happened. The present moment returns, showing Oren still sitting on the bed, staring at nothing in particular. His thoughts continue in a more contemplative vein. "So, I haven't exactly figured out what I'm going to do next." Right then, the full scope of his situation becomes clear. Oren realizes he's not just between quests or taking a break. He's fundamentally unmoored. 8 years of his life had direction and purpose defined by the hero party. Every skill he learned, every strategy he developed, every decision he made was in service of that group and their shared goal of conquering the Southern Great Dungeon. The enchanter finds himself thinking that what next is a terrifying question when everything you built your identity around has been stripped away. He wonders if other parties would even want someone branded as too weak for the hero party, if his reputation as a jack of all trades will follow him, if starting over is even possible at this point. Sitting there in the quiet noonlight, Oren understands that yesterday didn't just end his membership in a party, it ended the entire trajectory of his life as he knew it. Oren sits in contemplation, his hand raised, his chin in the classic pose of someone working through a difficult problem. His expression shows thoughtful determination as he begins mentally cataloging his options, trying to impose some order on the chaos his life has become. "I can think of 3 options," Oren says aloud, his voice steadier now that he's focusing on practical matters. Hearing himself frame it as options rather than problems, the enchanter feels a small measure of control returning. He thinks that having choices, even limited ones, is better than paralysis of having no direction at all. At least thinking tactically is familiar ground. Analyzing situations and formulating plans was always part of his role, even if his former party didn't value it. The scene shifts to show Oren from behind, still sitting on the bed in a more contemplative posture. His thoughts turn to the immediate concern that grounds all other decisions. But how should I earn money now? I can support myself for a little while. At that, reality intrudes on his planning. The enchanter recalls his savings, modest but sufficient for someone who'd been part of a successful C-rank party. He wonders how long he can afford this and how many meals he can buy before desperation forces his hand, whether he has the luxury of being selective about what comes next. Then the scene transforms dramatically, showing Oren standing in what appears to be a dungeon entrance, torchlit stone walls stretching into darkness behind him. His expression shows renewed purpose as he outlines his first option. "First, keep exploring as I have been," Oren explains, gesturing toward the dungeon depths. The illustration shows him ready for adventure, equipped and determined. His narration continues, "I can delve into various dungeons and sell what I find there." Seeing himself framed as a solo dungeon explorer, Oren considers the viability of this path. He thinks that his versatile skill set might actually be an advantage when working alone. No need to coordinate with specialists, no one to judge his lack of mastery in any single area. The enchanter recalls that plenty of adventurers make decent livings as solo dungeon delvers, targeting lower risk floors and selling materials, monster parts, and occasional treasures. Right then, He realizes this option has a certain appeal. It's familiar territory, literally. He knows how dungeons work, understands monster behavior patterns, has experience with loot evaluation. But the unspoken question hangs heavy. Can someone deemed too weak for the hero party's ambitions really survive alone in dungeons that lesser parties tackle with full teams? The scene shifts to show a bustling marketplace or street, with various people conducting business and going about their daily lives. Orin appears in the civilian setting, looking smaller and more uncertain than he did in the dungeon scene, as he considers his second option. Second, find a job. Orin states, his narration accompanied by the image of him standing before what appears to be a job board or guild posting area. Hearing himself say find a job rather than continue adventuring, the enchanter feels a weight of what that would mean. He thinks that taking regular employment would be admitting his adventuring career is over, that the dream he's pursued since he was 10 years old has reached its end at 18. His thoughts continue with pragmatic honesty. I'd probably earn less, but it's a more stable lifestyle. At that, Orin considers the appeal of stability. No more life or death battles. No more sleeping in dungeons. No more wondering if today's expedition will be his last. Seeing the ordinary people around him going about their mundane business, the enchanter realizes there's a certain dignity in honest work, even if it lacks the glory and excitement of dungeon exploration. But then his mind turns to the third option, illustrated by a different scene showing what appears to be a shop or business establishment with an ornate sign. The perspective shows Orin from behind, contemplating this alternative path. Third, start my own business. Orin explains, the words carrying a mix of ambition and uncertainty. Right then, he acknowledges the harsh reality of this choice. I might earn a lot, but there's no guarantee of that. Seeing this option laid out visually, Orin finds himself thinking about what kind of business someone with his skills could run. An enchanting shop? A general adventuring supply store? Consulting for lower-ranked parties? The enchanter recalls his diverse skill set. The same versatility that made him inadequate for the hero party might actually be valuable in a commercial context where adaptability and broad knowledge matter more than singular excellence. The three options hang before him like diverging paths, each with its own risks and rewards. Orin understands that whichever choice he makes will define not just his immediate future, but his entire identity going forward. The jack of all trades must decide. Continue trying to prove himself in a field where he was found wanting, retreat to safer mundane work, or gamble on transforming his varied skills into entrepreneurial success. A wide view shows a town where Orin finds himself. A modest settlement with clustered buildings and architecture that speaks of a place built to support adventurers rather than grandeur. Church spires rise above the rooftops, and the overall atmosphere suggests a frontier community where dungeon exploration drives the local economy. Orin's narration provides context as the view pans across the townscape. And I came to this town to be an explorer. Hearing his own words frame his past, the enchanter recalls his younger self arriving here full of dreams and determination. He thinks that this town was supposed to be the starting point of a legendary career, the place where he and Oliver would build their reputation before conquering the southern great dungeon's depths. Instead, it's become the place where that dream died. His thoughts continue with a note of resignation. It's not like I want to get rich. At that, Orin acknowledges something important about his motivations. The enchanter realizes that wealth was never really the goal. It was achievement, recognition, the thrill of pushing deeper into the unknown with trusted companions. Seeing the town spread before him, he understands that any path he chooses now will be fundamentally different from what he'd envisioned. The perspective shifts back to Orin sitting on his bed, his posture showing decision crystallizing into resolve. He looks down at his hands, the same hands that wielded swords and wove enchantments, as he reaches his conclusion. Out of all these, I guess, Orin says, his voice carrying the weight of a choice that will define everything to come. Then he states it clearly. Explorer is my best option, huh? Right then, Orin feels a mixture of relief and trepidation wash over him. The enchanter thinks that continuing as an explorer means staying true to who he's been for the past 8 years, even if he has to do it alone now. He recalls his skills, imperfect and spread thin as they may be, and realizes they're still real, still useful, still his. Seeing his reflection in this decision, Oren understands what he's really choosing. Not to give up, not to retreat into normalcy or gamble on untested business ventures, but to prove that a jack of all trades can still find value in the world of dungeon exploration. The enchanter finds himself thinking that maybe being kicked from a hero party isn't the end of his story. Maybe it's just the end of that particular chapter. But even as resolve settles over him, uncertainty lingers. He wonders which dungeons will accept a solo explorer with his reputation, how he'll survive challenges that used to require full party coordination, whether he can truly make this work, or if he's just delaying the inevitable acceptance that he should have chosen one of the safer paths. A memory surfaces, faded and distant. Young Oren and young Oliver standing together, their backs visible in silhouette. The image carries the weight of innocence and shared dreams from a time when everything seemed possible. Oren's narration cuts through the nostalgia with bitter clarity, but it's not as if I became an explorer to chase after him. Hearing himself reject that narrative, the enchanter feels a need to set the record straight, even if only in his own mind. He thinks that people might assume he followed Oliver into this life, that everything he did was in his childhood friend's shadow. At that, Oren recalls the truth of how this all began. Another memory emerges, a different version of the same two boys, this time with more detail and context. I started out with Oliver. The visualization shows their early partnership, the beginning of what will become the hero party. Seeing that moment preserved in memory, Oren remembers the excitement and equality they once shared, before skill gaps and specialization created the hierarchy that eventually pushed him out. Then he's back in the present, standing in his own room with determination settling over his features. His hand reaches for his sword, a weapon he set aside when he switched to enchanting, but one that still represents who he was before he compromised the party's needs. I became an explorer because I wanted to, Oren states firmly, his voice carrying conviction. Hearing himself claim ownership of this choice, the enchanter feels something important shift inside. He thinks that for too long, his decisions have been about what the party needed, what would make him useful to others, what would let him stay relevant in Oliver's story. The realization strengthens his resolve. His thoughts continue with building clarity. I no longer have to cater to the party's needs, so... At that, Oren recognizes the unexpected freedom in his situation. The enchanter realizes that being kicked out means he's no longer obligated to be the versatile support who fills whatever gaps exist in the team composition. He does have to spread himself thin across enchanting, swordsmanship, and various other skills to remain valuable. For the first time in years, he can choose what he wants to be rather than what others need him to be. Right then, standing alone in that modest room with his sword in hand, Oren understands that this moment represents more than just choosing to continue as an explorer. It's about reclaiming agency over his own development and future. He finds himself thinking that maybe the hero party didn't just cast him out. Maybe they accidentally set him free. Sonnet 4.5. Oren stands by the window, light streaming through the shutters and casting dramatic lines across the room. He holds the sword out before him, the blade catching the sunlight as he makes his declaration. Not to anyone else, but to himself and the path forward. I'm going back to being a swordsman, Oren announces, his voice carrying a decisiveness that's been absent since yesterday's confrontation. Hearing himself claim this identity, swordsman, not enchanter, not jack of all trades, the enchanter feels something that's been compressed inside him for years finally release. He thinks that this is who he was meant to be from the start, before the party's needs redirected his path, before he sacrificed a preferred role to fill a gap in their composition. At that, Oren recalls the moment he set aside his sword training to become an enchanter. He remembers Oliver's ever-widening lead in swordsmanship, the growing realization that he couldn't match his childhood friend's natural talent with a blade, the pragmatic decision to switch to a role where he could still contribute. The enchanter, no, the swordsman, realizes that decision was made under pressure, made out of fear of being left behind rather than genuine calling. Seeing his reflection in the blade, Oren understands what this choice really means. He's not just returning to an old class or skill tree. He's reclaiming the identity he gave up to remain useful to people who ultimately discarded him anyway. He thinks that being told his sword skills couldn't hold a candle to Oliver's stung, because it was true, but it was also incomplete. Not being as good as a prodigy doesn't mean being worthless. Right then, standing there with his sword extended toward the light, Oren feels the weight of 8 years of compromise lifting from his shoulders. He finds himself thinking that maybe Derek was right about one thing. He did give up on swordsmanship too quickly. But unlike Derek's accusation of weakness and running away, Oren now sees it differently. He was trying to be what others needed instead of developing what he actually wanted to be. The swordsman believes that starting over at his original path, even after years of detour into enchanting and other skills, might be exactly what he needs. No more spreading himself thin. No more being adequate at everything and excellent at nothing. Just a blade, the dungeon, and the challenge of mastering one thing properly this time. Oren looks out over the town from his window, his gaze distant as he recalls information that suddenly becomes relevant. A view of the town's rooftop spreads before him, buildings packed together in typical frontier settlement fashion, with one structure likely holding more significance than others. "I hear a dungeon open up nearby not too long ago," Oren states, his tone shifting from introspective to practical. Hearing himself mention this, the swordsman feels opportunity crystallizing from rumor and hearsay. He thinks that a newly opened dungeon represents fresh territory, unexplored floors, untapped resources, and most importantly, a place where the hero party's shadow doesn't loom over every achievement. At that, Orr recalls overhearing adventurers discussing this development in taverns and guild halls, back when such information seemed irrelevant to someone preparing for the Southern Great Dungeon's deepest levels. "I'll go practice there," Oren declares, his decision made. Right then, his face appears in close-up, showing determination replacing yesterday's hurt and confusion. His eyes carry a focused intensity, the kind of expression a warrior wears when committing to a dangerous but necessary path. The swordsman's features have lost their earlier hollow exhaustion, replaced by something sharper and more purposeful. Seeing his own resolve reflected in his thoughts, Oren understands what he's really saying. Practice might sound modest, but he knows the truth. He's planning to rebuild himself from the ground up in a new dungeon, testing his sword skills that have atrophied during years of focusing on enchanting and support magic. He thinks that this fresh dungeon is perfect for his needs, challenging enough to force growth, but not so established that every floor is crawling with high-ranked parties who know his reputation. Now that I've made my decision, I need to get the feeling back. Oren's thoughts continue, acknowledging the gap between his current state and where he needs to be. At that, the swordsman recalls how it felt to wield a blade with proper focus and intent, before he split his attention across multiple disciplines. He finds himself thinking that muscle memory doesn't completely fade, that the fundamentals he learned as a boy training with Oliver should still be there, buried under years of neglect but recoverable with dedicated effort. Right then, Oren realizes this isn't just about getting back into fighting shape. It's about rediscovering who was before compromise and inadequacy became his defining characteristics. The newly opened dungeon represents more than practice grounds. It's a clean slate where he can forge a new identity, one built on mastery rather than versatility. Oren arrives at the dungeon entrance, a massive cave opening carved into rock, its mouth wide enough to swallow entire parties of adventurers. The stone archway shows the weathering of recent discovery, and small groups of explorers can be seen in the background, preparing to enter or returning from their delves. A young woman in guild employee attire stands at the entrance checkpoint, her blonde hair tied back professionally and her expression showing concerned surprise. She's clearly the dungeon entry manager, responsible for monitoring who enters and ensuring basic safety protocols. Her hand rests on her hip as she addresses Oren with obvious worry. You're going alone?" she asks, her tone carrying genuine concern rather than judgment. Hearing that question, Oren feels a flicker of self-consciousness but keeps his expression neutral. He thinks that going solo must look unusual enough to warrant comment from someone who sees adventurers every day. The swordsman recalls that most dungeons are tackled by parties for good reason: safety in numbers, diverse skill coverage, mutual support when things go wrong. "Yeah, is that not okay?" Oren responds, his voice steady and matter-of-fact. At that, he meets her gaze directly, neither defensive nor apologetic about his choice. Seeing her concerned expression, Oren realizes she's not trying to block him, but genuinely worried about a solo adventurer's safety. The dungeon entry manager seems to be wrestling with how to phrase her concern, without overstepping her authority. She quickly clarifies her position, her hands gesturing as she speaks. But I think you should come back once you've joined the party. Then she adds with more emphasis, leaning forward slightly. It's not against the rules. This place is dangerous. Right then, Oren considers her warning. The swordsman thinks that she's probably seen injured or dead adventurers carried out of this dungeon, knows firsthand the risks that fresh explorers underestimate. He recalls that newly opened dungeons can be particularly treacherous, monster behavior patterns not yet well documented, trap locations unknown, floor layouts unmapped. Seeing her genuine concern, Oren finds himself appreciating that, unlike his former party members, this stranger actually seems to care about his well-being. But he also knows that returning to find another party isn't an option he's willing to consider right now. The swordsman believes that party dynamics would just recreate the same problems. Expectations he can't meet, roles he'd be forced into, comparisons to specialists that would highlight his inadequacy. At that, he prepares to respond, knowing he needs to convince her he's capable of handling this alone, without revealing the desperation underlying his decision. The dungeon entry manager examines Oren's guild card, a small identification card that displays his credentials and rank. Her eyes widen as she processes what she's seeing, the card showing text that reads, 94, level 94. The shock escapes her lips as she stares at the numbers. The guild card I handed you? Oren prompts, watching her reaction with mild curiosity. Hearing his own question, the swordsman thinks that she clearly wasn't expecting his level to be anywhere near this high. He recalls that level 94 puts him well beyond most adventurers, even if it's not quite the stratospheric heights that true S-rank parties reach. At that, Oren realizes his former party's dismissal of him as too weak has skewed his own perception of where he actually stands in the broader adventuring world. Did you actually look at? Oren begins to ask, wondering if she'd even check before expressing concern. But then he stops himself, his expression softening slightly as he acknowledges her worry. But I'll be fine. Thanks for the heads up. Right then, the dungeon entry manager's entire demeanor transforms. Her face erupts into shocked disbelief, dramatic speed lines radiating outward as a full implication of his level hits her. Her hands grip the guild card tighter as she processes this revelation. You made it down to level 94, she exclaims, her voice climbing in pitch with astonishment. Then she adds an emphatic, why, as if unable to complete her thought, overwhelmed by the discrepancy between what she assumed about this solo adventurer and the reality his credentials reveal. Seeing her explosive reaction, Oren feels a strange mix of validation and disconnect. The swordsman thinks that to her, level 94 must seem impossibly high, the kind of achievement that takes years of dangerous dungeon delving and countless life or death battles. He recalls that most adventurers never make it past level 50, that reaching level 94 means he survived challenges that kill countless others. At that, Oren realizes the bitter irony of his situation. To the hero party planning to conquer floor 100 of the Southern Great Dungeon, level 94 made him the weak link, the liability they couldn't afford. But to this dungeon manager, to most of the adventuring world, level 94 makes him an exceptional veteran whose solo exploration of a new dungeon is perfectly reasonable rather than suicidal. The swordsman finds himself thinking that perspective matters. In one context, he's inadequate. In another, he's remarkable. The question is which context reflects his true worth. Sonnet 4.5. Oren waves off her concern with a casual gesture, trying to de-escalate her alarm. His expression shows mild embarrassment at the fuss being made, clearly uncomfortable with the attention his level has suddenly attracted. No, it's fine, Oren says, his tone dismissive of the praise implicit in her shock. Hearing himself downplay his achievement, the swordsman thinks that 8 years with the hero party trained him to see level 94 as inadequate rather than impressive. He recalls Annery's mocking voice calling him weak, Oliver's assessment that he couldn't keep up, and finds it difficult to reconcile those judgments with this dungeon manager's awe. But then the manager snaps into a flurry of apologetic bowing, her professional composure crumbling into flustered embarrassment. She clasps her hands together as she realizes she'd been lecturing a veteran adventurer far above her own experience level. I'm so sorry for being so rude, she exclaims, her voice climbing with mortification. "And my apologies." At that, Oren watches her practically vibrate with nervous energy. Seeing her distress, the swordsman feels a strange disconnect. To her, questioning a level 94 adventurer's decision to solo a dungeon must seem presumptuous, like a child telling a master how to do their job. He thinks that her concern was genuine and appreciated, even if misplaced given his capabilities. The manager quickly hands back his guild card, her movements hasty and eager to make amends. "Here you go," she says, her earlier worry transformed into deferential respect. Then she adds with enthusiastic encouragement, her expression shifting to a bright smile. "Why, yes, of course it is. Go right ahead." Right then, Oren accepts his card back with a slight smile of his own, finding her earnest reaction oddly endearing. "Is it okay if I go in then?" he asks, though the question is now clearly rhetorical given her complete reversal. Seeing her beaming face, the stark contrast between her initial concern and current enthusiasm, Oren realizes this simple interaction has given him something he hasn't felt in a while: recognition without resentment. She's impressed by his level without comparing him unfavorably to others, respects his abilities without cataloging his shortcomings. The swordsman finds himself thinking that maybe outside the hero party's shadow, his accomplishments actually mean something. At that, he prepares to enter the dungeon, this brief exchange providing an unexpected boost to his confidence as he embarks on his new path alone. Oren steps into the dungeon proper, leaving the bright exterior behind as stone walls close in around him. The corridor stretches ahead, rough-hewn rock illuminated by whatever light source he's brought with him. Behind him, the dungeon manager's voice echoes one final time. "Take care," she calls out, her concern genuine despite now knowing his capabilities. Hearing her farewell fade into the dungeon's depths, Oren feels a weight of solitude settle over him. But it's different from the isolation he felt in that hallway yesterday. He thinks that this loneliness is chosen, purposeful, the starting point of something new rather than the ending of something old. His thoughts turn inward, processing the strange disconnect between how others see him and how he's learned to see himself. What an about-face. People can be such suck-ups. At that, the swordsman recognizes the cynicism creeping into his perspective. He recalls how quickly the dungeon manager's attitude shifted from protective concern to deferential respect, all because of a number on his guild card. Seeing the stone walls around him, Oren wonders how much of people's treatment of him has always been about status and perceived value, rather than genuine connection. Then a darker thought surfaces, one that cuts deeper. "I don't even belong to the hero party anymore." Right then, the reality crashes over him again. The swordsman realizes that even in this moment of validation, a stranger recognizing his achievements, acknowledging his strength, part of his identity is still tied to what he's lost. He thinks that being kicked from a hero party should mean freedom from their judgments, yet here he is defining himself by his absence from their ranks. Seeing the dungeon pathway ahead, Oren understands that this internal conflict won't resolve itself through a single decision or conversation. The enchanter, no, the swordsman, find himself thinking that rebuilding his sense of self will take more than just returning to his original class. It will require proving to himself, not to Oliver or Annery or anyone else, that his worth exists independent of any party affiliation or comparative rankings. The stone corridor beckons, promising challenges that will test whether he's truly ready to forge his own path or if he's still haunted by the hero party shadow. Oren descends deeper into the dungeon, the stone stairway spiraling downward into dimly lit corridors. A marker on the wall indicates Dungeon Level 1, the starting point for any dungeon exploration, where the weakest monsters dwell and novice adventurers cut their teeth. His expression shows focused alertness as he surveys the surroundings, every sense attuned to potential threats. The corridor opens before him, rough stone walls stretching into shadow. Then movement catches his attention, a flash of white fur in the darkness ahead. Oren's gaze locks onto the creature as it emerges into clearer view. A horned rabbit. Oren identifies, his voice carrying neither excitement nor concern, just calm observation. Hearing himself name the monster so flatly, the swordsman feels the absurd contrast between this moment and his recent experiences. He thinks that horned rabbits are literally the weakest dungeon monsters, The kind of creatures that level 1 adventurers struggle with on their first expedition. At that, Orin recalls fighting on the 84th floor of the Southern Great Dungeon, where a single mistake meant death, and every monster possessed abilities that could devastate entire parties. The horned rabbit appears in dramatic detail. A creature roughly the size of a large cat, with a single sharp horn protruding from its forehead. Its white fur practically glows in the dim light, and its red eyes show the aggressive hostility common to dungeon monsters. Speed lines emphasize its tension, the creature clearly aware of the intruder in its territory. Seeing this basic monster before him, Orin realizes the enormous gap between where he is and where he's been. The swordsman finds himself thinking that this is what starting over looks like, not jumping straight back into high-level challenges, but methodically working his way up from the absolute beginning. He recalls the dungeon manager's concern about him going solo, and now understands that for someone entering a new dungeon, even a level 94 adventurer should probably start at the first floor to learn the layout and monster types. Right then, the horned rabbit tenses, preparing to attack. Its horn gleams with menacing intent despite being a threat roughly equivalent to an angry house pet for someone of Orin's capabilities. The swordsman's hand moves toward his sword, muscle memory from years of combat, engaging even though this particular enemy requires approximately 0% of his actual skill to defeat. At that, Orin prepares to face his first opponent as a solo swordsman, acutely aware that this humble horned rabbit represents both the beginning of his new journey and a stark reminder of how far he's fallen from the cutting edge of dungeon exploration. The horned rabbit charges forward, its small body hurtling toward Orin with surprising speed for such a low-level creature. Motion lines emphasize its movement as it closes the distance, horn aimed directly at the swordsman. The dramatic perspective shows Orin from behind, standing his ground as the monster attacks. A monster like this, Orin thinks, his internal voice calm and analytical. Hearing his own assessment, the swordsman recognizes this moment for what it is, not a genuine threat, but an opportunity. He thinks that after years of splitting his focus between enchanting, support magic, and various other skills, he needs to re-establish his baseline with pure swordsmanship. At that, Orin recalls the feeling of wielding a blade with singular focus, before party needs diluted his training. His thoughts crystallize into purpose. Will be a perfect test of my stale sword skills. Right then, Orin's hand moves to his sword hilt. The swordsman understands that how he handles this basic encounter will reveal just how much his blade work has atrophied during his years as an enchanter. He thinks that muscle memory might carry him through, but true mastery requires constant practice, something he hasn't given his swordsmanship in far too long. Seeing the horned rabbit's trajectory, calculating its speed and angle of attack, Orin finds himself slipping back into the tactical mindset of a pure warrior. The enchanter, no, the swordsman, realizes that every monster from this point forward serves a dual purpose: practical experience to rebuild his skills and psychological proof that he can still function as what he originally trained to be. The creature draws closer, its horn gleaming with lethal intent despite being laughably weak compared to what Orin has faced before. But that's precisely the point. Starting with manageable challenges, relearning fundamentals, building back up to where he needs to be rather than pretending his rusty skills are still sharp. At that, Orin prepares to draw his blade and demonstrate whether his return to swordsmanship is viable or if the years away have left him truly as inadequate as his former party claimed. Orin's blade flashes through the air in a single, devastating arc. The sound effect, do, punctuates the moment of impact as his sword cleaves through the horned rabbit with surgical precision. Speed lines radiate outward from the strike, emphasizing the explosive force and velocity behind the movement. The horned rabbit doesn't even have time to react. Orin's follow-through shows perfect form. His stance balanced, his sword arm extended in a clean line, his body moving with the fluid efficiency of someone who's internalized swordsmanship at a fundamental level. The monster's body flies backward from the impact, already defeated before it can complete its attack. Essay. The sound effect screams as the creature is bisected, chunks of its body scattering across the dungeon floor. Another impact sound marks the pieces hitting the ground, the fight over almost before it began. Dark splatter patterns spread across the stone walls and floor, stark evidence of the overwhelming power differential between level 94 swordsman and level 1 monster. Orin stands in the aftermath, his posture relaxed and his expression thoughtful rather than triumphant. He looks down at the destroyed creature with analytical detachment. Piece of cake, Orin states simply, his voice carrying neither satisfaction nor disappointment. Just factual assessment. Hearing himself dismiss the encounter so casually, the swordsman processes what just happened. He thinks that despite years away from pure swordsmanship, his body moved with practiced ease, the strike flowing naturally from intent to execution. At that, Orin realizes his muscle memory remained largely intact. The fundamentals don't disappear even when you stop actively training them. Seeing the obliterated horned rabbit, Orin finds himself analyzing his performance with the same tactical mind that used to plan strategies for the hero party. The swordsman recalls the sensation of the strike. Clean, efficient, no wasted movement. He thinks that his speed was good, his power more than adequate, his form textbook perfect for a basic vertical slash. Right then, a complex mixture of feelings settles over him. On one hand, executing that strike felt good, natural, like coming home after a long journey. On the other hand, the encounter was so trivially easy that it revealed nothing about whether his skills could handle actual challenges. The swordsman realizes that defeating a horned rabbit proves only that he hasn't completely forgotten how to swing a sword, hardly the validation he needs. At that, Orin understands he'll need to descend to deeper floors, face stronger monsters, push himself against genuine threats before he can truly assess whether his return to swordsmanship is viable or just nostalgic delusion. Orin examines his blade, the weapon catching what little light filters through the dungeon as he holds it at an angle. A small smile plays across his features, not pride exactly, but relief mixed with cautious optimism. His posture shows a relaxed confidence of someone who's just confirmed an important hypothesis. I guess I'm not as rusty as I feared, Orin thinks, his internal voice carrying genuine satisfaction. Hearing himself acknowledge this small victory, the swordsman feels some of yesterday's weight lift from his shoulders. He thinks that the strike against a horned rabbit, trivial as a target was, demonstrated that his fundamentals remained solid. At that, Orin recalls the countless hours of sword training for his youth, realizes that foundation hasn't crumbled despite years of neglect. Time passes as Orin continues deeper into the dungeon. Various monsters appear in quick succession. More horned rabbits, goblin-like creatures with crude weapons, a hunched humanoid figure with elongated limbs. Sound effects slice, repeat as he cuts through them with methodical efficiency, each encounter lasting mere seconds before the monsters fall. The marker on the wall now reads Dungeon Level 3, indicating he's made steady progress downward. Bodies litter the corridor behind him, evidence of his systematic clearing of the upper floors. Seeing the carnage he's left in his wake, Orin realizes these early levels pose absolutely no challenge to someone of his capabilities. They're not practiced so much as warm-up exercises. His thoughts turn pragmatic as he surveys the descending stairway ahead. But since I'm here, then he makes his decision. I might as well go further for some more practice. Right then, Orin understands that real practice requires real challenge. The swordsman thinks that while his performance on these upper floors confirms his basics are intact, he won't truly know the extent of his skills' atrophy until he faces monsters that can actually threaten him. He recalls that in the Southern Great Dungeon, danger began around floor 30 for most parties, though the hero party didn't start struggling until much deeper. At that, Orin begins his descent to the next level, seeking opponents worthy of testing whether his return to swordsmanship is merely adequate or genuinely viable. The swordsman finds himself thinking that somewhere in this dungeon's depths, he'll discover the truth about whether he can survive and thrive as a solo blade wielder or if his former party was right to dismiss him as too weak. The stone stairway spirals downward into shadow, promising progressively deadlier challenges with each floor conquered. Orin stands in a wider corridor, his sword resting casually on his shoulder as he surveys the situation before him. His expression shows mild interest rather than concern, the look of someone assessing a training scenario rather than a genuine threat. Shadowy shapes suggest multiple presences in the darkness ahead. But the monsters here are still unintelligent, Orin observes, his analytical mind cataloging the dungeon's characteristics. Hearing his own assessment, The swordsman recognizes that he's still in the shallow levels where monsters operate on pure instinct and aggression. He thinks that intelligent monsters, ones capable of tactics, coordination, and learning, don't typically appear until much deeper floors. At that, Aura recalls fighting cunning creatures in the Southern Great Dungeon that could adapt mid-battle and exploit weaknesses. His thoughts continue as he notices a gradual shift. Their numbers are gradually increasing. Right then, the perspective widens to reveal what Orin faces. A group of monsters clusters together in the chamber ahead. Goblins, horned creatures, and other low-level dungeon dwellers gathering in what might be the beginning of a coordinated assault. Sound effects, Essarian, scary, echo through the corridor as they screech and posture aggressively, their numbers giving them confidence despite the obvious power gap. Seeing this mob forming before him, Orin makes a tactical decision. His hand shifts on his sword as he prepares to demonstrate another facet of his capabilities. Time to give my support magic a try, too, Orin thinks, acknowledging that pure swordsmanship isn't his only tool. Then he adds with calm finality, "All right." At that, the swordsman recognizes the irony of his situation. He came here planning to focus solely on blade work, to return to his roots as a pure swordsman. But years as an enchanter and support specialist have given him options that a traditional swordsman wouldn't possess. The question becomes whether he should ignore those skills entirely in pursuit of specialization, or accept that his versatility, the same trait that made him inadequate for the hero party, might actually be an advantage in solo exploration. Seeing the monsters advancing, Orin understands that this moment will test not just his sword skills, but his entire approach to combat. He finds himself thinking that maybe being a jack of all trades isn't inherently weak. Maybe it only becomes a liability when you're being compared to masters rather than judged on your own merits. The monsters charge forward with increasing aggression, their numbers promising the first real test of Orin's capabilities since entering this dungeon. An explanatory illustration appears, showing an armored warrior figure wreathed in magical energy as enchantments take hold. The visualization demonstrates the concept being explained, magical auras swirling around enhanced equipment and empowered limbs. Text provides critical context about the magic Orin's about to employ. Support magic. The explanation continues with technical detail. aka buffs, is magic that boosts a target's physical abilities or the efficacy of their equipment. Then comes an important clarification that distinguishes support magic from typical party dynamics. And the wielder can cast on themselves, not just their party members. Hearing this information laid out, Orin recalls a fundamental advantage of support magic that many people overlook. He thinks that while most enchanters focus on buffing their allies, the magic works just as effectively when self-applied, a fact that makes it incredibly valuable for solo adventurers. At that, the swordsman recognizes that his years developing support magic skills weren't wasted, even if the hero party ultimately decided they needed a better enchanter. The perspective shifts back to Orin standing in the dungeon corridor, magical energy beginning to swirl around him. His eyes show focused determination as he channels a spell, pulling from reserves of mana cultivated over years of practice. Flames or magical wisps begin manifesting around his form, visual indicators of enchantment activation. Activate strength up, Orin commands, his voice carrying the authority of someone who's cast the spell countless times. Right then, power surges through his body. The swordsman feels his muscles respond as the buff takes hold. Physical capabilities enhance beyond their natural limits. He thinks that this is the same magic he used to empower Oliver's sword strikes, Derek's defensive stances, Annery's spell casting. Except now, all that enhancement is focused solely on himself. Seeing the magical energy coalesce around him, Orin realizes the strategic brilliance of his situation. A pure swordsman of his level would be formidable. A support mage who could self-buff would be versatile. But someone who combines expert swordsmanship with self-applied enhancement magic becomes something more potent than either specialization alone, at least when fighting solo. At that, the monsters charging toward him suddenly seem even more insignificant. The swordsman finds himself thinking that maybe the hero party was wrong about more than just his worth. Maybe they were wrong about what makes someone truly strong. The strength up buff settles fully into place, ready to amplify whatever he does next. The mob of monsters charges forward en masse, their forms emerging from the dungeon's darkness. Goblins with crude weapons, horned beasts, humanoid creatures with elongated limbs. They move with the uncoordinated aggression of unintelligent monsters, emboldened by numbers, a chaotic wave of claws, teeth, and blades converging on the lone swordsman. Orin stands calmly before this oncoming tide, his posture relaxed despite the approaching horde. The magical aura from his strength-up buff still shimmers faintly around him, power coursing through enhanced muscles. His back remains to the viewer, emphasizing his solitary position against overwhelming numbers. "Okay, it's activated," Orin confirms, his voice carrying quiet satisfaction. Hearing himself acknowledge the buff's completion, the swordsman feels a difference in his body. Strength amplified, reflexes sharpened, every physical capability pushed beyond its baseline. He thinks that this is what he used to provide for his party members, watching them benefit from his enchantments while he supported from the backlands. At that, Orin realizes how different it feels to be the one empowered, to channel all that enhancement into his own combat effectiveness rather than distributing it across a team. The perspective shifts to a close-up of Orin's face, his eyes sharp and focused as he tracks the monster's approach. His expression shows neither fear nor excitement, just cool analytical assessment, the look of some about to conduct an experiment with himself as the primary variable. Now comes the real test. Orin thinks, his internal voice steady despite the approaching violence. Right then, the swordsman understands what this moment truly represents. The horned rabbit was a baseline check. These monsters, while still relatively weak, will demonstrate whether his combination of swordsmanship and self-buffing can handle multiple opponents simultaneously. He recalls fighting alongside the hero party, where his role was enhancement and support, rarely the primary combatant. Now he's both buffer and damage dealer, strategist and executioner. Seeing the monsters close in the final distance, Orin finds himself thinking that this is where theory meets practice, where years of diverse skill development either prove their worth or reveal themselves as the inadequate scattering that his former party claimed. The swordsman believes that a specialist might handle the situation differently, pure overwhelming force or perfect technique, but his approach combines enhancement magic with blade work in a synthesis that defies traditional categorization. At that, Orin's hand tightens on his sword hilt, enhanced muscles ready to unleash strikes far more devastating than his natural capabilities alone would allow. The real test begins now. A goblin-like creature's face fills the frame, its grotesque features twisted in aggressive fury. Beady eyes, fang mouth open in a battle cry, leathery skin marked with dungeon filth. The monster lunges forward with murderous intent, claws extended to rend and tear. Then Orin moves. The sound whoosh screams through the air as his enhanced body explodes into action. Speed lines blur across the panel as he closes the distance in a fraction of a heartbeat, his buff strength translating into velocity that makes him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Two monsters, the goblin and another humanoid creature, suddenly find themselves facing not a distant target, but an immediate, overwhelming threat. Slash. The blade sings as it carves through the first monster. The strike is devastating, amplified by the strength-up buff to levels far beyond what Orin's natural capabilities could produce. The goblin's body separates under force, no resistance strong enough to slow the enhanced blade's passage. More sound effects erupt, slice, slash, as Orin's momentum carries him through multiple targets in a continuous flowing assault. His sword becomes a blur of lethal steel, each swing empowered by magic to cut through monster flesh like paper. The beaked creature barely registers the attack before it too falls, body rent apart by the buff strikes. A timestamp appears, 00:05:24, marking mere seconds since the engagement began. Hearing the carnage unfold around him, Orin feels his body respond with perfect synchronization between magical enhancement and practice technique. He thinks that this is what he could never quite achieve in a hero party, the seamless fusion of his diverse skills into a combat style uniquely his own. At that, the swordsman realizes his movements flow with an efficiency that surprises even himself, muscle memory from years of swordsmanship amplified by years of understanding how buffs affect physical performance. Seeing the monsters fall before him with such ease, Orin understands that the combination is exponentially more effective than either skill alone. A pure swordsman of his level would be strong. A support mage who could self-buff would be versatile. but someone who knows exactly how enhancement magic affects every aspect of combat performance, timing, force application, optimal strike angles, can leverage buffs with devastating precision. Right then, as his blade continues its deadly work to the monster horde, the swordsman finds himself thinking that maybe being called a jack of all trades was never the insult his former party intended it to be. Monster bodies litter the dungeon floor in various states of dismemberment, dark blood pooling across the stone tiles. The timestamp reads 01:40:31 as the carnage spreads, evidence of Orin's enhanced blade cutting through the horde with methodical efficiency. A severed limb lies in stark detail, testament to the devastating power of buff strikes. Orin's internal narration provides context as he continues his assault, and that's another monster falls, the perspective shifting to show its corpse hitting the ground from above. The timestamp advances 00:23:46, marking the passage of mere seconds as more creatures succumb to his blade. Support magic is extremely handy, Orin thinks, acknowledging the critical advantages buffs provide. Hearing his own assessment, the swordsman recognizes what years with the hero party obscured. That support magic isn't just useful for empowering others, it's devastatingly effective when applied to oneself. He thinks that watching Oliver benefit from his strength-up buffs never quite conveyed how it feels to have that power coursing through his own muscles, amplifying every strike beyond natural limits. Then his thoughts turn to the inevitable limitation. But it does have one major shortcoming. At that, Orin's awareness shifts to something he's been tracking subconsciously throughout the battle: the duration. Every buff has a timer. Every enhancement a finite window of effectiveness. The swordsman recalls countless battles where he had to carefully manage buff timing, reapply enchantments at critical moments, always aware of the mana cost and duration constraints. The final panel shows Orin standing amidst a completely annihilated monster horde, bodies scattered across the blood-soaked floor in every direction. His posture shows slight breathlessness, not from exertion but from the intensity of the brief engagement. The timestamp displays 03:00:00. 3 minutes total from activation to completion. Time, Orin states simply, naming the fundamental weakness of support magic. Then he adds with weary acknowledgement, 3 minutes on the dot. A small sound effect, ha, escapes his lips, a light exhale marking the end of the buff's duration. Right then, the swordsman feels a strength-up enhancement fade from his body. The amplified power dissipates, muscles returning to their baseline capabilities as the magical energy expires. Seeing the sea of defeated monsters around him, Orin realizes he accomplished in 3 minutes what might have taken significantly longer without the buff, but those 3 minutes are now spent. At that, he understands the strategic calculation that defines support magic usage: devastating effectiveness traded for limited duration and mana expenditure. The swordsman thinks that in a party, an enchanter can buff allies and let them handle extended combat while managing cooldowns and mana reserves. Solo, every buff activation is a calculated gamble, powerful but temporary, effective but resource-intensive. The bodies surrounding him prove the gamble paid off this time, but Orin knows that deeper in the dungeon, 3-minute windows might not be enough. More movement catches Orin's attention in the depths of the corridor. Several monster silhouettes emerge in the darkness. More goblins and creatures drawn by the sounds of battle, their forms hunched and aggressive as they approach the lone intruder in their territory. Looks like there are still some monsters in the back, Orin observes, his tone carrying neither concern nor excitement, just matter-of-fact acknowledgement. Hearing himself note the additional enemies, the swordsman feels his tactical mind engage automatically. He thinks that these stragglers present an opportunity rather than a threat, a chance to continue testing his capabilities now that the buff has worn off. At that, Orin considers whether to reapply the strength-up enhancement or face these monsters with his base swordsmanship alone. His decision comes quickly, accompanied by a shift in perspective. Orin adjusts his stance, sword ready as he faces the approaching creatures. Dramatic speed lines emphasize his renewed focus as he commits to his training mindset. "I'll make them my training partners," Orin declares, reframing the situation entirely. Right then, the swordsman charges forward. The timestamp 00:01:16 appears as he closes the distance with explosive speed. Sound effects dash punctuate his movement as his feet pound against the stone floor, body moving with the fluid efficiency of someone who spent years honing combat reflexes. Seeing these fresh opponents before him, Orin realizes this is actually the more valuable test. The buff combat proved his enhanced capabilities are formidable, but fighting without magical augmentation will reveal whether his base swordsmanship has truly retained its edge or if he's become dependent on support magic to compensate for atrophied fundamentals. At that, the swordsman thinks that calling them training partners rather than enemies reflects his current mindset perfectly. He's not fighting for survival or even for loot. He's fighting to rebuild confidence in his blade work, to prove to himself that the years away from pure swordsmanship haven't left him helpless without magical crutches. The monsters ahead don't realize they're about to serve as sparring dummies for a level 94 adventurer working through an identity crisis. Orin's blade rises as he prepares to engage, ready to test whether a jack of all trades can still perform when stripped down to a single tool. Orin crashes into the remaining monsters with devastating force, his blade carving through their ranks even without magical enhancement. The sound dash echoes as he moves, speed lines trailing his movements. His expression shows fierce concentration, a warrior fully engaged in combat as he tests his unbuffed capabilities. The timestamp 00:01:16 marks the beginning of this new engagement. A monster's body explodes under his strike, dark matter scattering across the corridor. The timestamp advances to 00:04:51 as Orin continues his assault, demonstrating that even without buffs, his level 94 swordsmanship remains more than sufficient for these low-level creatures. His internal narration provides crucial context. The effects of support magic don't last forever. Hearing himself acknowledge this fundamental limitation, the swordsman thinks about the tactical considerations that define buff-dependent combat. He recalls countless battles where timing enchantment durations against enemy patterns meant the difference between victory and defeat. At that, Orin recognizes that managing buff windows is as much a skill as wielding the blade itself. Another monster falls as the explanation continues. A grotesque creature with an exposed brain-like head recoils from a devastating strike, its form already beginning to collapse. The timestamp shows 00:06:00, marking 6 seconds into the unbuffed engagement. You have to cast buffs while calculating the best timing to support your party in battle. Orin's thoughts explain, laying out the strategic complexity of support magic. Seeing another enemy crumble before him, the swordsman recalls the mental workload of being a party enchanter, tracking multiple buff durations simultaneously, anticipating when allies would need enhancement most, balancing mana expenditure against combat demands. He thinks that those skills don't translate directly to solo combat, where he only needs to manage his own buffs, but also lacks the safety net of allies covering for him during vulnerable moments. The combat continues with brutal efficiency. Multiple panels show the timestamp progression. 00:06:00 advances to 00:08:19 and then to 02:57:00 as Orin systematically dismantles the remaining monsters. His movements remain fluid and deadly even as the minutes pass. Then comes a critical reminder, illustrated with dramatic emphasis. My buff will end in 3 seconds. Strength up. At that, the explanation expands, and the duration varies based on an individual's magic resistance. For me, it's 180 seconds. Right then, Orin understands the mathematical precision required for effective buff management. The swordsman thinks that 3 minutes, exactly 180 seconds, gives him a fixed window to maximize damage output before returning to baseline capabilities. He recalls that different targets have different resistances, meaning the same buff might last longer on some party members than others, adding another layer of complexity to party support. Seeing the final timestamp 02:57:00 appear as he finishes off the last stragglers, Orin realizes he's been fighting for nearly 3 full minutes without magical enhancement, and performed admirably. The comparison is stark. Buffed, he annihilated a horde in 3 minutes. Unbuffed, he eliminated the remainder in roughly the same time frame, albeit with more effort and focus required. The swordsman finds himself thinking that this experiment proves something important. His base swordsmanship remains solid, perhaps even excellent by normal standards. The buffs amplify his effectiveness to devastating levels, but he's not helpless without them. At that, Orin recognizes the strategic value of his hybrid approach. He can fight competently unbuffed while conserving mana, then activate enhancements for critical moments when overwhelming force is required. Orin stands amidst the fallen monsters, his sword still drawn as he processes the implications of what he's just demonstrated. Speed lines radiate around him, emphasizing the intensity of thought rather than physical movement. His expression shows contemplation as he works through the tactical mathematics that define support magic usage. When enchanters use support magic, Orin's narration begins, laying out the fundamental challenge. His thoughts continue with stark clarity. They're always in a race against time. Hearing himself articulate this truth, the swordsman recalls the constant pressure of buff management during his years with the hero party. He thinks that every enchantment activation started an invisible countdown, a timer demanding results before the magic faded. At that, Orin remembers the stress of watching buff durations tick down while battles drag on longer than expected. The anxiety of knowing allies were operating on borrowed power that could expire at critical moments. Multiple panels show Orin's hands in rapid succession, fingers moving through the gestures required to cast support spells. The repetition emphasizes the constant cycle of buff application and reapplication. Strength up! The text repeats across the panels, accompanied by sound effects, escary, marking each spell activation. His hands blur with practice efficiency as he demonstrates the mechanical reality of maintaining buffs. Cast, wait for duration, recast, repeat endlessly throughout extended combat. Strength up appears again, the litany of spell casting illustrating the relentless tempo that enchanters must maintain. Right then, Orin realizes what his former party members never fully appreciated about support magic. The swordsman thinks that from the outside, buffing looks simple, just cast enhancements and watch others benefit. But the reality involves constant mental tracking of multiple timers, anticipating when buffs will expire, recasting at optimal moments to maintain coverage without gaps, all while managing finite mana reserves and staying aware of battlefield conditions. Seeing his own hands go through the casting motions repeatedly, Orin understands the exhausting nature of pure support roles. At that, the swordsman recognizes another advantage of his current solo approach. He only needs to manage his own buffs, can time them precisely to his combat rhythm, doesn't have to juggle multiple party members' enhancement windows simultaneously. The sequence of strength up castings continues, each one representing another 3-minute window purchased with mana and mental bandwidth. The swordsman finds himself thinking that this constant race against time is why specialized enchanters focus entirely on support magic. The complexity demands full attention and deep mastery to execute effectively in high-level party combat. But it also explains why self-buffing works so well for solo adventurers. The time becomes simpler when you're both caster and beneficiary, when combat rhythm and buff duration align under a single will rather than requiring coordination across multiple people. Orin's breathing steadies as he processes what he's accomplished in this dungeon. His hand moves through the air, fingers tracing patterns as he works through the implications of his performance. Sound effects, Hayu Hayu, mark the subtle movements as his mind races ahead. Plus, I've managed to create a new style. Orin's narration begins, revealing something significant about his development. Hearing himself acknowledge this innovation, the swordsman feels a surge of validation for the path he's been forced onto. He thinks that being kicked from a hero party might have inadvertently freed him to explore combinations that party dynamics would have discouraged. At that, Orin recalls how his role as pure support meant he rarely combined his skills in combat. He buffed others, not himself. His thoughts continue with building excitement by combining the skills of swordsman and enchanter. Right then, a memory surfaces. A mental tally board appears, showing vertical marks grouped in sets of 5. The sound effects accompany the visualization as Orin counts his achievements during this training session. That was the 20th one. I've got the feeling back. Orin observes, marking his 20th kill and recognizing that his combat instincts have fully re-engaged. At that, the dungeon corridor erupts with dramatic emphasis. The sound twitch, reverberates as something shifts, and intense speed lines radiate outward from Oren's position. His expression transforms, eyes wide with realization, a confident smile spreading across his features as understanding crystallizes. Seeing this moment of clarity, Oren feels everything click into place. The swordsman thinks that these hours in the dungeon have proven what the hero party couldn't see. His versatility isn't weakness when applied correctly. He recalls Annery's mocking voice calling him Jack of all trades, master none, and realizes she was only half right. He may not be a master of either discipline individually, but the combination creates something neither pure swordsmen nor pure enchanters can replicate. I'm proficient enough with both to establish this as a real style. Oren declares, his voice carrying conviction earned through practical demonstration. Right then, the revelation washes over him with the force of truth proven through combat. The swordsman understands that he's not trying to become Oliver with a blade or match specialized enchanters with support magic. He's creating a third path that synthesizes both. He thinks that self-buffing swordsman might sound like a compromise between two disciplines, but executed properly, it becomes its own legitimate combat style, with unique advantages. Seeing the defeated monsters scattered throughout the corridor behind him, evidence of his hybrid approach's effectiveness, Oren realizes his dungeon training has given him something more valuable than skill restoration. It's given him identity. At that, the swordsman finds himself thinking that maybe the hero party did him a favor by forcing him to discover what he could become when freed from their expectations and limitations. The jack of all trade has found his niche, and it's powerful enough to stand on its own merits. Oren looks down at his sword, the blade still gleaming despite the combat it's just endured. His grip remains steady on the hilt as he contemplates the path forward, fingers wrapped around the weapon that now represents both his past and his potential future. If I can keep evolving, Oren thinks, his internal voice carrying tentative hope mixed with determination. Hearing himself frame growth as an ongoing process rather than a destination, the swordsman recognizes a fundamental shift in his thinking. He thinks that in the hero party, growth meant closing the gap between himself and his companions, desperately trying to become adequate enough to justify his place. At that, Oren realizes true evolution means developing his unique style further, pushing the boundaries of what self-buffing swordsmanship can achieve rather than comparing himself to pure specialists. Then comes a confrontation with the label that's haunted him since yesterday. His expression shows contemplation, almost melancholy, as he addresses the phrase that Annery weaponized against him. But Oren's thoughts pause, building to an acknowledgement he can no longer avoid. I guess. He continues, accepting what he needs to face. Right then, the truth settles over him with unavoidable weight. I really am a jack of all trades. Oren's eyes appear in close-up, showing complex emotions swirling beneath the surface. Resignation, acceptance, but also something that might be the beginning of defiant pride. His gaze holds steady, no longer flinching from the designation that once felt like condemnation. Hearing himself claim the label voluntarily, the swordsman feels the sting diminish slightly. He thinks that yes, he's a jack of all trades, someone who knows swordsmanship without matching Oliver's mastery, someone who understands enchanting without reaching specialized enchanter's heights. At that, Oren recalls the phrase's full form. Jack of all trades, master none, but wonders if maybe there's value in a combination that pure mastery lacks. Seeing his reflection in his blade, the swordsman realizes that accepting this identity doesn't mean accepting inadequacy. The jack of all trades is who he is, but how he develops that foundation, whether it becomes limitation or liberation, remains entirely up to him. Right then, Oren understands that the real question isn't whether the label applies, but whether he'll let others define what it means or forge his own interpretation through continued evolution and achievement. Oren walks deeper into the dungeon, the stone corridor stretching ahead into darkness. His back faces the viewer as he moves forward with purposeful strides, shoulders squared with newfound determination. The walls close in around him, creating a tunnel effect that emphasizes his solitary journey into the unknown. His thoughts crystallize into a vow, defiant and resolute, who's never again mocked as a jack of all trades. Hearing himself make this declaration, the swordsman feels fierce determination surge through him. He thinks that being called a jack of all trades won't be an insult anymore, not if he can prove the style's worth through achievement and mastery. At that, Aura recalls Annery's mocking tone and Oliver's dismissive assessment, using those memories as fuel rather than letting them become anchors. Then he continues, building his vision of what's possible. I'll become an explorer known as a master of all. Right then, the perspective shifts dramatically. Orin emerges from the dungeon exit in a burst of motion, the sound gleam emphasizing his triumphant appearance. Bright light floods around him as he steps from darkness into daylight, one fist raised in victorious declaration. His expression shows fierce joy and determination, the look of someone who's found their path forward. I'll call it a day here, Orin announces, his voice carrying satisfaction with the progress made. A marker on the wall reads Dungeon Level 7, indicating he's descended 7 floors during his training session. Solid progress for a first day in a new dungeon. Seeing how far he's come, the swordsman feels genuine accomplishment. He thinks that 7 levels in a single session demonstrates both his capabilities and his stamina, proving he can handle extended solo exploration without party support. An informational panel appears, providing context about dungeon mechanics. Crystals placed at the entrance to each floor. Once you register one with your guild card, you can teleport to it from the entrance. At that, Orin holds up what appears to be a crystal in his hand, the teleportation marker he's just registered. His narration explains, I've registered this teleportation crystal. Right then, the swordsman appreciates the dungeon's convenience features. He recalls that teleportation crystals allow explorers to skip floors they've already cleared, making it possible to return directly to their deepest progress point without fighting through earlier levels repeatedly. The system rewards exploration and provides efficiency for serious dungeon delvers. Seeing the crystal in his hand in the daylight beyond the dungeon entrance, Orin understands that today marks the beginning of something significant. At that, he finds himself thinking that his goal has transformed from prove I'm not weak to something far more ambitious. Become a master of all trades, an explorer who defies categorization by excelling through versatility rather than despite it. The swordsman emerges from the dungeon with more than just combat experience. He's found purpose, identity, and a target worthy of his effort. The jack of all trades intends to become the master of all, and 7 floors down is just the beginning. The perspective shifts abruptly, revealing a different scene entirely. Inside what appears to be a dungeon corridor, a party of adventurers stands in disarray. Some kneeling, others leaning against walls, all showing signs of exhaustion or injury. Bodies of defeated monsters litter the ground around them, evidence of a difficult battle that's just concluded. A figure walks away from the group, back turned in a gesture of dismissal. The adventurers' posture radiates cold indifference as they distance themselves from their struggling companions. I don't care if you hate me, the departing figure states, their voice carrying absolute conviction without a trace of regret. Hearing this callous dismissal, the kneeling party members seem to deflate further. One of them thinks that whoever just abandoned them feels no guilt whatsoever about the decision. At that, the injured adventurers realize they've been deemed inadequate and cast aside, left to deal with the aftermath of their failed expedition alone. The walking figure continues without looking back. I just made the correct call. Right then, another voice cuts through. Different person, different location, their tone sharp with frustration and disbelief. Damn, how'd it come to this? Someone exclaims, the words carrying shock and anger. Seeing this parallel situation unfold, the narrative reveals that Orin's experience with the hero party wasn't unique or isolated. The world of high-level adventuring is filled with parties making correct calls based on cold pragmatism, discarding members who don't meet evolving standards, prioritizing efficiency and power over loyalty and history. At that, the contrast becomes clear. While Orin emerged from his dismissal and found new purpose in the dungeon, others face similar rejections with different contexts and outcomes. The swordsman's journey of self-discovery through adversity mirrors countless other adventurers navigating the brutal meritocracy of dungeon exploration, where yesterday's value companion becomes today's liability based on nothing more than shifting goals and rising standards. The scene suggests that Orin's story being kicked from his party and forced to reinvent himself is playing out across the adventuring world in various forms. Some will rise from rejection like he's beginning to, while others will break under the weight of being deemed insufficient. The perspective shifts abruptly, revealing a different scene entirely. Inside what appears to be a dungeon corridor, a party of adventurers stands in disarray. Some kneeling, others leaning against walls, all showing signs of exhaustion or injury. Bodies of defeated monsters litter the ground around them, evidence of a difficult battle that's just concluded. A figure walks away from the group, back turned in a gesture of dismissal. The adventurer's posture radiates cold indifference as they distance themselves from their struggling companions. "I don't care if you hate me," the departing figure states, their voice carrying absolute conviction without a trace of regret. Hearing this callous dismissal, the kneeling party members seem to deflate further. One of them thinks that whoever just abandoned them feels no guilt whatsoever about the decision. At that, the injured adventurers realize they've been deemed inadequate and cast aside, left to deal with the aftermath of their failed expedition alone. The walking figure continues without looking back. "I just made the correct call." Right then, another voice cuts through. Different person, different location, their tone sharp with frustration and disbelief. "Damn, how'd it come to this?" someone exclaims, the words carrying shock and anger. Seeing this parallel situation unfold, the narrative reveals that Oren's experience with the hero party wasn't unique or isolated. The world of high-level adventuring is filled with parties making correct calls based on cold pragmatism, discarding members who don't meet evolving standards, prioritizing efficiency and power over loyalty and history. At that, the contrast becomes clear. While Oren emerged from his dismissal and found new purpose in the dungeon, others face similar rejections with different contexts and outcomes. The swordsman's journey of self-discovery through adversity mirrors countless other adventurers navigating the brutal meritocracy of dungeon exploration, where yesterday's valued companion becomes today's liability based on nothing more than shifting goals and rising standards. The scene suggests that Oren's story being kicked from his party and forced to reinvent himself is playing out across the adventuring world in various forms. Some will rise from rejection like he's beginning to, while others will break under the weight of being deemed insufficient. The cloaked figure continues walking, the unconscious woman still draped over their shoulder. Their face remains partially obscured, expression unreadable as they carry their burden through what appears to be town streets. The shadows play across their features, suggesting complexity beneath the ruthless actions. Internal thoughts surface, revealing unexpected depth. "I know how painful it is to be thrown away by a party." Hearing this admission, the figure's actions gain new context. They think that personal experience with abandonment informs their current choices, though in ways that seem contradictory. At that, the mysterious person recalls their own rejection, the sting of being deemed inadequate and discarded by former companions. Their thoughts continue as they navigate through the streets, but it just hits too close to home. Right then, the figure's motivations become clearer, or perhaps more complicated. They recognize the parallel between their own past trauma and what just happened to this girl, feel the resonance of shared experience pulling at them despite their earlier cold pragmatism. Another thought surfaces, attempting to create distance. "I shouldn't intrude." The cloaked person's face appears more clearly now, showing conflicted features. Someone wrestling with the decision to involve themselves in a situation that mirrors their own painful history. Seeing the unconscious girl they're carrying, they find themselves thinking that intervening might reopen wounds they've tried to bury. Then comes a justification. The reason they couldn't simply walk away. That girl was just unlucky for teaming up with them. At that, the figure acknowledges what drew them to act. The woman wasn't abandoned because of inadequacy or weakness. She was simply newest, most expendable, caught in the wrong party at the wrong moment when someone needed to be sacrificed. They recall their own dismissal and wonder if there's a meaningful difference between being kicked out for being too weak and being left as monster bait for being too new. Seeing the town around them as they walk, the mysterious rescuer understands they've inserted themselves into a situation that's none of their business, driven by recognition of their own pain reflected in someone else's misfortune. The figure finds themselves thinking that maybe saving this girl is less about heroism and more about trying to rewrite their own story through someone else's rescue. The scene reveals that Oren's experience of party abandonment resonates beyond his personal journey. Others carry similar scars, make different choices about how to respond when they witness the pattern repeating. The figure stands alone against a darkening backdrop, their posture rigid with barely contained anger. The woman still rests over their shoulder, unconscious and vulnerable. Shadows deepen around them as the weight of what almost happened settles in. That's just... The figure's thoughts begin, words trailing off as rage builds. Their internal voice grows darker, acknowledging the full horror of what that party attempted. On top of that, she could die after being used as bait. Hearing themselves articulate this reality, the rescuer feels fury surging. They think that abandonment for inadequacy is cruel, but calculated sacrifice, leaving someone conscious and aware to face monsters alone while you escape, crosses into something far more monstrous. At that, the figure recalls their own dismissal from a party and recognizes, as painful as it was, at least they weren't deliberately fed to dungeon creatures. The perspective widens dramatically. 3 massive silhouettes emerge in the darkness behind the cloaked figure, imposing shapes that dwarf the lone person carrying their rescue burden. The shadows loom ominously, suggesting powerful presences materializing from the night itself. Right then, the atmosphere shifts. These aren't random bystanders or concerned citizens. These figures carry weight and menace, their sudden appearance feeling both deliberate and threatening. The rescuer stands between the unconscious woman and these newcomers, their body language suggesting they're aware of the presence behind them, but not immediately alarmed. Seeing these shadows manifest, the mysterious person understands that their intervention hasn't gone unnoticed. They think that saving the girl might have drawn attention they didn't anticipate, that acts of mercy in a world governed by ruthless pragmatism can create unexpected complications. At that, the scene crystallizes attention. A lone figure who knows the pain of abandonment, carrying a victim of an even crueler betrayal, now confronted by unknown entities whose intentions remain unclear. The rescued woman remains oblivious to the danger potentially gathering around her savior, unconscious and entirely dependent on someone who moments ago insisted they shouldn't get involved. The figure finds themselves thinking that sometimes doing the right thing means accepting consequences you can't predict or control, and that the world of adventuring contains forces far more complex than simple dungeon monsters. The perspective shifts to an overhead view, revealing the full scene. The cloaked figure, now clearly visible as a young man with dark hair, kneels on cobblestone street, carefully laying the unconscious woman down. 2 other figures stand nearby, their shadows falling across the scene as they observe his actions. His posture shows both care for the injured woman and wariness of the watching presence. Absolutely disgusting, the rescuer states, his voice cold with contempt. Hearing himself voice his judgment aloud, the young man makes clear where he stands on what that party did. He thinks that using a person as monster bait isn't strategic pragmatism. It's moral bankruptcy. At that, he gently positions the woman on the ground, ensuring she's stable before he deals with whatever confrontation is coming. The view shift to show his face and profile, features sharp and alert as he addresses the figures behind him. His expression carries no fear, only controlled irritation at being interrupted. "What's your problem?" he asks, his tone flat and challenging. Right then, the young man turns his attention from the rescued woman to whoever's decided to involve themselves in this situation. Seeing these observers approach just as he's trying to help someone, he finds himself thinking that complications always seem to multiply when you try to do the right thing. At that, his eyes narrow slightly as he assesses the newcomers. The rescuer recalls that in a world where parties routinely abandon members and use people as bait, trust comes hard and suspicion comes easy. He wonders if these figures are associates of the party he just contradicted by saving their sacrifice, guild officials questioning his intervention, or something else entirely. The woman lies unconscious between him and the approaching shadows, vulnerable and depending entirely on a stranger who pulled her from a dungeon specifically because her situation hit too close to his own painful experiences. The young man finds himself thinking that he's already committed to protecting her by bringing her out. Backing down now would make the rescue meaningless. His question hangs in the air, direct and unapologetic, demanding explanation from those who've chosen to confront him at this moment. The overhead view continues, showing the tense standoff in the street. The 3 figures, now revealed as members of the party that abandoned the woman, stand before the young rescuer. Their body language carries accusation and defensive hostility as they confront him about interfering with their strategic decision. One of them speaks, their voice dripping with contempt. You're just whining and have no intent of going back for her. Another adds with mocking disdain, I heard your story, and you sound like a child throwing a tantrum. Hearing these accusations, the young man feels his anger spike. They think that his intervention was emotional weakness, that saving someone left to die is somehow childish rather than the bare minimum of human decency. At that, the rescuer realizes these people have convinced themselves their cruelty was justified, that anyone questioning their actions must be naive or foolish. The perspective shifts dramatically to a close-up of the young man's face, his expression transformed by barely restrained fury. His eyes blaze with contempt as he looks at the party members, every line of his features radiating disgust. I hate guys like you most of all, he declares, his voice carrying absolute conviction. Then he continues, his words cutting deeper. You quit running your mouth. Right then, one of the party members recoils slightly, a sound effect, Baiku, marking their involuntary flinch at the intensity of his anger. Seeing them step back, the young man finds himself thinking that people who commit cruel acts always seem shocked when someone refuses to accept their justifications. At that, his fury crystallizes around a specific target. The rescuer recalls his own experience of party abandonment, painful, humiliating, devastating to his sense of worth. But at least his former party kicked him out to his face and let him walk away. They didn't use him as monster bait. They didn't leave him to die while they escaped. Hearing these party members defend sacrificing a teammate, he realizes there are levels of betrayal, and what they did represents something far worse than what he endured. The young man thinks that people who abandon party members for inadequacy are cruel. People who use party members as living bait and then defend the decision as correct are monsters wearing human faces. At that, he understands why the situation triggered him so badly. It's like seeing a twisted, evil version of his own trauma, taken to its most horrific extreme. His hatred for guys like this encompasses everyone who treats people as disposable tools, who dress up cruelty as pragmatism, who demand respect for decisions that should earn only condemnation. The party member who spoke suddenly finds himself grabbed by the collar, yanked forward with explosive force. Sound effects grab emphasize the violent motion as the young rescuer's hand shoots out and seizes him. The party member's face shows shock, a startled "huh?" escaping his lips as he's pulled off balance. Even if I'd stayed behind. The young man snarls, his voice tight with fury as he drags the party member closer. His words continue with devastating certainty. There's no way I could have saved her. Hearing himself articulate this truth, the rescuer feels his anger reach its peak. He thinks that these cowards are trying to deflect guilt by suggesting he's all talk, that if he really cared he'd have stayed to help, but staying would have accomplished nothing except adding another body to the monster count. At that, the young man realizes they're not just defending their cruelty, they're trying to implicate him in it, to suggest his rescue mission proves nothing because he didn't sacrifice himself pointlessly. Then the confrontation explodes into violence. The rescuer's other hand swings in a devastating arc, sound effect knobble marking the brutal impact. His fist connects with the party member's face with bone-crushing force. The struck party member's head snaps back, body lifted off the ground by the sheer power of the blow. Multiple impact sounds emphasize the devastating strike as he's sent flying backward. GH! The party member screams, his cry of pain and shock erupting as he tumbles through the air. More sound effects mark his violent trajectory as he crashes to the cobblestone street, body bouncing and rolling from force. Right then, the other party members freeze, stunned by the sudden explosion of violence. Seeing their companion sent flying by a single punch, they find themselves thinking that whoever this rescuer is, he's far more dangerous than they anticipated. At that, the young man stands over the fallen party member, his posture radiating controlled fury. The rescuer recalls every moment of his own abandonment, channels that pain into righteous anger against people who represent everything wrong with the adventuring world's callous pragmatism. He thinks that words won't reach people this morally bankrupt. Sometimes violence is the only language cowards understand. The unconscious woman lies nearby, still unaware that her rescue has turned into a street brawl, that someone who knows exactly how painful abandonment feels has decided her betrayers need to be taught a lesson they won't forget. The young man stands with his back to the stunned party members, his posture radiating dismissive contempt. His shoulders show no tension, no concern about potential retaliation, just cold indifference to their presence. His voice cuts through the shocked silence with brutal finality. "Quit complaining and take a nap," he states, the words carrying both literal instruction and implied threat. Hearing himself dismiss them so casually, the rescuer makes clear the conversation is over. He thinks that these cowards don't deserve extended confrontation or moral debate. They deserve to be put down and forgotten. At that, the young man recalls the satisfying impact of his fist connecting with that party member's face, feels zero regret for the violence. Then his tone shifts, becoming darker and more menacing as he addresses the real issue. His profile appears in close-up, eyes shadowed, an expression deadly serious. "In that case," he begins, the pause heavy with threat. His demand comes sharp and uncompromising. "Tell me where you abandoned that girl." Right then, the party members stand frozen, processing this new development. One manages a confused, "Huh?" as they struggle to understand what he's asking. Another repeats dumbly, "Where she?" Seeing their confusion, the young man realizes they're not grasping the obvious. At that, he finds himself thinking that of course they don't immediately understand. To them, abandoning her was the end of the story, a completed transaction where they escaped and she became irrelevant. The concept that someone might actually go back for her hasn't occurred to their self-centered minds. The rescuer recalls carrying the unconscious woman out of the dungeon, feels the weight of responsibility. He accepted the moment he intervened. He thinks that getting her to safety was step one. But the mission isn't complete. There might be others in danger, evidence to collect, or simply the need to understand exactly what happened in that dungeon to prevent these cowards from spinning their own narrative. At that, his patience wears even thinner. The young man believes that every second these fools waste with confusion is time that could be spent addressing the situation properly, ensuring justice for what they did. His question hangs in the air, demand and threat combined, making absolutely clear that he expects an answer and won't accept deflection or delay. The three party members stand in shadow, their forms darkened and diminished. The woman among them, the apparent leader or spokesperson, speaks first, her tone defensive as she provides the information demanded. "Then take the second tunnel on the left." She explains, beginning to give directions. Another adds specifics. "Head to that fork and go right." Hearing them comply so quickly, the young man processes the location details while maintaining his intimidating presence. He thinks that their immediate cooperation confirms what he suspected. Cowards fold the moment someone stronger pushes back. At that, the rescuer commits the directions to memory, already planning his route back into the dungeon. The overhead view shows dungeon corridors, stone pathways branching in different directions, the kind of maze-like layout that defines deeper dungeon floors. The party's directions map out a specific path, second tunnel left, then right at the fork. Seeing this visualization, the young man understands he'll need to navigate carefully to reach the exact spot where they abandoned their teammate. Then the perspective shifts dramatically. The young man bursts into motion, his body a blur of speed as he charges forward. Sound effects dash mark his explosive acceleration. Speed lines emphasize his velocity as he races toward the dungeon entrance, wasting no time now that he has the information he needs. "I wouldn't ask for directions if I wasn't," he shouts back over his shoulder, answering the obvious question before it's fully voiced. Right then, one of the party members calls out, confusion evident. "Hey, are you actually going?" Seeing him sprint away without hesitation, they find themselves thinking that he wasn't bluffing or grandstanding. He genuinely intends to return to that dungeon location, presumably to verify their story or search for additional victims. At that, the party members realize the stranger is either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish, charging back into danger they just barely escaped from. The young man races through the streets, his determination absolute. The rescuer recalls the unconscious woman he pulled from the dungeon, thinks about whoever might still be trapped at that location the party fled from. He believes that whether there are more victims or just evidence of what really happened, going back is the only way to ensure justice and prevent these cowards from controlling the narrative. At that, his mind focuses on the task ahead, navigate to the second tunnel on the left, take the right fork, and discover whatever truth awaits at the scene of their betrayal. The young man finds himself thinking that people who've been abandoned understand certain obligations that others don't. The duty to go back, to not leave anyone behind, to prove that cruelty is inevitable or acceptable just because it's common. His figure disappears into the distance, leaving the stunned party members behind as he races to confront whatever they left in that dungeon. The perspective shifts to a different moment, a different person. A young woman with twin-tailed blonde hair stands in a dungeon corridor, her outfit a mix of adventurer's gear and almost whimsical styling, ribbons, a pleated skirt, thigh-high socks. Her expression shows cheerful determination despite her surroundings, a brightness that seems incongruous with the danger around her. Sound effects THOM echo through the corridor behind her, heavy impacts suggesting large creatures or multiple monsters approaching. The woman glances back toward the sounds, her face showing concern but not panic. Small sweat drops appear near her temple, visual indicators of stress building despite her brave front. Her internal thoughts surface, revealing the desperate reality beneath a composed exterior. It's impossible. Hearing herself acknowledge this truth, the young woman feels fear creeping in despite her efforts to stay positive. She thinks that the situation has deteriorated beyond her ability to handle alone, that whatever's pursuing her represents a threat she can't overcome through determination alone. At that, she recalls how confident she felt joining that party earlier today, how eager she was to prove herself as a capable adventurer. Her thoughts continue with mounting desperation. I can't defeat so many by myself. Right then, the full scope of her predicament becomes clear. The woman understands she's been left to face a horde of monsters alone, abandoned by the party that was supposed to protect her. Seeing the corridor stretching ahead with no allies in sight, she realizes that her first day with this new group has become a nightmare of betrayal and imminent danger. At that, she finds herself thinking about the party members who fled, wonders if they feel any guilt for what they've done, or if she was always just expendable to them. The young woman recalls their panic retreat, the moment she understood they weren't coming back for her, the crushing realization that she'd been deliberately left behind as a distraction. The monsters draw closer, their heavy footfalls reverberating through the stone corridor. The woman's cheerful demeanor cracks slightly as survival instinct wars with shock at her abandonment. She thinks that this can't be how her adventuring career ends, alone in a dungeon, betrayed by people she trusted, overwhelmed by enemies she can't defeat. But even as fear threatens to paralyze her, something in her expression suggests she's not giving up entirely. The young woman finds herself thinking that maybe, somehow, there's still a way out of this impossible situation. A monster lunges at the young woman, a grotesque creature with blade-like appendages and a skeletal face, its form twisted and aggressive. The sound slice cuts through the air as it attacks, its weapon limb seeking to end her life. Speed lines emphasize the deadly velocity of its assault. The woman swings her own weapon defensively, the clash creating explosive impact effects. Her voice rings out with desperate determination. I don't want to die yet. Hearing herself scream this defiance, she feels adrenaline surge through her body. She thinks that survival instinct overrides everything else. Fear, betrayal, even the rational assessment that she can't win. At that, the young woman forces her weapon against the monster's attack, muscles straining as she tries to create separation. Stay back! Stay back! She shouts, her voice climbing with panic as more monsters press in around her. Right then, another creature appears, forcing her to retreat. The sound, but marks her desperate attempt to hold ground that's rapidly becoming indefensible. She swings again, managing to drive one monster back momentarily, but her internal voice acknowledges a grim reality. But I'll die if I don't do something. Seeing the monsters multiply around her, the young woman understands that defensive fighting only delays the inevitable. At that, she makes a calculation every cornered fighter eventually faces. Stand and die fighting or run and maybe survive. The perspective shifts to show her face in close-up, eyes wide with terror and desperate hope. Tears threaten the corners as she makes her plea to an empty dungeon, knowing no one will answer but unable to stop herself from asking. Somebody, please come before my magic barrier. Her thoughts begin, clinging to the fragile protection that's all that stands between her and death. Then the crushing reality runs out. Right then, the young woman feels her magical barrier flickering. energy depleting with each monster strike it absorbs. She thinks that once this defensive spell fails, she'll have nothing but her own limited combat skills against a horde that's already proven too much for her. At that, she recalls the party members who abandoned her, wonders bitterly if they're safely outside the dungeon now, celebrating their escape while she fights for her life alone. The monsters close in, their grotesque forms surrounding her shrinking defensive perimeter. The woman finds herself thinking that her first dungeon expedition as part of a real party is ending in the worst possible way. Not heroic defeat in glorious battle, but desperate scrambling for survival after betrayal, magical defenses failing moment by moment, hope fading as fast as her mana reserves. But even as despair threatens to overwhelm her, that plea echoes in her mind. Somebody, please come. The young woman knows it's futile, knows she's alone, but can't quite let go of the desperate hope that somehow, impossibly, rescue might arrive before her barrier shatters and the monsters tear her apart. A figure bursts into the corridor with explosive speed, dramatic motion lines emphasizing their velocity. The young man from earlier races through the dungeon with single-minded determination, his expression intense and focused as he navigates the stone passages following the directions he extracted from the cowardly party. The young woman's face appears in close-up, her eyes widening as she registers the sound of approaching footsteps. Different from the monster's heavy thuds, these are human, purposeful, coming fast. Her expression shows a flicker of desperate hope breaking through her fear. She thinks, barely daring to believe. Then recognition begins. Big. Her voice catches. Sis? Right then, the full scene explodes with dramatic intensity. Speed lines radiate outward in all directions as the young man charges into the battle zone, his arrival accompanied by sheer kinetic energy. His internal monologue thunders with righteous fury as he witnesses exactly what that party left behind. Anyone who would abandon their comrade when push comes to shove has no right to be in a party. His thoughts roar, each word carrying the weight of personal experience and moral conviction. Then he adds with visceral disgust, "Damn it, bait." Hearing himself process what he's seeing, the young man feels his anger crystallize into cold determination. He thinks that finding the abandoned woman surrounded by monsters, her magical barrier flickering, her strength nearly spent. It confirms everything he suspected about that party's cruelty. At that, the rescuer recalls his own abandonment by the hero party, recognizes a fundamental difference between being kicked out and being deliberately fed to monsters. Seeing the young woman fighting desperately against a horde, the young man realizes she called out "Big Sis" in her moment of hope, mistaking his arrival for someone else, perhaps family she wished would save her. The moment of confusion doesn't slow him down. If anything, it makes the situation more heartbreaking. At that, he processes a full tactical picture. Multiple monsters, exhausted victim, failing defenses. The young man finds himself thinking that he's arrived just in time, that minutes later would have been too late, that the party's timeline for her death was horrifyingly accurate. His charge continues, closing the distance between himself and the surrounded woman. The rescuer believes that whatever happens next, she won't die alone and abandoned in this dungeon. He'll make sure that, even if he has to fight through every monster here to prove that not everyone in the adventuring world is a self-serving coward. The dramatic arrival marks a turning point, the moment when the young woman's desperate plea for rescue receives an impossible answer. The young woman fights desperately, her weapon flashing as she tries to keep the monsters at bay. Grotesque creatures press in from all sides, blade-limb horrors and twisted dungeon dwellers closing the circle around her. Sound effects, THOM, mark each heavy impact as monster attacks hammer against her weakening magical barrier. ST, stay back. She stammers, her voice trembling with exhaustion and fear. Hearing herself plead with monsters that can't understand or care, the young woman feels her strength waning. She thinks that her arms are getting heavy, her magical reserves nearly depleted, her options running out with every passing second. At that, another creature lunges and she barely manages to deflect it, the impact sending shock waves through her tired body. "I don't want to die," she whispers, the words carrying all her terror and desperate will to survive. Right then, her barrier flickers more visibly, the protective magic wavering as her mana approaches zero. Seeing the shimmer of failing enchantment, The young woman understands she is maybe seconds before the barrier collapses completely and the monsters overwhelm her. The perspective shift to show her face in extreme close-up, tears streaming down her cheeks as hope fades. Her expression shows someone facing the end, calling out for the one person she wishes could save her. Big. Her voice breaks. Sis. She continues, the word of prayer to someone who isn't here, who can't help her, who she'll never see again. At that, the young woman recalls her older sister, someone strong, capable, the kind of adventurer who would never have been trapped like this. She thinks that if her sister were here, these monsters wouldn't stand a chance. But her sister isn't here. No one is. She's completely, utterly alone as death closes in. The monsters sense her weakening defense, pressing their advantage with renewed aggression. The young woman finds herself thinking that this is how it ends. Not in glorious battle or noble sacrifice, but in a lonely dungeon corridor, abandoned by her party, calling out for family who will never know what happened to her. Her magical barrier continues to flicker, each flash dimmer than the last, counting down a moment when nothing will stand between her and the creatures that want her dead. The dungeon corridor explodes with motion. A blade flashes through the air with devastating speed, carving arcs of destruction to the monster horde. Speed lines radiate outward in all directions as the young man crashes into battle with overwhelming force, his sword cutting through creatures before they can even react. Monster bodies fly apart, the sound of steel meeting flesh punctuating the chaos. The young woman's wide eyes reflect the sudden carnage as someone impossibly miraculously tears through her attackers with practiced efficiency. She watches in stunned disbelief as the creatures that were seconds away from killing her are systematically dismantled. The young man moves like a whirlwind, his blade never stopping, each strike flowing into the next with fluid mastery. His expression shows fierce concentration as he positions himself between the young woman and the remaining monsters, creating a protective barrier with his body and sword. Right then, the young woman's vision focuses on her rescuer's back, a stranger who charged into mortal danger to save someone he's never met. Seeing him fight with such intensity, she finds herself thinking that this can't be real, that people don't actually do this, that heroes who arrive at the last possible second only exist in stories. The sound, TUP, marks the young man's feet hitting the ground as he lands from a particularly devastating strike. His posture shows readiness in the next attack, sword raised, body coiled like a spring ready to unleash more violence on anything that threatens the person behind him. At that, the young woman realizes her barrier can finally drop. She's no longer alone, no longer the sole target, no longer second from death. She thinks that whoever this person is, whatever brought them here, they've just saved her life when everyone else left her to die. The young man's silhouette dominates the frame, a dark figure standing between her and the monsters, his presence transforming her hopeless last stand into something that might actually be survivable. The young woman finds herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, she's going to live through this nightmare after all. The young woman stands behind her rescuer, her twin-tailed hair slightly disheveled from the desperate fighting. Her expression shows a mix of relief and lingering fear as she processes what's happening. The young man crouches before her in a defensive stance, his sword ready, body positioned protectively between her and the remaining monsters. His voice cuts through the chaos with calm authority. Focus on the magic barrier. Hearing this command, the young woman snaps back to alertness. She thinks that he's right. Her nearly depleted barrier is still their best defense, and letting it collapse completely would be a tactical mistake. At that, she nods and begins concentrating on maintaining the protective spell, drawing on whatever mana reserve she has left. The young man's voice continues, steady and confident. I'll handle the orcs. Right then, the tactical division becomes clear. Seeing him take command so naturally, the young woman realizes he's assessed the situation in seconds and formulated a plan that plays to both their strengths. She thinks that he'll handle the offensive combat, while she provides offensive support, a proper party dynamic emerging from chaos. At that, she focuses her attention on the magical barrier, feeling it stabilized somewhat now that she's not simultaneously trying to fight and defend. The young woman finds herself thinking that having someone competent watching her back changes everything. The impossible situation suddenly feels manageable. The young man shifts his weight, preparing to engage the remaining monsters. His posture shows confidence born from experience, the stance of someone who's faced worse odds and survived. Seeing the creatures before him, orcs, based on his identification, he calculated approach angles and strike patterns with practiced ease. The young woman maintains her barrier, watching her rescuer's back as he prepares to demonstrate exactly why charging into a dungeon alone to save a stranger wasn't the suicidal act it should have been. She thinks that whoever this person is, they fight like someone who's done this countless times before, someone who knows exactly how capable they are. Their impromptu partnership forms in the dungeon corridor, stranger and rescue combining skills to survive what should have been certain death. The young man explodes into motion, his form becoming a blur as he charges the orcs. The sound dash punctuates his explosive acceleration, speed lines trailing his movement as he closes a distance with devastating velocity. An orc barely has time to register the threat before he's upon it. The young woman watches from her position, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and confusion. Her hands remain raised, maintaining the magical barrier as instructed, but her attention is locked on her rescuer's display of combat prowess. "Oh, okay," she responds, her voice carrying uncertainty despite her compliance. Hearing herself agree, the young woman focuses on channeling her remaining mana into the barrier. She thinks that following his instructions makes sense tactically, but something about the situation doesn't quite add up. At that, she watches him engage the monsters with fluid swordsmanship, his blade carving through their defenses with practiced ease. The young man's profile appears in sharp detail, his expression focused and intense as he fights. His movements show the refined technique of someone who's dedicated years to mastering the blade, each strike purposeful and efficient. Magical energy seems to shimmer around him faintly, though the young woman can't quite identify what she's seeing. Her thoughts surface with growing confusion. "I don't know this mage, no." Then recognition shifts. Is he a swordsman? Right then, the young woman realizes her rescuer's combat style doesn't fit neatly into the category she understands. Seeing him fight with pure blade work, she assumes he must be a swordsman class. But something feels off about that classification. She thinks that his movements carry a fluidity and power that seems enhanced beyond normal physical capability, as if magic is involved despite the lack of obvious spellcasting. At that, she continues observing while maintaining her barrier, try to understand exactly what kind of adventure just saved her life. The young woman finds herself thinking that he's clearly experienced and powerful, but his approach to combat seems different from the pure specialist she's encountered before. Not quite a traditional swordsman, not quite a mage, something in between that defies easy categorization. The battle continues as her mysterious rescuer systematically dismantles the orc threat, proving that whatever his class or style, he's more than capable of handling the monsters that nearly killed her moment ago. The young man's hands move in a blur, fingers tracing patterns in the air as magical energy coalesces around them. His expression shows intense concentration as he begins casting, the sound whimper marking the gathering of mana. Light erupts from his palms, swirling with arcane power. "Finesse up," he commands, his voice clear and strong as the first enchantment takes hold. Hearing himself cast support magic, the young man feels familiar energy flow through his body. He thinks that this is a combination that makes him unique. Not just blade work, not just magic, but both woven together into something greater than either alone. At that, the finesse up buff settles into place, enhancing his dexterity and precision. But he's not finished. His hands move again, magical aura intensifying as he layers another enchantment on top of the first. The air around him shimmers with accumulated power. "Support magic! Strength up!" he declares, activating the second buff. Right then, enhanced strength surges through his muscles, amplify his physical capabilities far beyond their baseline. Seeing the magical energy read his form, the young man feels a familiar rush of self-buffing. The exponential power increase that comes from combining swordsmanship with enhancement magic. His internal narration provides context for his strategy. Just to be safe, I'll cast some support magic on my sword, too. At that, he channels magical energy directly into his blade. The weapon begins to glow with arcane light, the steel itself becoming a conduit for enchantment. The young man thinks that triple layering buffs, personal finesse, personal strength, and weapon enhancement, creates overwhelming combat advantage for the short window they're active. The perspective shows his determined profile as the enchantments complete, magical energy swirling around both his body and his weapon. Seeing himself fully buffed and ready, the young man recalls countless battles where this exact combination turned impossible odds into manageable challenges. At that, he prepares to demonstrate the true potential of a jack-of-all-trades who's mastered the art of self-enhancement. The young man finds himself thinking that these orcs are about to learn why versatility becomes devastating when properly applied. He's not just a swordsman with some magic tricks. He's a fighter who can temporarily elevate himself to levels that pure specialists can't match through buffs alone. The enchantments settle fully into place, turning him into a temporarily supercharged warrior, ready to end this fight decisively. The young man's blade erupts with magical radiance as one final enchantment takes hold. His sword gleams with supernatural sharpness, the edge becoming more than mere steel. It's now a weapon enhanced to cut through anything in its path. "Sharpness up," he commands, completing his buff sequence. The sound shing screams through the air as his now triple buff, magically enhanced sword cuts forward. Speed lines blur across the panel as he moves with enhanced finesse, strikes with enhanced strength, using a blade enhanced to supernatural sharpness. The combination creates devastating offensive capability that transcends what any single specialization could achieve. Hearing himself complete the final buff, the young man feels the full power of his hybrid combat style activate. He thinks that this is what the hero party never fully appreciated: the synergy of multiple enhancements stacking, creating geometric rather than arithmetic power increases. At that, he launches into his assault with confidence born from knowing exactly how effective he's become in these buff moments. The young woman watches from behind, her eyes going wide with shock and comprehension. Her face shows complete astonishment as understanding finally clicks into place. "He can use support magic too," she exclaims internally, her thoughts racing. Then she adds a stunned. Right then, the pieces fall together in her mind. Seeing him cast multiple support spells while wielding a sword with expert skill, the young woman realizes her rescuer isn't a pure swordsman or a pure mage. He's both simultaneously. She thinks that she's never seen anyone fight like this, combining disciplines that are usually kept separate, creating a combat style that defies traditional categorization. An orc charges forward, its grotesque form filling the frame as it attacks with brutal aggression. The creature's face shows savage fury, tusks bared, weapon raised to strike down this buff warrior who dares challenge it. At that, the young man meets the orc's charge head-on. His buff body moves with supernatural speed and precision, his enhanced strength driving his magically sharpened blade through the monster's defenses. The young woman watches in amazement as her rescuer demonstrates exactly why being a jack-of-all-trades becomes terrifying when those trades are wielded in perfect harmony. The orc has no idea it's already lost, facing not a normal swordsman but someone who's temporarily elevated themselves to levels that pure martial skill alone could never reach. The orc's grotesque face fills the frame, all tusks and fury as it lunges forward with murderous intent. Its massive form towers over the young man, weapon raised to crush him, but the buffed warrior doesn't retreat. Instead, he surges forward to meet the charge. The sound grab explodes across the panel as the young man's hand shoots out with supernatural speed, seizing the orc's weapon arm mid-swing. His enhanced strength allows him to stop the massive creature's attack cold, fingers digging into thick green flesh with crushing force. The orc's expression shifts from aggression to shock as it realizes it's been caught. Speed lines radiate outward as the young man uses his grip to redirect the orc's momentum, his finesse-up buff allowing perfect control of the larger opponent's mass. His movements flow with practiced efficiency, turning the creature's strength against itself. Then his profile appears in close-up, eyes sharp and analytical as he processes a tactical situation. His expression shows focused calculation rather than fear or excitement. This is work, not sport. There are 13 orcs. He observes, his mental count precise and instant. Hearing himself tally the enemies, the young man feels no concern about the numbers. He thinks that 13 orcs will be overwhelming for most solo adventurers, potentially dangerous even for small parties. At that, his enhanced body moves through combat calculations automatically, already planning engagement sequences and priority targets. His thoughts continue with grim understanding. It's no wonder a low-ranked party would run away, but... Right then, the young man acknowledges a tactical reality that drove the cowardly party's decision, seeing 13 orcs from their perspective. Inexperienced, poorly coordinated, probably underleveled for this dungeon depth. He realizes fleeing made sense for them. The problem wasn't running from superior numbers. The problem was sacrificing a teammate to facilitate that escape. At that, he tightens his grip on the orc he's caught, his buff strength more than sufficient to control the struggling creature. The young man finds himself thinking that context matters. Running from a fight you can't win is smart tactics, but leaving someone behind as bait transforms survival instinct into moral failure. His enhanced blade remains ready, magical sharpness gleaming, as he prepares to demonstrate the difference between a low-ranked party facing 13 orcs and a level 94 jack-of-all-trades who's just activated multiple combat buffs. The young woman watches from behind her barrier, still processing the revelation that her rescuer can somehow do everything. Fight like a swordsman, cast like a mage, and dominate enemies that send her entire party fleeing in terror. The 13 orcs have no idea they're not facing prey. They're facing an apex predator who's decided their existence ends here. The young man becomes a whirlwind of destruction. His buff body moves through the orc horde like a force of nature, blade carving devastating arcs through monster flesh. Speed lines spiral around him in a vortex pattern as he spins, cuts, and flows through the battle with supernatural grace. Orc bodies fly through the air, separated from their weapons, their lives, their very coherence as organized matter. The triple buff combination, finesse up for a perfect precision, strength up for overwhelming power, sharpness up for his blade to cut through anything, creates a combat effectiveness that transcends what any single specialization could achieve. His internal voice rings with absolute confidence. I can deal with them on my own. Hearing himself declare this truth, the young man feels vindication surge through him alongside the magical enhancements. He thinks that this is what being a jack-of-all-trades means when executed properly. Not inadequacy across multiple disciplines, but the ability to become a complete warrior who doesn't need others to cover his weaknesses. At that, his blade continues its deadly work, each strike amplified by magic to levels that make mockery of the numerical advantage his enemies thought they had. The perspective pulls back dramatically, showing the full scope of the carnage. The young man stands at the center of an expanding circle of devastation, orc bodies scattered around him in various states of defeat. The dungeon floor shows the evidence of his enhanced combat. Deep gouges from magically sharpened strikes, impact craters from strength-enhanced blows, the precise efficiency of finesse-guided movements, leaving no wasted motion. Right then, the remaining orcs begin to hesitate, their primitive intelligence finally registering that this isn't a fight they can win. Seeing their companions fall so quickly, they find themselves facing something their instincts can't categorize. Not a pure warrior they could overwhelm with numbers, not a fragile mage they could rush down, but something that combines both into a terrifying whole. At that, the young man presses his advantage. His enhanced body continues the assault without pause, not giving creatures time to coordinate or retreat. He recalls the young woman behind him, remembers why he's here, channels his fury at the party that abandoned her into every strike that ends these monsters. The young woman watches from a protected position, maintaining her barrier, but hardly needing to as her rescuer systematically dismantles a threat that nearly killed her. She finds herself thinking that she's witnessing something rare, someone who truly has mastered multiple paths and woven them into devastating synergy rather than spreading themselves too thin across incomplete skill sets. The battle's outcome is no longer in question. It's just a matter of how quickly the buff jack-of-all-trades can finish turning 13 orcs into proof that versatility becomes overwhelming power when properly applied. The final orc falls with devastating finality, the sound shing marking the killing blow as the young man's enchanted blade carves through it. More sound effects emphasize the creature's collapse as it crumples to the dungeon floor, joining the scattered bodies of its companions. The young man stands amidst total devastation, his back to the young woman as he surveys the carnage. Orc corpses litter the corridor in every direction, some cleave in half, others bearing precision strikes through vital points, all testament to the overwhelming effectiveness of his buff combat style. His posture shows no exhaustion, no strain, just the calm readiness of someone who completed a task well within their capabilities. The young woman stares at the scene before her, eyes wide with shock and awe. Her face shows complete astonishment as she processes what she's just witnessed. A small appears, marking her speechlessness. This man... Her thoughts begin, struggling to form words adequate to describe what she's seen. Then the truth hits her with full force. Is way too strong. Hearing her own assessment, the young woman feels her understanding of power scales completely recalibrate. She thinks that 13 orcs, enough to send her entire party fleeing in terror, enough to corner and nearly kill her, were dispatched by this lone stranger with such efficiency it barely qualified as a fight. At that, she recalls her desperate struggle moments ago, how hopeless the situation felt, how certain she was that death had come. Another stunned. Escapes her thoughts as she continues processing the display of overwhelming capability. Right then, the young woman realizes several things simultaneously. Seeing him standing calmly amid the destruction, she understands that his arrival wasn't lucky timing. He came here deliberately, charged into this dungeon specifically to find her, face these monsters knowing exactly what he'd encounter. She thinks that someone this powerful doesn't accidentally save people. He chose to come back for someone his strength level didn't need to risk anything for. At that, she finds herself wondering who this person is. What drives someone so strong to care about the fate of a stranger left as monster bait by her own party? The young woman recalls calling out for her sister in her moment of desperation, remembers mistaking his footsteps for rescue by someone she knew. But this stranger proved more reliable than the party she actually joined. The corridor falls silent, except for the sound of her maintained barrier and his steady breathing. The young woman thinks that she owes this man her life, that without his intervention she'd be dead on this dungeon floor, another casualty of the brutal pragmatism that governs high-level adventuring. The jack of all trades has proven his worth in the most decisive way possible, not through argument or explanation, but through overwhelming demonstration that versatility becomes devastating when mastered rather than merely dabbled in. The young man approaches the young woman, his footsteps steady against the stone floor. His expression shows concern as he looks her over, checking for injuries. The sound, Peto, marks his gentle touch as he examines her condition. Are you okay? It doesn't look like you're hurt. He observes, his voice carrying relief mixed with caution. Hearing his concern, the young woman feels tears prickling at her eyes. She thinks that after everything, the betrayal, the terror, the certainty of death, someone is actually asking if she's all right. At that, she tries to compose herself, aware that she's still sitting on the dungeon floor surrounded by orc corpses. The young man continues, his tone pragmatic, but I'll cast heal just to be safe. Right then, he begins preparing another spell, demonstrating yet another skill in his seemingly endless repertoire. Seeing him ready healing magic on top of combat buffs and expert swordsmanship, the young woman finds herself thinking that there's apparently nothing this person can't do. His hand glows with restorative energy, the sound phew, marking the gentle release of healing magic. The warm light washes over her, knitting minor scrapes and soothing the exhaustion from her desperate battle. The young woman's thoughts surface, simple and profound. I'm alive. Hearing herself acknowledge this basic truth, she feels the full weight of what just happened crash down. She thinks that minutes ago she was certain she'd die in this corridor, that her adventure would end on her first real expedition, that no one would ever know what happened to her. At that, the relief of survival mingles with shock at how close she came to the alternative. A small sound slump marks her body finally relaxing, the tension that kept her fighting draining away now that safety has arrived. The young man catches her gently, supporting her weight as the adrenaline crash hits. Then she looks up at her rescuer's face. His expression shows a small smile, not smug or self-satisfied, just genuine pleasure that he arrived in time. The sound grin appears, emphasizing his relief at her survival. Seeing that smile, the young woman feels something shift inside her chest. At that, her face appears in close-up, eyes shimmering with unshed tears and overwhelming emotion. She thinks that the stranger risks his life to save hers, charged into mortal danger for someone he'd never met. and now smiles with simple gladness that she's alive. The young woman finds herself thinking that she doesn't even know his name, has no idea who he is or why he came back for her, but in this moment she knows with absolute certainty that she owes him everything, her life, her future. Whatever possibilities exist for her beyond this dungeon corridor exist only because he decided one abandoned stranger was worth saving. The dam breaks. The young woman's face crumples as tears stream down her cheeks, all the terror and relief and overwhelming emotion finally bursting free. She brings both hands to her face, cover her eyes as she openly weeps, her small frame shaking with the force of her sobs. "I was so scared," she cries out, her voice breaking with the admission. Hearing herself finally voice the fear she'd been holding back, the young woman feels catharsis wash over her alongside the tears. She thinks that she can finally let it out. The certainty of death, the betrayal of her party, the hopeless desperation of fighting alone against impossible odds. At that, her cry intensifies, months or years of trying to be brave as an adventure collapsing in the face of how close she came to dying. The young man watches her break down, his expression showing uncertainty and awkwardness. His profile reveals someone clearly uncomfortable with emotional displays, unsure how to respond to a crying stranger he just saved. What does one do? His thoughts begin, fumbling for the right response. Then he continues with mounting confusion. At a time like this? Right then, the young man realizes that fighting monsters is far simpler than handling the aftermath of trauma and rescue. Seeing her sob openly, he finds himself thinking that he has no experience with this, no template for comforting someone who's just survived certain death. At that, he recalls his own abandonment by the hero party. Painful and humiliating, but at least he wasn't left to die. This girl experienced something worse, and he has no idea what words or actions might help. His expression shows genuine concern mixed with helplessness. The young man thinks that he can cast healing magic for physical wounds, can buff himself to fight any monster, can navigate dungeons and plan tactics, but watching someone cry because they're alive when they shouldn't be is completely outside his skill set. At that, he remains frozen in uncertainty, wanting to help but having no idea how. The young woman continues crying, releasing all the fear and trauma in great heaving sobs, while her rescuer sits beside her in the orc-littered corridor, powerful enough to defeat 13 monsters alone, but utterly at a loss for how to comfort one crying girl. The moment crystallizes the limitation of pure capability. Strength can save lives, but it can't erase the psychological wounds that near-death experiences create. The young man finds himself wishing there was a support spell for emotional damage, some buff that could help her process trauma as easily as his heal spell mended her physical injuries. The young man reaches out gently, his hand coming to rest on top of the young woman's head in a comforting gesture. His touch is careful, almost hesitant, but warm. The young woman looks up at him through tear-filled eyes, her expression showing vulnerability and fragile hope. His voice comes soft and understanding. "Of course that's scary." Hearing his acknowledgement, the young woman feels validation wash over her. She thinks that he's not telling her to stop crying or be brave. He's simply recognizing that what she experienced was terrifying, that her fear is legitimate and understandable. At that, fresh tears spill down her cheeks, but they feel different now, less like panic and more like release. The perspective widens to show them both kneeling on the dungeon floor amid the scattered orc corpses. The young man keeps his hand gently on her head, offering what comfort he can, while she remains hunched over with her emotions raw and exposed. His thoughts continue with empathy born from personal experience, getting abandoned by your companions in a situation like that. Right then, the young man recalls his own abandonment, Oliver's cold dismissal, Annery's mocking cruelty, the united front of his former party, deciding he wasn't worth keeping. He thinks that his experience was humiliating and painful, but at least they kicked him out in relative safety, gave him the chance to walk away and rebuild. At that, he recognizes that what happened to this girl was infinitely worse. Not just rejection, but deliberate sacrifice, being left as living bait so others could escape. Seeing her cry, the young man understands that she's processing not just fear of death, but the crushing betrayal of people she trusted. He thinks that party bonds are supposed to mean something, that adventurers rely on each other for survival. that being deliberately abandoned by those who should protect you cuts deeper than any monster's blade. At that, his hand remains steady on her head, offering silent support. The young man finds himself thinking that maybe he doesn't need the right words. Maybe just being here, acknowledging her pain, not dismissing her trauma as weakness, is enough. He recalls how alone he felt after the hero party kicked him out, wonders if having someone validate his pain might have helped during those dark hours in the inn. The young woman's sobs begin to quiet slightly, her breathing becoming less ragged as the immediate emotional storm passes. She thinks that this stranger, whose name she still doesn't know, seems to genuinely understand what she's been through in a way her actual party never did. The dungeon corridor holds two people connected by shared experience of abandonment, one comforting the other with simple presence and recognition that yes, what happened was terrible, and yes, being scared is the only reasonable response. The young woman's tear-filled eyes appear in close-up, wide and glistening as she looks up at her rescuer. Her expression shows raw emotion and gratitude breaking to the fear and trauma. The young man realizes what he's doing and quickly pulls his hand back, his expression shifting to awkward embarrassment. His profile shows someone suddenly self-conscious about the intimate gesture. He stammers, clearly flustered, hearing himself fumble for words. The young man thinks that he got too familiar with a stranger, that the comforting head pat crossed some boundary he should have been more careful about. At that, he searches for something to say that might excuse his forwardness. "Oh, sorry. I touched your head without thinking." He apologizes, his tone carrying genuine regret for the presumption. The sound, Wayenke, emphasizes his hasty withdrawal, pulling his hand away quickly. His awkwardness radiates through his posture as he tries to create proper distance. But the young woman's response stops him completely. Her face fills the frame, eyes still wet with tears but expression transformed by overwhelming gratitude and emotion. "Thank you so much," she says, her voice trembling with sincerity. Then she adds what matters most. "For saving me." Right then, the young man feels the weight of those words. Hearing her genuine thanks, he recalls his internal debate about whether to get involved, remembers his thoughts about how the situation hit too close to home. At that, he realizes that whatever awkwardness exists between them now, the fundamental truth remains. She's alive because he chose to come back, and that choice mattered more than anything else. The young woman bows slightly despite still sitting on the ground, her posture showing deep respect and gratitude. Her internal thoughts surface alongside her spoken thanks. "I thought I was done for and had half given up," she admits, acknowledging how close she came to losing hope entirely. Seeing her bow to him, the young man understands that she's not just thanking him for the rescue itself, but for proving that not everyone in the adventuring world operates by the cruel pragmatism that left her die. He thinks that sometimes the most important thing you can do is show up when someone's been abandoned, prove that betrayal isn't inevitable just because it's common. At that, he finds himself thinking about his own journey. Kicked from a hero party yesterday, training solo in a dungeon this morning, and now saving a stranger's life this afternoon. The young man realizes that maybe being a jack-of-all-trades who operates alone isn't a limitation, but an opportunity to help people that specialized party members wouldn't prioritize. The young woman's gratitude hangs in the air between them, sincere and profound, transforming an awkward moment into something meaningful despite the dungeon's setting and scattered orc corpses surrounding their conversation. The young woman's face radiates pure joy, eyes closed and expression showing genuine happiness despite the tears still glistening on her cheeks. Her smile is bright and unguarded, the relief and gratitude transforming her features completely. Small sparkles appear around her, visual indicators of her emotional state, lifting from despair to overwhelming thankfulness. The young man's profile appears in the corner, his expression softening as he watches her reaction. His awkwardness from a moment ago seems to fade slightly in the face of her sincere emotion. "So," he begins, his voice carrying gentleness. "You're welcome." He responds simply to her thanks. Hearing his humble acceptance, the young woman feels her heart swell even more. She thinks that he's not making a big deal of what he did, not demanding praise or recognition, just accepting her gratitude with quiet grace. At that, her smile grows even brighter. Then she continues, her voice trembling with the intensity of her emotion. "I was overjoyed when you came to save me." Right then, the full weight of her relief pours out. Seeing him appear in that corridor when she'd given up hope, when death seemed certain, when she'd resigned herself to dying alone and abandoned, that moment of impossible rescue crystallized into pure joy. She thinks that she'll never forget the sound of his footsteps, the way he burst into battle, how he positioned himself between her and the monsters without hesitation. At that, the young man listens to her express this overwhelming emotion, feeling something shift in his own chest. He recalls his internal debate about whether to get involved, his thoughts about how the situation hit too close to home. Seeing her joy at being saved, he realizes that whatever pain drove him to intervene, the result was worth it. One person who should have died is alive and grateful for that life. The young woman's expression shows she's not just thanking him for the rescue, but for restoring her faith that not everyone in the world operates by cruel pragmatism. She finds herself thinking that the stranger-proved kindness still exists, that some people will risk themselves for others even when there's no obligation or benefit. That being abandoned doesn't mean you deserve abandonment. The dungeon corridor, filled with orc corpses and the evidence of desperate battle, becomes a setting for a moment of pure human connection, gratitude flowing freely from someone who's been given back her future. The young woman's expression shifts as her ears pick up ominous sounds echoing through the dungeon corridors. Her face shows concern returning as reality intrudes on their brief moment of emotional connection. It seems other monsters are approaching. "Let's get out of here," she says, her voice carrying urgency mixed with renewed wariness. Hearing the approaching sounds, the young man nods in agreement. He thinks that lingering in a dungeon corridor surrounded by fresh corpses is asking for trouble. The scent of blood and combat will draw every predator in the area. At that, he moves to help her stand, preparing for their exit. The perspective shows them both getting to their feet. The young woman still a bit unsteady from her ordeal, but determined to move. Distant sounds suggest movement in the shadows. More monsters drawn by the noise of battle, converging on their location. The young man leads the way, his posture alert and protective as they begin navigating back through the dungeon. The young woman follows close behind, her earlier terror giving way to cautious hope now that she has a capable protector guiding her to safety. "Okay," her voice rings out, carrying determination despite everything she's been through. Right then, their hands clasp together, his reaching back to ensure she stays close, hers grasping his with trust and reliance. The contact is practical rather than romantic, a lifeline connecting rescuer and rescued as they make their escape. At that, they move through the stone corridors with purpose. The young man thinks that getting her out safely is his primary objective now, that the rescue isn't complete until she's beyond the dungeon entrance. He recalls the teleportation crystal system, but decides against using it. Better to maintain full control of their route in case they encounter more threats. The young woman follows his lead without question, finding herself thinking that she's placing complete faith in this stranger whose name she still doesn't know. She thinks that yesterday she trusted her party completely and they abandoned her to die. Today she trusts someone she just met, and he's guiding her to safety. The contrast couldn't be more stark. Their footsteps echo through the corridors as they navigate toward the exit, leaving behind the orc corpses and the site of her near-death experience. The young woman finds herself wondering what happens next. Once they're out of the dungeon, once the immediate danger passes, what becomes of this connection forged in desperation and rescue? But for now, those questions can wait. Her hand remains firmly in his as they make their way toward daylight and safety. They emerge from the dungeon into daylight, the entrance's stone archway framing their exit. The young woman pauses just outside, turning back to face her rescuer one final time. Her expression shows deep gratitude as she prepares to part ways with the stranger who saved her life. Once again, "Thank you so much for saving me," she says, bowing deeply with genuine appreciation. Hearing her thanks repeated, the young man feels a mix of satisfaction and awkwardness. He thinks that he did what needed doing, nothing more, but her gratitude makes the effort feel meaningful. At that, he prepares to respond, to accept her thanks and go their separate ways. The young woman straightens from her bow, suddenly realizing they've been through this entire ordeal without basic introductions. A marker reading Dungeon Entrance appears in the background as other adventurers pass by, going about their business. "Excuse me," she calls out, stopping him before he can leave. The young man pauses, glancing back with mild curiosity. His posture suggests he's ready to depart, but willing to hear what she needs to say. "Well, heading off," he states simply, assuming their business is concluded. But then the young woman's voice carries both embarrassment and determination as she addresses a glaring omission in their interaction. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" she asks, recognizing the absurdity of being rescued by someone whose name she doesn't even know. Right then, she takes a proper stance, hands clasped in front of her as she offers a formal introduction. Her face shows a mix of nervousness and earnest sincerity, wanting to properly acknowledge the person who saved her life. "My name is Sophia Claudel," she announces, finally giving identity to the girl who was nearly left as monster bait. At that, the young man processes this information. Hearing her name, Sophia Claudel, he thinks that she's real now, not just an abstract victim of party cruelty, but an actual person with identity and presumably a life she'll return to. He recalls how he thought of her initially as just that girl, or the abandoned party member, realizes that knowing her name makes the rescue feel more personal somehow. Sophia stands in the daylight, her adventurous outfit still showing signs of the desperate battle, but her expression bright and hopeful despite everything. She finds herself thinking that giving her name feels important, like acknowledging that she exists as more than just a rescued victim, that this encounter meant something beyond simple survival. The dungeon entrance bustles with activity behind them as other parties come and go, but in this moment, Sophia waits for her rescuer's response, hoping he'll share his own name in return and make their connection something more than anonymous rescue and rescued. A decorative emblem appears, an ornate crest featuring a crescent moon and what appears to be a flame or magical symbol, surrounded by elegant scrollwork. The design suggests noble lineage or prestigious family background, the kind of heraldry that carries weight in adventuring circles. Sophia's expression brightens with pride as she continues her introduction. "And that crest, there's no way." Hearing her reference the crest, the young man, Oren, processes this additional information. He thinks that family crests usually indicate nobility or established adventuring dynasties, which makes her abandonment even more shocking. At that, he realizes her party likely knew exactly who she was when they left her to die. Oren's voice cuts through, humble and matter-of-fact. "Sorry I didn't give my name either. I'm Oren Dura." Right then, Sophia repeats his name, testing how it sounds. "Claudel," she murmurs, then her face shifts to recognition. "Oren," she continues, her expression showing she's committing it to memory. Oren watches her reaction, his posture showing he's ready to leave now that introductions are complete. His expression carries no expectation of further interaction. As far as he's concerned, the rescue is done and they can go their separate ways. But Sophia's face transforms with delight, eyes sparkling as she processes his name. Her hands clasped together in front of her chest, expression radiating warmth and appreciation. "What a lovely name," she says sincerely, her smile genuine and bright. Then she tries it again, rolling the syllables. "Oren." Hearing her compliment his name with such genuine pleasure, Oren feels unexpected awkwardness. He thinks that she's being overly friendly for someone he just met. That lovely name seems like excessive praise for the simple identifier his parents gave him. At that, he shifts his weight slightly, unsure how to respond to her enthusiasm. Sophia continues beaming at him, clearly delighted to finally know her rescuer's name. She finds herself thinking that Oren Dura suits him somehow, straightforward but memorable, just like how he charged into danger without hesitation to save a stranger. The name feels right for someone who proved that not everyone in the adventuring world operates by cruel self-interest. Oren stands there, caught between wanting to escape this increasingly personal interaction and not wanting to be rude to someone he just saved. He recalls his own name, Oren Dura, former member of the Hero Party, now solo adventurer trying to forge his own path, and wonders what Sophia Claudel with her noble crest sees when she looks at the jack-of-all-trades who happened to be in the right place at the right time. Sophia's face lights up with sudden inspiration, her eyes sparkling with determination. She clasps her hands together in an earnest, pleading gesture, leaning forward slightly as she makes her request. "If you don't mind, as thanks." She begins, her voice carrying hopeful enthusiasm. Then she completes her offer. "Please let me treat you to dinner tonight." A small aside appears near her. "It won't be much, though." Hearing her invitation, Oren feels caught completely off guard. He thinks that he wasn't expecting gratitude to translate into social obligation, that dinner feels far more personal than a simple thank you and goodbye. At that, his expression shows visible confusion, a question mark practically appearing over his head. His reaction conveys wordlessly. Right then, Sophia continues pressing her case, her expression showing she won't take no for an answer easily. She thinks that after everything he did, risking his life to save hers, fighting 13 orcs alone, healing her injuries, the least she can do is buy him a meal. Oren's face appears in profile, his expression uncertain as he processes this unexpected development. His voice comes hesitant. Then he tries to decline politely. "Okay, then." But Sophia isn't finished. Her face shows earnest sincerity mixed with slight desperation as she explains her reasoning. "I didn't save you because I wanted anything." Oren begins, trying to establish that he has no expectations. Sophia interrupts before he can complete his refusal. "And you already thanked me." Then she adds with increasing emphasis, "But..." At that, her expression shows she has more to say, that his humble deflection isn't going to work. Seeing her determination, Oren realizes she's not offering dinner out of obligation alone. There's something else driving her insistence, some reason beyond simple gratitude that makes this meal important to her. The young woman finds herself thinking that she needs to properly express her thanks in a way that feels adequate rather than just words spoken outside a dungeon. She recalls how close she came to dying, how certain she was that her life was over, and wants to mark her survival with something meaningful. Sharing a meal with the person who made that survival possible. Oren stands there, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, but also aware that refusing too firmly might hurt someone who's already been through trauma today. He finds himself thinking that maybe accepting one dinner won't create complications, that he can eat, accept her thanks properly, and then they'll never see each other again. Sophia leans forward eagerly, her expression bright and hopeful as she tries to help her make a decision. Her hands gesture expressively as she offers suggestions. "If not, I have a restaurant I could recommend," she says, clearly prepared for any objection he might raise. Then she adds another option. "Have you decided on a place?" Hearing her persistent enthusiasm, Oren realizes she's already assumed his acceptance and moves straight to logistics. He thinks that somehow his hesitant, "Okay, then," got interpreted as agreement rather than the polite deflection he intended. At that, he finds himself boxed into a situation he didn't plan for. The perspective shift to show them both near the dungeon entrance, other adventurers passing in the background. Oren stands with slightly resigned posture, while Sophia radiates happiness. "Thank you so much." Sophia exclaims, her gratitude overflowing. A small aside appears. "I'll make sure I'll pay till the end, though." Right then, Oren accepts defeat. Seeing her joy at the prospect of buying him dinner, he realizes that refusing would be unnecessarily cruel after everything she's been through today. His voice carries resignation mixed with acceptance. "I guess I'll take you up on that." At that, Sophia's face transforms with pure delight, her eyes close with happiness, a bright smile spreading across her features as she processes his acceptance. Her hands clasped together in front of her chest, the picture of genuine pleasure. "I've already decided," she announces cheerfully, revealing she'd chosen a restaurant even before getting his agreement. Hearing this, Oren feels a mix of amusement and exasperation. He thinks that she basically planned this entire dinner before even asking him, that his acceptance was assumed from the start. At that, he realizes Sophia Claudel is more assertive than her earlier tears and vulnerability suggested. The final panel shows a street view with buildings, establishing the town's setting where this unexpected dinner date will take place. The perspective suggests transition, time passing as they move from dungeon entrance to wherever Sophia has decided they'll eat. Oren finds himself thinking that he went from solo dungeon training to reluctant dinner companion in the span of a few hours, that his plan to avoid complications and focus on self-improvement has already been derailed by one rescued noble girl with surprising determination. Sophia walks with renewed energy, her earlier trauma seemingly pushed aside by the excitement of properly thanking her rescuer. She thinks that she gets to spend more time with Oren, gets to learn about the mysterious jack-of-all-trades who saved her life, and maybe, just maybe, this dinner will be the start of something more than a single rescue in parting ways. They arrive at their destination, a well-maintained establishment with multi-story buildings visible in the background. The architecture suggests a respectable part of town, the kind of area where adventurers with money gather after successful expeditions. Street lamps line the path, creating an evening atmosphere. Sophia gestures enthusiastically toward the restaurant, her expression bright and welcoming. Her twin tails bounce with her energetic movement as she announces their arrival. "We're here," she declares cheerfully. Hearing her excitement, Oren glances at the establishment with mild curiosity. He thinks that the place looks decent enough, though he wonders what kind of restaurant a noble girl would consider appropriate for thanking her rescuer. At that, he notices details that suggest this isn't a casual tavern, but something more upscale. A sign comes into view, displaying the restaurant's emblem, the same crescent moon and flame crest that Sophia mentioned earlier. The symbol appears prominently, marking this as a Claudel family establishment or at least one affiliated with her clan. Oren's observation surfaces with growing realization. "I had a feeling based on her cloak's crest." His thoughts continue, piecing together the evidence. But there's no mistaking that Sophia is an eldest daughter with the Claudels when she's affiliated with a major clan. Then comes a full understanding. Just as I thought, she's a rabbit-affiliated eater. Right then, the implications settle in. Seeing the family crest displayed so prominently, Oren realizes Sophia comes from significant wealth and influence, the kind of background where casual dinners at family-affiliated restaurants are normal. He thinks that treating him to dinner probably means something very different for someone of her status than it would for a regular adventurer. Another panel shows the restaurant's interior or entrance in more detail, the elegant presentation making clear this is an upscale establishment. The quality speaks to the Claudel family's resources and standing in the community. A final observation appears. It's nothing but the food is really delicious. At that, Oren processes this entire situation. He finds himself thinking that he went from being kicked out of the hero party as inadequate to being treated to dinner at a noble family's restaurant by a grateful rescued heiress, all in the span of about 24 hours. The absurdity isn't lost on him. Sophia stands before the entrance, clearly proud to bring him to this place. She thinks that she wants to show proper appreciation, and that means bringing him somewhere that reflects how valuable his rescue was to her. The young woman finds herself hoping he'll appreciate the gesture rather than feeling uncomfortable about the obvious wealth disparity. Oren stands there, realizing he's about to have dinner with nobility at their family establishment, and wondering how his simple life as a solo jack-of-all-trades adventurer got this complicated this quickly. The perspective widens to show the full scope of the Claudel establishment, a large compound with multiple buildings, towering structures that speak of wealth and influence. The architecture is impressive, clearly more than just a restaurant but an entire family operation. Explanatory text provides context. They process and sell materials that adventurers bring back from dungeons. The narration continues, and some even run restaurants or general stores. This is one such place. Hearing this information, Oren processes the scale of the Claudel family's business operations. He thinks that they've created a complete vertical integration, processing dungeon materials, running retail establishments, probably controlling significant portions of the local adventuring economy. At that, he realizes Sophia's background is even more significant than he initially assumed. The Claudel family crest appears prominently again, the crescent moon and flame symbol displayed against darkness. More context follows about the family's status and reach. The Night Sky Silver Rabbits are one of the larger clans, with lots of members. The explanation continues. Then comes a key detail about their business model. The profits go into boosting their explorers' equipment, which in turn lets them acquire even better materials. Right then, Oren understands a self-reinforcing cycle that makes major clans so powerful. Seeing how the Claudels operate, he realizes they've created a system where success breeds more success. Better equipment leads to deeper dungeon exploration, which yields more valuable materials, which funds even better equipment. Another observation surfaces. So there shouldn't have been a need for one of them to join up with a random party. At that, the question crystallizes. Why would someone from such a powerful, resource-rich clan end up in a low-ranked party that would abandon her as monster bait? Multiple figures appear in silhouette, suggesting the various Claudel clan members. The organization clearly has significant manpower and resources at its disposal. Then a voice cuts through, a new presence entering the scene. Someone spots Sophia and calls out with familiar recognition. "Huh? Why are you here, big sis?" The voice asks, clearly surprised. Another voice adds, "HM? Sophia?" Right then, Sophia's expression shows she's been noticed by people who know her. Seeing family or clan members approaching, she finds herself thinking that her impromptu dinner with Orin just got more complicated. Orin stands nearby, processing this new development. He thinks that Big Sis suggests Sophia has younger siblings in clan, that her position as eldest daughter he identified earlier carries specific meaning within the family structure. At that, he wonders what he's walked into. A simple thank you dinner is rapidly becoming something more complex as Sophia's family context reveals itself. The young woman realizes she's been caught bringing a stranger to the family establishment, and explanations will likely be required. A young woman with braided hair appears, clearly a Claudel family member based on her features and presence at the establishment. She wears what appears to be a maid or server uniform, suggesting she works at the family restaurant. Her expression shows teasing curiosity as she addresses Sophia. "But come on, Sophia, you found a boyfriend already?" she asks, her tone carrying playful mischief. Hearing this assumption, Sophia's face shows she needs to explain quickly before misunderstandings spread to the entire clan. She thinks that bringing Orin here was meant to be a simple thank you dinner, not fodder for family gossip about romantic relationships. At that, she prepares to clarify the situation. The perspective shifts to show them seated at a table inside the restaurant. Plates of food have been served, well-prepared dishes that demonstrate the establishment's quality. The young woman with braids stands nearby, having brought their meal while clearly waiting for an explanation. Sophia gestures with her hand, trying to manage the situation. "I had a meeting nearby tonight." She continues her explanation. "So I decided to eat here." Right then, Sophia delivers what she hopes is a plausible cover story that doesn't require explaining the dungeon incident, the abandonment, or the dramatic rescue. Seeing her family member's skeptical expression, she finds herself thinking that the truth, that Orin saved her life after a party left her as monster bait, might actually be harder to explain than letting people assume he's a boyfriend. Orin sits across from her, his expression showing he's trying to process this increasingly awkward situation. His face appears in close-up, eyes wide with a mix of shock and discomfort at being mistaken for Sophia's romantic interest. The sound clatter marks the background noise of the restaurant, other diners, dishes being moved, the normal bustle of a busy establishment. The atmosphere suggests this is a popular spot, which means more potential witnesses to whatever misunderstanding is developing. Then another voice chimes in, this one carrying knowing skepticism. "I just think that's way too soon." At that, Orin realizes the family members don't believe Sophia's explanation at all. He thinks that he went from solo adventurer to presumed boyfriend in the span of minutes, that no amount of protesting will probably convince Sophia's family. This is just a thank you dinner. Seeing the teasing expressions around them, the young man finds himself trapped in a social situation far more uncomfortable than facing 13 orcs. Sophia's expression shows she's aware the cover story isn't working, but she pushes forward anyway, hoping to get through this meal without having to explain the full truth of what happened in that dungeon today. Sophia's face appears in close-up, her expression thoughtful and slightly melancholic. The lighting creates dramatic shadows across her features as she speaks, revealing something personal about her situation. "Orin Dura," she states, providing his name to whoever's asking. Then she adds with quiet reflection, "It's been a while." Hearing herself acknowledge the passage of time, Sophia thinks about whatever circumstances led her to join that ill-fated party instead of adventuring with her own clan. She recalls the events that brought her to this point, the decisions that resulted in her nearly dying in a dungeon today. At that, her expression shows the weight of recent experiences mixing with older memories. The perspective shifts to Oren, his face shown in similar contemplative close-up. His expression carries understanding as he processes the introduction and context, realizing there's more to Sophia's story than just a day's rescue. Selma, Claudel. Oren responds, apparently naming the braided family member or someone else significant to this conversation. Then he adds his own acknowledgement. Yeah, it has. Right then, the exchange suggests familiarity or at least recognition between the parties involved. Seeing the way they speak, Oren finds himself thinking that Sophia's presence at that dungeon with a random low-rank party makes even less sense given her family connections and resources. He wonders what circumstances would drive someone from a major clan to adventure with strangers who would ultimately abandon her. At that, the mood at the table shifts from awkward teasing about boyfriends to something more serious. The passage of time mentioned suggests history, possibly complicated relationships within the Claudel family, or between Sophia and this Selma person. Oren realizes he stepped into family dynamics he doesn't fully understand, that the simple thank you dinner is revealing layers of complexity he never anticipated. Sophia's expression shows she's aware of the implications. That return to family establishment after however long brings its own complications separate from explaining Oren's presence. Selma Claudel stand before them in full view, her presence commanding and impressive. She wears ornate armor with the Claudel family crest prominently displayed, the kind of high-quality equipment that speaks to both wealth and serious combat capability. Her figure is striking, her posture confident, everything about her radiating the authority of someone who leads a top-tier party. Explanatory text provides crucial context about her status. Selma Claudel is the leader of the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's top S-rank party. More information follows, establishing her reputation. Her fame rivals that of Oliver, the leader of the hero party. Then comes another significant detail. That's due to her beauty. Hearing this assessment, Oren processes the magnitude of who he's dealing with. He thinks that Selma Claudel isn't just Sophia's family member. She's one of the most famous adventurers in the entire region. Someone whose accomplishments put her on par with Oliver. At that, he recalls his own recent dismissal from a hero party and feels the irony of sitting in a restaurant with someone who leads a party of equivalent caliber. Sophia sits at the table, her expression complex as she looks at Selma. The dynamic between them carries weight. This isn't just any family member, but the successful older sister who leads a clan's premier party. The final crucial detail appears, and the fact that she's the best enchanter on the continent. Right then, the full picture crystallizes. Seeing Selma identified as the continent's best enchanter, Oren feels a jolt of recognition. He thinks that this is exactly what the hero party wanted when they replaced him, a specialized, master-level enchanter rather than someone who split their skills between swordsmanship and support magic. At that, he realizes he's looking at the ideal version of what he tried to be, someone who focused entirely on enchanting and reached the absolute pinnacle of that discipline. Sophia watches the interaction, understanding the unspoken comparison. She thinks that Selma represents everything the adventuring world values: specialization, mastery, fame, beauty, leadership of an S-rank party. The young woman finds herself wondering how Oren feels meeting someone who embodies the path he didn't take. Selma's presence fills the space, her reputation and accomplishments creating an almost tangible pressure. The best enchant on the continent, leader of a party that rivals a hero party in fame and capability, standing before the jack of all trades who was just kicked out for being inadequate. The irony couldn't be more pointed if it were deliberate. More context emerges about Selma's influence and impact on the adventuring world. Her figure appears again, emphasizing her role as a trendsetter and innovator in party composition. She created the concept of roles in party composition. The explanation begins, establishing her theoretical contributions. The text continues. She didn't just spread awareness of the enchanter profession. Then comes a critical detail about Selma's philosophy, that I became an enchanter and got kicked out of the hero party. Right then, Oren's connection to Selma becomes devastatingly clear. Hearing this revelation, He realizes that Selma Claudel's teachings about party roles and specialization are directly responsible for his dismissal. He thinks that her influential theories about optimal party composition, the very concepts that made her famous, created the framework Oliver and the others used to justify kicking him out. The explanation expands with a dramatic illustration showing party dynamics. This spread rapidly, and most parties totally overhauled their composition. A monster appears in the visualization, demonstrating the tactical theory. Basically, she suggested that parties be made up of 3 roles. The roles are outlined: offensive attackers, protected defenders, and helpful supporters. At that, Oren processes how Selma's framework redefined adventuring party structure across the continent. Seeing this 3-role system illustrated, he understands that his jack-of-all-trades approach doesn't fit cleanly into any category. He's partially offensive, partially supportive, but not specialized enough to excel at either in Selma's model. The narrative continues with Oren's personal experience. Then, after we fought alongside Selma and witnessed her abilities firsthand, his silhouette appears, shoulders slump with the weight of what followed, and I was forced to become a supporter. Then comes the crushing conclusion. Oliver and the others kicked me to the curb. Finally, the hero party followed suit. Right then, the full tragedy crystallizes. Seeing how everything connects, Oren realizes that Selma Claudel, sitting mere feet away from him right now, is indirectly responsible for destroying his place in the hero party. He thinks that her revolutionary theories about specialization in party roles, brilliant as they may be for optimizing team performance, created the standard by which he was measured and found wanting. At that, Oren finds himself in a supremely awkward position of sharing a meal with a person whose ideas ruin his adventuring career, even though she has no idea of her role in his recent trauma. The irony burns. Sophia wanted to thank him for saving her life by bringing him to meet the woman whose theories about enchanting led directly to his abandonment. The best enchanter on the continent, architect of modern party composition theory, unknowingly sitting across from one of the casualties of her influential framework. A memory surfaces. Selma and Sophia are standing together, the older sister's hand resting protectively on the younger shoulder. The image shows their bond, the relationship between the famous S-rank party leader and her little sister. Clouds drift in the background, suggesting this is a cherished recollection. Oren's internal narration provides context. I noticed she had the same last name. His thoughts continue with realization. But I never expected Sophia to be her little sister. Hearing himself process this connection, Oren feels the situation's complexity deepen. He thinks that of all the people he could have rescued today, it had to be the younger sister of the woman whose theories indirectly destroyed his place in the hero party. At that, he recognizes the cosmic irony of the situation. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. The perspective shifts back to the present, showing Oren seated at the restaurant table with Sophia nearby. His expression shows discomfort as he processes the family dynamics unfolding around him. His thoughts turn anxious, trying to ensnare my adorable 14-year-old sister. Right then, Oren realizes how Selma must be interpreting his presence, not as a rescuer who saved Sophia's life, but as some stranger who's gotten close to her much younger sister. Seeing Selma's protective stance, he finds himself thinking that the boyfriend misunderstanding is about to get much worse when filtered through an older sister's protective instincts. Selma's face appears in close-up, her expression sharp and penetrating. Her eyes show suspicion and protective fury as she glares at Oren with undisguised hostility. But why? Oren's thoughts continue, confusion mixing with growing alarm. Then the truth hits. Is she glaring at me like that? At that, Oren understands he's being sized up as a potential threat to Sophia rather than recognized as her savior. He thinks that Selma sees a stranger sitting with her 14-year-old sister at the family restaurant and has jumped to all the wrong conclusions. The protective older sister instinct has activated, and he's squarely in the crosshairs. Seeing Selma's fierce expression, Oren realizes that explaining he rescued Sophia from a dungeon after a party abandoned her might actually make things worse. It would raise questions about why Sophia was in that situation in the first place, potentially creating family conflict he wants no part of. The young man finds himself trapped between impossible options. stay silent and endure Selma's protective glaring, or explain the truth and potentially expose Sophia to her sister's questions about why she was adventuring with a random party instead of the family clan. Selma's eye fills the frame, intense and threatening. The dramatic sound Glyant emphasizes a dangerous gleam in her gaze as she stares down Oren with undisguised hostility. Her expression radiates protective fury, the look of an older sister who's decided this stranger poses a threat to her beloved younger sibling. Her voice cuts through the tension, cold and accusatory. You've got some nerve. Hearing this condemnation, Oren feels sweat forming on his brow. He thinks that he's being judged guilty of something he didn't do, that Selma has completely misread the situation. At that, he realizes trying to defend himself might only make things worse. The perspective widens to show the restaurant interior. In the background, staff members watch the confrontation with concern. One figure leans toward another, clearly observing the tense scene unfolding at the table. A voice questions from the background, "That's what this is about?" Another adds with concern, "Oh." Right then, the staff realizes something serious is happening, though they're misinterpreting it just like Selma. Seeing their worried expressions, Oren finds himself thinking that this is spiraling out of control, that the entire restaurant probably thinks he's done something inappropriate with Sophia. Selma leans forward aggressively, her face showing righteous anger as she continues her accusation. Her expression is fierce, protective instinct in full force. "Huh? You don't think my Sophia is cute?" she demands, her voice rising with indignation. Then she adds another accusation. "What a pain." At that, Oren's confusion peaks. Hearing her suddenly shift to being offended that he might not find Sophia attractive, he realizes Selma's protective anger is taking bizarre directions. He thinks that she's simultaneously furious at him for being near her sister and insulted that he might not appreciate Sophia's appeal. Contradictory positions that make no logical sense. Oren's face shows mounting frustration and bewilderment as he tries to navigate this impossible conversation. His expression carries exasperation as he attempts to explain himself. "You've got it wrong," he protests, trying to cut through the misunderstanding. His explanation continues. "We were going to have dinner together." Then he adds a critical clarification. "But I had no impure intent." Right then, Oren realizes how weak this sounds. Exactly what someone with impure intent would claim. Seeing Selma's unchanged, hostile expression, he finds himself thinking that honesty isn't helping, that explaining the actual situation would require revealing Sophia's near-death experience and party abandonment, which feels like betraying her trust. The young man sits there, trapped between a famous S-rank enchanter who thinks he's trying to seduce her 14-year-old sister, and the truth that would expose Sophia's traumatic day to family scrutiny. At that, he wonders how a simple rescue mission turned into the most uncomfortable dinner of his life. Sophia finally intervenes, her voice cutting through the tension with desperate urgency. She waves her hands frantically, trying to stop her sister's aggressive interrogation of Oren. "Stop it, big sis." Sophia pleads, her face showing embarrassment and concern. Then she adds more forcefully, "Don't be rude to my rescuer." Hearing herself use the word rescuer, Sophia realizes she's just revealed information she wasn't planning to share. She thinks that protecting Oren from her sister's misguided anger matters more than keeping the dungeon incident secret. At that, she braces herself for the questions that will inevitably follow. "Your rescuer?" Selma's voice carries confusion, the hostile edge fading as she processes this new information. Right then, the atmosphere at the table shifts completely. Seeing Selma's expression change from protective fury to concerned confusion, Oren feels some of the pressure lift. He thinks that at least now the boyfriend misunderstanding might be cleared up, though explaining the full situation could create different problems. Sophia's face shows a mix of emotions: relief at defending Oren, anxiety about what comes next, resignation that she'll have to explain everything. Her expression carries determination despite her nervousness. "Well, she begins hesitantly, searching for how to explain. Then she starts her confession. "Did you go into a dungeon alone?" At that, Sophia prepares to reveal the truth about her disastrous party experience. Seeing both Oren and Selma watching her, she finds herself thinking that honesty is the only path forward now, even if it means admitting she joined a party that abandoned her. Oren watches this exchange, his internal voice carrying sympathy. I see that's why she explored it with a random party without telling her clan. His thoughts continue with understanding. I'm sorry. Then he adds a context he's pieced together. Even after I told you to hold off for now, since we'll be heading into the great dungeon in 2 days. Right then, the full picture emerges. Seeing Sophia's conflicted expression, Oren realizes she was supposed to wait for her clan's official expedition, but went into a different dungeon with a random party instead. Probably out of impatience or desire to prove herself independently. He thinks that her decision to adventure without her clan's knowledge led directly to the near-death experience he rescued her from. Selma's voice continues, revealing more family context. You did. At that, the weight of Sophia's choice becomes clear. She disobeyed her sister's instructions, joined an unvetted party, nearly died as a result, and now has to explain all of this to the famous S-rank leader who told her to wait. The young woman finds herself thinking that getting abandoned as monster bait might have been less stressful than facing Selma's disappointed concern. Selma's expression softens considerably, the protective fury replaced by relieved concern. She looks at her younger sister with a mix of exasperation and gratitude, clearly processing that Sophia is safe despite making a poor decision. Okay, just don't go off on your own again, Selma instructs, her tone carrying the authority of an older sister who's been frightened by what could have happened. Then she adds with gentle firmness, Well, it seems you're safe, so I won't lecture you. Hearing this merciful reprieve, Sophia feels relief wash over her. She thinks that she expected much worse, a thorough scolding, restrictions on future adventuring, maybe even being forbidden from joining the clan's dungeon expedition. At that, she realizes Selma's gratitude for her safety outweighs her anger about the disobedience. Selma turns her attention to Oren, her entire demeanor transforming. The hostile glaring is completely gone, replaced by genuine appreciation and respect. She bows her head slightly in acknowledgement. Please excuse my rudeness from earlier, Selma says, her voice sincere and apologetic. She continues, Don't sweat it. Then she adds the most important part. More importantly, right then, Selma's expression shows deep gratitude as she addresses Oren properly for the first time. Seeing her respectful posture, Oren realizes he's gone from suspected predator to honored guest in the span of minutes. He thinks that dramatic mood swings must run in the Claudel family. Selma completes her thought with heartfelt sincerity. Oren, you have my gratitude for saving my sister. At that, Oren feels a weight of recognition from one of the continent's most famous adventurers. Hearing Selma, the S-rank party leader, the master enchanter whose theories indirectly got him kicked from a hero party, express genuine thanks. He finds himself in a surreal position. He thinks that yesterday he was deemed inadequate by Oliver's party, and today he's being thanked by someone of equivalent fame and status. The three of them stand together in the restaurant, the tension completely dissolved. Sophia looks relieved that the truth is out, and her sister isn't furious. Selma's protected concern has been satisfied now that she understands Oren saved rather than endanger her little sister. Oren finds himself thinking that this dinner has taken more emotional turns than most dungeon expeditions, and they haven't even finished eating yet. Selma's demeanor shifts again, this time toward friendly enthusiasm. She gestures invitingly, clearly wanting to extend the interaction beyond simple thanks. Mind if I join you? Selma asks, her tone hopeful. Then she makes more of a statement than a question. Okay, all right. Shall we eat dinner together, Sophia? Hearing her sister invite herself to join them, Sophia feels mixed emotions. She thinks that having Selma here changes the dynamic entirely. This was supposed to be her private thank you dinner with Oren, a chance to properly express gratitude, without family complications. At that, she realizes any hope of a quiet meal just evaporated. Oren sits at the table, clearly uncomfortable with this development. His expression shows he'd prefer to escape, but he's trapped by social obligation and the fact that they're literally in the Claudel family's restaurant. I'd really like to sit down. Selma continues, not waiting for explicit permission. A small aside appears. We're drawing attention. Right then, Oren notices other patrons glancing their way. Seeing the famous Selma Claudel standing at their table, he realizes they're becoming a spectacle. He thinks that declining her request would create an even bigger scene, that he's essentially been cornered into accepting her company. Not at all. Oren responds with forced politeness, recognizing he has no real choice. At that, the seating arrangement settles. The three of them now share the table. Sophia, Oren, and the continent's best enchanter, who inadvertently caused his dismissal from the hero party. Oren's thoughts provide context about their previous interaction. Yeah, during the joint battle, we only talked about combat matters. Hearing himself recall their past encounter, Oren remembers when the hero party fought alongside Selma's group. He thinks that conversation had been purely tactical, discussing strategy, monster patterns, dungeon navigation. At that, he realizes his current situation is entirely different, far more personal and socially complex. Then Selma adds with pleasant warmth, "In any case, this is our first proper conversation, isn't it?" Right then, Oren recognizes the irony. Seeing Selma smile at him across the table, he finds himself thinking that their first proper conversation is happening mere hours after he was kicked from a hero party specifically because his enchanting couldn't match her legendary level. The woman whose excellence in the field made him look inadequate by comparison now wants to have a friendly dinner chat. The situation couldn't be more awkward if it were deliberately designed to torture him. Sophia watches nervously, clearly aware this isn't how she imagined the evening going. Selma seems genuinely pleased to have a proper conversation with someone who fought alongside her party. And Oren sits there, trapped at a table with both Claudel sisters, wondering how a simple rescue mission led to the most uncomfortable social situation of his life. Selma sits across from Oren, eating delicately as she recalls their previous encounter. Her expression shows pleasant nostalgia as she provides context about how they met. "And we're positioned together as enchanters," she explains, establishing their shared role during the joint battle. She continues, "Selma was in command of everyone, and I was supporting her." Then she adds a timeline. "We met each other for the first time at the battle last month." Hearing Selma recount their collaboration, Oren recalls that experience with mixed feelings. He thinks that fighting alongside the continent's best enchanter was simultaneously educational and demoralizing. Watching her work showed him exactly how far his own abilities fell short. At that, he remembers how the hero party's attitude toward him shifted after witnessing Selma's superior enchanting firsthand. The perspective widens to show all three at the table, food laid out before them. The meal continues as conversation flows, though the dynamic feels unbalanced with Selma's famous presence dominating the space. Sophia observes the exchange with growing curiosity. Her expression shows she's processing new information about her rescuer, piecing together details about Oren's background and capabilities. "HM? Really, Sophia?" someone asks, noticing her reaction. Sophia's thoughts surface with surprise. "You don't know about Oren?" Then she adds with confusion, "Huh? No." Right then, Sophia realizes there's a disconnect in her sister's knowledge. Seeing Selma talk casually about their past collaboration, the young woman finds herself thinking that her sister seems unaware of something significant about Oren. She wonders what information Selma is missing. Another question comes. "Hey, big sis, do you two know each other?" At that, Sophia's curiosity peaks. Hearing them discuss their previous meeting, she realizes Oren has connections and experiences she knows nothing about. She thinks that the man who saved her life is more complex than she initially understood. He fought alongside her famous sister's party, served as an enchanter in a major battle, yet somehow ended up solo in a random dungeon saving abandoned strangers. A final question appears with innocent confusion. Is he someone famous? Right then, the gap in understanding becomes clear. Sophia doesn't know about Oren's history with the hero party, doesn't realize he was recently kicked out, doesn't understand the painful irony of him sitting here with Selma, whose excellence in enchanting contributed to his dismissal. She just sees him as her mysterious rescuer who happens to know her sister from some past collaboration. Oren sits there, aware that the full truth of his situation. Former hero party member, kicked out for inadequacy, now solo adventurer trying to rebuild confidence. could emerge at any moment if the conversation goes in that direction. He finds himself thinking that explaining his recent trauma while sitting across from the woman whose mastery highlighted his inadequacy would be excruciating. Selma's voice carries casual certainty as she reveals information that will completely change the dynamic at the table. Her tone suggests she's stating something obvious, unaware of the bombshell she's about to drop on her younger sister. Of course, Oren is a member of the Hero Party, Selma states matter-of-factly. Hearing this revelation, Oren feels time slow down. He thinks that the uncomfortable truth he'd been hoping to avoid has just been casually exposed by someone who has no idea his situation has changed. At that, he realizes the past tense versus present tense distinction is about to become critically important. The overhead view shows their table arrangement. Oren sitting with his meal, Selma speaking confidently, and Sophia about to receive information that will transform her understanding of her rescuer. Then Sophia's reaction erupts with explosive force. Her eyes go wide with shock, her mouth falling open as the implications crash over her. The sound clatter-clatter marks her utensils dropping or her hands hitting the table in astonishment. "Oh!" Sophia exclaims, her voice climbing with disbelief. Right then, her entire perception of Oren shatters and reforms. Seeing him sitting calmly across from her, the young woman finds herself thinking that the person who saved her life isn't just some capable adventurer. He's a member of a hero party, one of the two most famous adventuring groups on the continent. The party led by Oliver, whose fame rivals her sister's. Oren begins awkwardly, clearly trying to figure out how to handle this revelation. A small aside appears near Sophia. "You don't need to be so formal." At that, Sophia's mind races through the implications. She thinks that a hero party member went out of his way to save her, charged into a dungeon alone to rescue someone abandoned by a low-ranked party, risked himself for a complete stranger despite being part of an elite group. Her gratitude multiplies exponentially as she realizes the caliber of person who saved her life. Sophia's expression shows she's overwhelmed by this new information, her earlier thanks suddenly feeling inadequate. She finds herself thinking that she treated a hero party member casually, invited him to dinner like he was just a normal adventurer, had no idea she was dining with someone of such prestigious status. Oren sits there, aware that Selma's statement is technically true, but misleadingly incomplete. He thinks that he was a member of the hero party, past tense, but correcting that now would require explaining his recent dismissal, which would be humiliating with Selma sitting right there. At that, he realizes he's trapped between letting the misunderstanding stand or revealing his painful truth. The weight of unspoken reality hangs over the table as Sophia processes the shocking revelation about her rescuer's identity. Oren's face fills the frame, his expression carrying quiet resignation mixed with acceptance. His eyes show he's made the decision to reveal the truth rather than let the misunderstanding persist. The weight of recent events settles over his features as he prepares to correct Selma's outdated information. "Besides, I'm not a hero anymore," Oren states, his voice calm but carrying the pain of recent rejection. Hearing himself speak this truth aloud, Oren feels the finality of it hit differently. He thinks that saying, "I'm not a hero anymore," to Selma Claudel, whose theories about party composition contributed to his dismissal, adds another layer of bitter irony to an already painful admission. At that, he braces himself for the reactions to follow. The perspective shifts to show both Oren and Sophia at the table. Sophia's expression transforms from shock about his hero party membership to confusion about what he just said. Her eyes widen as she processes this new contradiction. Oren continues matter-of-factly, "Yes, just yesterday." Then Sophia's question comes, disbelief evident in her voice. "A Chem? Not a hero?" She adds with mounting confusion. "Did you leave the party?" Right then, the full scope of Oren's situation begins emerging. Seeing Sophia's confused expression, Oren realizes he'll need to explain not just that he left, but that he was kicked out, a distinction that matters significantly in terms of how his departure will be perceived. He thinks that left the party sounds voluntary and dignified, while got kicked out reveals the humiliating truth that he was deemed inadequate. At that, Oren finds himself at another crossroads. Continue with gentle euphemisms or state the brutal facts. He recalls yesterday's confrontation, Oliver's cold assessment, Annery's mocking cruelty, Derek's aggressive dismissal, and wonders how much detail to share with these two women who are looking at him with such curiosity and concern. Sophia processes this revelation, her mind racing. She thinks that the person who saved her life was kicked from a hero party just yesterday, that his rescuer came mere hours after experiencing his own traumatic rejection. The young woman finds herself thinking that his willingness to charge into danger for a stranger makes even more sense now. Someone who understands abandonment responding to another person being abandoned. The dinner table has become a confessional, with Oren's recent trauma about to be laid bare before the continent's best enchanter and the girl he rescued from a similar fate. Oren's profile appears, his expression controlled as he provides a sanitized version of his departure. His voice carries careful neutrality, neither bitter nor defensive, just stating facts as cleanly as possible. For reasons, Oren begins deliberately vague about the painful details. He continues with the core explanation. Why'd you leave the party anyway? Then comes the diplomatic summary. Both sides were satisfied with it. Hearing himself frame his dismissal as a mutual decision, Oren feels the lie's weight, but maintains composure. He thinks that both sides satisfied sounds so much better than they told me I was too weak and kicked me out while mocking my inadequacy. At that, he hopes this version will satisfy Sophia's curiosity without requiring him to relive yesterday's humiliation in detail. The overhead view shows their table arrangement, the three figures in various states of attention. Sophia leans forward, clearly wanting more information, but uncertain whether to press further. The atmosphere suggests she senses there's more to the story than Oren is revealing. Then Sophia's question comes, cutting to a logical concern. What's Oliver thinking? Letting someone like you go? She adds with genuine confusion. He should have tried to stop you. Right then, Sophia's innocent question hits harder than she realizes. Seeing her assume Oliver would fight to keep Oren, the young woman reveals she has no idea how party dismissals actually work at high levels. She thinks that if someone as capable as Oren wanted to leave, obviously the party leader would try to convince him to stay. She can't imagine Oliver actively pushing Oren out. At that, Oren feels the painful irony of her assumption. He recalls Oliver's exact words, "You're too weak. What lies ahead will be too much for you. We've already found a replacement enchanter." Hearing Sophia suggest Oliver should have tried to stop him, Oren finds himself thinking that Oliver did the exact opposite, facilitated his departure with cold efficiency. The misunderstanding reveals how Sophia perceives the situation versus the brutal reality. She assumes Oren left voluntarily and Oliver reluctantly accepted it. The truth, that Oliver led the effort to kick him out, that the entire party united in deeming him inadequate, would shatter her idealized view of how elite parties operate. Oren sits there, trapped between maintaining the dignified fiction or revealing the humiliating truth that he was discarded, not voluntarily departed. Selma's face appears in close-up, her expression shifting from casual conversation to sharp calculation. Her eyes show she's reading between the lines, picking up on details Oren didn't explicitly state. The continent's best enchanter and S-rank party leader processes what she's hearing with the analytical mind that made her famous. "I see," Selma murmurs, her tone suggesting she understands more than Oren revealed. Hearing Selma's knowing response, Oren feels exposed. He thinks that someone of her experience and intelligence probably saw through his diplomatic phrasing immediately, recognized both sides satisfied, as the polite fiction people use to disguise forced departures. At that, he wonders what conclusion she's drawing about a situation. The perspective widens to show Selma holding a teacup, her posture relaxed but her mind clearly working. She takes a sip, buys herself a moment to formulate her response. The table between them holds the remains of their meal as this conversation takes unexpected turns. "Well, I guess so," Selma says casually, accepting his explanation at face value, or at least pretending to. Then she adds with practical interest, "So that means you're free now, Oren?" Right then, Oren realizes where this might be heading. Seeing Selma's expression shift towards something purposeful, he finds himself thinking that a party leader asking if he's free probably isn't just making idle conversation. He recalls that S-rank parties constantly scout talent, that someone with his level and experience might be valuable even if the hero party deemed him inadequate. Selma's thoughts surface, revealing her internal calculation. But considering what my party members put me through, at that, her expression shows she's weighing something significant. The young woman recalls experiences with her own party, evaluates Oren's capabilities based on their previous collaboration, considers possibilities that haven't been voiced yet. Then her thoughts turn to a specific question, one that carries enormous implications. Will she invite me to join the Night Sky Silver Rabbits? Right then, the potential offer crystallizes. Seeing Selma's contemplative expression, Oren realizes she might be considering recruiting him for her party. The same party that rivals a hero party in fame and capability, led by the woman whose enchanting theories contributed to his dismissal. The irony would be almost poetic. Kicked from one legendary party, only to be recruited by their equal rival. But Oren finds himself uncertain whether joining Selma's party would be redemption, or just trading one set of problems for another. He thinks that her party probably operates by the same specialized role framework she pioneered, which means he'd face the same jack-of-all-trades inadequacy issues that plague him with Oliver's group. Selma sits there, clearly deliberating something significant while maintaining casual conversation. The question of whether she'll make an offer, and what Oren's response would be, hangs unspoken in the air between them. Oren's face shows determination as he cuts off whatever Selma was about to propose. His expression carries resolve born from recent experience, the look of someone who's made a decision about their path forward and won't be swayed from it. I just don't want to be part of a clan or a particular party right now. Oren states firmly, establishing his boundary before an offer can be made. Hearing himself declare this independence, Oren feels relief at voicing his choice. He thinks that less than 48 hours ago he was kicked from a hero party, and the last thing he needs is to jump immediately into another group dynamic where he'd face the same specialization pressures. At that, he realizes going solo, at least for now, gives him the space to develop his hybrid combat style without others' expectations constraining him. The overhead view shows their table, the three figures in various states of reaction. Selma pauses mid-thought, clearly surprised by his preemptive refusal. Sophia watches with interest, processing Oren's declaration of independence. Well, if you don't have any plans, Selma begins, attempting to continue her recruitment pitch despite his stated preference. Then she adds hopefully, "Wait." Right then, Oren turns to look at her directly, his expression showing polite but firm rejection, seeing her try to push past his stated wishes. He finds himself thinking that high-level party leaders are used to getting what they want, that Selma probably isn't accustomed to people turning down opportunities to join the Night Sky Silver Rabbits. Selma's face appears in close-up, her expression showing she's reconsidering her approach. A question mark appears near her, visual indicator confusion or uncertainty about how to proceed. Then she admits with dawning realization, "I think you have the wrong idea." At that, Oren feels slight confusion. Hearing Selma suggests he's misunderstood her intent. He wonders what she was actually planning to propose, if not party recruitment. He thinks that asking if he's free and then starting to make an offer usually leads to job propositions in the adventuring world. The conversation hangs in an awkward pause as Selma prepares to clarify what she actually meant, while Oren sits there having potentially refused an offer that wasn't being made. Sophia watches this exchange with growing amusement, seeing both parties talking past each other. The misunderstanding reveals how Oren's recent trauma has shaped his expectations. He assumed Selma wanted to recruit him because that's what party leaders do with capable free agents, not realizing she might have had entirely different intentions. Selma's expression shifts to something more businesslike, her smile carrying confidence as she prepares to reveal what she actually has in mind. She leans forward slightly, hands clasped together as she makes her pitch. "I have the perfect job for you," Selma states, her tone suggesting she's thought this through carefully. Hearing this revised offer, Oren feels his assumptions recalibrate. He thinks that a job is very different from join my party. This sounds more like contract work or a specific task rather than permanent party membership. At that, his resistance softens slightly as curiosity takes over. Selma continues, laying out the details, an instructional exploration. Then she adds the key information. "Will you join us?" Right then, the nature of her proposal becomes clearer. Seeing Selma explain this calmly, Oren processes what instructional exploration likely means. Probably a training expedition where experienced members guide less experienced ones, teaching dungeon tactics and survival skills. He thinks that she wants him to participate as an instructor or support member rather than as permanent party addition. Another detail emerges. In 2 months we're holding, at that, Oren realizes this is the same expedition Selma mentioned earlier, the one she told Sophia to wait for instead of going into random dungeons alone. He recalls Selma saying they'd be heading into the Great Dungeon in 2 days, which means this is an imminent, significant event that the Night Sky Silver Rabbits have been planning. The proposal hangs in the air between them. Not permanent recruitment, but temporary collaboration for a specific instructional purpose. Oren finds himself thinking that this might actually be acceptable, that helping with a training expedition doesn't carry the same commitment or specialization pressure as joining a party full-time. Selma waits for his response, clearly confident that this revised offer addresses his concerns about joining clans or parties permanently. She thinks that someone of Oren's level and versatile skill set will be valuable for instructional purposes, particularly for teaching newer adventurers how to handle diverse situations. The distinction between join my party and help with a specific job represents the difference between entanglement and opportunity, one he might actually be willing to accept. The 3 of them sit around the table, the remains of their meal still present. Sophia and Selma watch Oren from across the table, both waiting for his response to this revised proposal. The atmosphere has shifted from casual dinner to something more purposeful, a business discussion disguised as friendly conversation. Oren's voice carries curiosity mixed with caution as he seeks clarification. An instructional exploration? Hearing himself repeat the term, Oren processes what this might entail. He thinks that instructional expeditions usually involve taking less experienced adventurers into dungeons to teach practical skills, combat techniques, monster identification, trap detection, survival strategies. At that, he wonders what role Selma envisions for him in such an expedition. The young man sits with his back to the viewer, his posture showing he's listening carefully but hasn't committed to anything yet. Sophia and Selma both lean forward slightly, clearly invested in his response for different reasons. Sophia perhaps hoping he'll accept so she can spend more time with her rescuer. Selma seeing practical value in recruiting someone of his capabilities for this specific purpose. Right then, Oren finds himself considering the proposal more seriously than he would have a party recruitment offer. Seeing both Claudel's sisters watching him expectantly, he realizes this might actually be an opportunity worth exploring. Temporary collaboration, without permanent entanglement, a chance to use his skills without the pressure of meeting specialized role expectations. At that, he thinks about his current situation. Solo adventurer with no clear direction, recently kicked from a hero party, trying to rebuild confidence in his hybrid combat style. An instructional exploration might provide structure and purpose without the complications of full party membership. The question hangs in the air as the chapter draws to a close, or poised between independence and opportunity, between staying solo and accepting temporary collaboration with the Night Sky Silver Rabbits. A young man with dark hair stands in what appears to be an office or meeting room, facing a woman with light-colored hair. She looks at him with a serious expression, her hands clasped together in front of her. The air between them feels formal, businesslike. The woman asks if this will be an instructional exploration. Hearing that, Oren nods once, confirming that she's right. He thinks that she must be going over the basic rules, standard procedure for new explorers like him. His expression stays calm, but inside, he wonders what exactly this trial will involve and whether he made the right choice accepting Selma's offer. At that, Selma continues explaining the details. She tells him that new explorers will be accompanied by several more experienced explorers, people who rank A rank or higher. Her tone is matter-of-fact, professional. Right then, Oren finds himself sitting at a table covered with equipment and supplies. Various items are spread out before him, tools, weapons, and gear he'll need for the exploration ahead. The lighting suggests they're in some kind of preparation area. Selma's voice continues, explaining that over the next 3 days, they'll descend to level 51 of the Southern Great Dungeon. She adds that this is part of a new trial the Night Sky Silver Rabbits have created. Hearing all this, Oren processes the information quietly. He thinks that 3 days in a dungeon with high-rank members watching his every move, basically an extended audition to see if he's worth keeping around. Level 51 isn't exactly beginner territory either. He wonders if the other A-rank explorers already know about him, if they've heard he got kicked from the hero party, if they're expecting him to fail. He looks down at the equipment on the table, recognizing quality gear when he sees it. At least they're not sending him down there with garbage equipment. But he also knows that A-rank explorers probably see newbies as burdens, extra weight to carry while they handle the real threats. His jaw tightens slightly. He thinks that he'll just have to prove he's not dead weight, show them his jack-of-all-trades style can actually contribute something useful. 2 young women stand together under what appears to be moonlight, both dressed in adventuring gear. The one with shorter light hair wears a cape and has a confident smile, while the other with longer hair tied back looks more reserved, her hands clasped in front of her. They seem to be posing for something, their equipment suggesting they're experienced explorers. Back in the preparation room, the woman with light hair, clearly one of the 2 from that promotional image, continues briefing Oren. She explains that it is indeed extreme. Hearing that, Oren's expression doesn't change much, but he thinks that extreme probably means dangerous, possibly deadly if things go wrong. He wonders what counts as extreme to A-rank explorers who probably clear high-level dungeons regularly. The woman adds that it's possible to follow the shortest route instead. At that, Oren considers the options. He thinks that the shortest route might be safer, but probably less valuable as a learning experience. Then again, if this is supposed to test him, they might expect him to choose the harder path. He keeps his face neutral, not wanting to show uncertainty. Right then, a male voice cuts in from somewhere in the room. The speaker says that no matter how exceptional a newbie might be, they can't imagine him not getting injured from fighting to level 51 for 3 days in a row. The man's tone sounds almost dismissive, like he's already decided Oren will fail. He adds that it's a rather extreme schedule. Hearing that blunt assessment, Oren feels a flash of irritation, but keeps it buried. He thinks that this guy has already written him off as just another weak newbie who'll need constant protection. The comment stings more, because part of him worries it might be true. 3 days of nonstop dungeon fighting is brutal even for experienced parties. Another voice joins in, this one calmer. Someone explains at Plus. Their sponsors really want them to show their best side to newer recruits. At that, Oren's eyes narrow slightly as understanding clicks into place. He thinks that of course there are sponsors involved. The Night Sky Silver Rabbits aren't just a guild, they're a brand. They probably stream their dungeon runs, post highlight videos, sell merchandise. This whole instructional exploration is probably going to be recorded and uploaded for content. His stomach tightens with annoyance. He realizes that he's not just being tested by the guild members. He's going to be performing for an online audience, analyzed and critiqued by thousands of viewers who'll judge every mistake he makes. So even if Oren isn't good enough yet, they can't let him get too badly injured or killed on camera. Bad optics for sponsors, bad press for the guild. He wonders if that's actually reassuring, or just insulting, being kept alive not because they value him, but because they don't want negative comments flooding their social media pages. The voice continues, pointing out that even Oren and the others aren't immune to getting pushed around by sponsors. Hearing that, Oren glances toward the speaker, likely one of the A-rank members who'll be supervising this exploration. The comment carries a knowing tone, like someone who's dealt with sponsor demands plenty of times before. The person adds at Plus, their sponsors really want them to show their best side to newer recruits, making the situation even clearer. At that, Oren thinks that so this whole thing is basically a performance piece. The guild has to look good, the veterans have to look impressive, and he's supposed to be the grateful newbie who makes them look skilled by comparison. His fingers drum once against the table, the only outward sign of his frustration. But then another thought occurs to him. A plan this reckless couldn't exist without sponsor pressure driving it. He looks at the equipment spread before him again, wondering how much of this setup is genuine training versus manufactured content for whatever streaming platform the Night Sky Silver Rabbits use. Right then, Oren speaks up, his voice carrying genuine curiosity mixed with suspicion. He asks if there must be a reason why they'd carry out this plan anyway. The question hangs in the air for a moment. Oren thinks that no experienced guild would risk a newbie's life and their own reputation on something this extreme, unless there's a bigger payoff involved. Money from sponsors, sure, but what else? Viewer numbers? Recruitment buzz? Some kind of competitive pressure from rival guilds doing similar content? He continues, asking more directly. Couldn't they have just turned their sponsors down? Hearing his own question, Oren realizes he's challenging their decision-making, questioning why they're letting outside money dictate dangerous dungeon strategy. But he doesn't back down. He thinks that if they expect him to risk his life for their brand image, he deserves to know exactly what's motivating this whole setup. His expression shows he's waiting for a real answer, not more corporate double talk about opportunities and experience. The light-haired woman from before leans forward slightly, an exclamation of realization on her face as she says, "Oh!" At that, she begins explaining the real incentive behind this extreme schedule. She tells Oren that if newbies who can't beat floor bosses can still explore deeper floors, then they can strengthen the clan's total fighting power. Hearing that reasoning, Oren's expression shifts slightly. The camera focuses on his face as he processes this information, his eyes showing he's starting to understand the actual strategy here. The woman continues, explaining that those newbies can still explore deeper floors even without being strong enough to defeat the bosses guarding each level. At that, the logic becomes clearer to Oren. He thinks that it's not just about making content for sponsors or looking good online. There's actual tactical value in training people to survive and fight on deeper dungeon levels, even if they can't solo the floor guardians yet. If the guild can get lower rank members comfortable operating at level 51, they can field larger teams for bigger dungeon raids. More bodies means more flexibility, more resources gathered, more territory controlled. Right then, Oren realizes his whole instructional exploration serves multiple purposes. The sponsors get their exciting content, showing the night sky silver rabbits, training the next generation. The guild gets recruits who can actually contribute on deeper floors instead of being stuck grinding shallow level for months. And the newbies, himself included, get accelerated growth by learning to fight in environments way above their current power level. He looks down at the table, thinking that it's actually clever in a corporate, calculated sort of way. Still manipulative. Still treating people like assets and content creators. But at least there's genuine strategic reasoning behind it instead of pure sponsor pandering. The guild wants stronger members, not just better viewer numbers, though they're clearly happy to chase both goals simultaneously. His fingers tap against the table once more as he considers whether this knowledge makes him feel better or worse about accepting Selma's offer. The light-haired woman watches Oren carefully, her eyes widening slightly as something clicks for her. She realizes something just from this conversation, something about how Oren thinks and processes information. Right then, her internal assessment crystallizes. She thinks that he's sharper than she thought, catching on to the strategic implications faster than most newbies would. The way he questioned the sponsor situation, how quickly he understood the deeper reasoning. It shows tactical awareness beyond just combat skills. The focus shifts to Oren's face, his expression calm, but his eyes showing active calculation. He's clearly still working through all the angles of what he's just learned. At that, the woman continues her explanation, going deeper into the mechanics. She tells him that even if the new explorers can't actually beat the veteran explorers who already defeated the bosses, they can still acquire the crystal at the next floor's entrance and explore it while skipping the boss fight. Hearing that detail, Oren's understanding expands further. Images flash showing the concept, a threatening boss monster silhouette in darkness, and what appears to be a crystal or access point that allows passage to the next level without actually defeating the Guardian. The woman's voice continues, explaining that in other words, it drastically reduces the risk to helping new explorers grow. At that, Oren processes the full picture. He thinks that so the system is designed to let weaker members leapfrog their way down through dungeon levels by relying on the guild's already cleared paths. The veterans beat the bosses once, unlock the descent routes, and then newcomers can train on those deeper floors without facing the deadliest threats. It's like having a safety net. Still dangerous, still real combat experience, but without the immediate risk of getting crushed by a floor guardian you're not ready for. But then another piece of information comes through. The explanation continues. But if a new explorer accompanies veteran explorers who defeated the boss, they can reside on every floor of the dungeon. Without defeating a single boss themselves, adventurers can't move to the next floor. Right then, a darker implication becomes clear. The text adds that new explorers often suffer casualties in these boss battles, so it's their biggest hurdle. Hearing all this, Oren's expression grows more serious. He thinks that there's a catch. Eventually, if you want to truly advance, you have to face those bosses yourself. You can train on deeper floors temporarily by following veterans, but you can't permanently claim those levels as your own territory until you defeat the guardians blocking each descent. And judging by the casualty rates mentioned, plenty of newbies die trying to cross that threshold from borrowed access to earn progression. His jaw tightens slightly as he realizes the Night Sky Silver Rabbit system is both clever and brutal. It gives newbies accelerated training and survival experience, but ultimately still demands they prove themselves in life or death battles if they want real advancement. Oren looks at the woman explaining all this, his thoughts turning inward. He wonders why they're telling an outsider like him all these internal guild strategies and mechanics. It sounds like a really important plan, the kind of information most organizations would keep private, not share with someone who just showed up yesterday. At that, the woman seems to read his questioning expression. She addresses him directly, saying that since he's free, she'd like him to join their instructional exploration. Her tone shifts slightly, becoming more personal and direct. She adds one word that carries weight. Precisely. Hearing that invitation stated so clearly, Oren realizes his whole briefing was leading up to this moment, the formal request for him to participate. He thinks that they've laid out all the details, shown him exactly what the Night Sky Silver Rabbits are trying to accomplish, and now they're asking him to be part of it. The view shows him from the side, his expression unreadable as he grips the edge of the table. His mind races through everything he's just learned, the sponsor pressure, the strategic value, the risks, the training opportunity. Right then, someone calls his name. Oren. At that, his attention focuses completely. The scene shifts to show the light-haired woman, Selma, looking directly at him with sincere eyes. Her hands are clasped together in front of her, her posture formal, but her expression genuine. She speaks with clear emphasis, telling him, "I hold you in high regard." Hearing those words, Oren's eyes widen slightly. He thinks that this isn't just corporate recruitment talk or sponsor-driven content creation anymore. Selma is speaking to him personally, acknowledging his value as an individual rather than as potential guild material or streaming content. The directness of her statement catches him off guard. No flowery language, no exaggerated praise, just straightforward respect from one professional to another. He realizes that despite all the complicated politics with sponsors and growth strategies and brand management, Selma genuinely sees something worthwhile in him. Whether it's his versatile skill set, his tactical thinking that impressed her during this conversation, or something she noticed when he saved Sophia. She's making it clear that her invitation isn't just business. Oren sits quietly, processing this personal acknowledgement while the weight of his decision hangs in the air around him. Oren's eyes widen further, his expression showing genuine surprise mixed with uncertainty. He looks almost overwhelmed by Selma's direct praise. Selma continues, her voice steady and confident. She tells him that she could sense his worth during the joint battle they fought together. Hearing that, Oren's mind flashes back to that encounter, fighting alongside Selma and Sophia against whatever threat they faced. He thinks that she's basing her assessment on actual combat experience with him, not just rumors or speculation. That makes her words carry more weight than empty flattery. At that, Oren's thoughts turn inward, becoming more conflicted. He thinks that he's flattered, to be honest, but questions what her basis really is for this evaluation. The uncertainty shows on his face. Part of him wants to believe her assessment, but another part holds back, suspicious of being disappointed again. His internal monologue continues, darker thoughts creeping in. He wonders if Selma acknowledges his worth as an enchanter. That specific word, enchanter, carries bitter weight for him. He thinks about how the hero party decided he wasn't skilled enough, and that's because the support magic was inferior to Selma's abilities. Right then, more painful memories surface. The hero party rejected him, judging his jack-of-all-trades approach as inadequate, and that's because during the joint battle, his support magic was clearly weaker compared to what Selma could do. Seeing his hesitation and troubled expression, Orin wrestles with deeper questions. He asks himself if he really wants to be an enchanter again, to step back into that support role that already failed him once. At that, he thinks that after all he's been through, of course he'd regret trying to do the same thing that got him kicked out. His jaw tightens slightly. The logic seems obvious to him now. Why would he want to compete in the exact area where he's already been proven inferior? Why set himself up for another rejection doing support magic when someone like Selma exists who can do it better? But then another thought cuts through his spiral. He recalls something important. Plus, does he really want to be an enchanter again? He remembers his conversation with Sophia and Selma at dinner, how they seemed to understand his versatile fighting style differently than the hero party did. The internal conflict plays across his face. Past rejection versus new opportunity. Fear of repeating failure versus a possibility that maybe this time could be different. Orin looks down at his own hands resting on the table, his expression still conflicted. He speaks carefully, acknowledging Selma's praise while maintaining distance. He tells her that it's very kind of her to say that, but adds that he has his own plans. Hearing himself say those words, Orin thinks that he needs to figure out his own path forward, not just jump into another situation where he'll be measured against someone else's expectations. His fingers shift slightly, a small gesture showing his discomfort with the whole conversation. At that, silence falls over the room for a moment. The weight of his near rejection hangs in the air. Right then, two voices call out almost simultaneously. "You, Orin," one says hesitantly, while another simply says, "Orin," with quiet concern. Hearing their reactions, Orin glances up to see both Selma and Sophia looking at him with similar expressions, worried that he's about to turn down the opportunity entirely. Sophia seems particularly anxious, her hands clasped together nervously. Selma maintains her composure, but her eyes show she wasn't expecting him to resist after her sincere compliment. At that moment, something shifts in Orin's thinking. He looks at their genuine concern and realizes that maybe this isn't exactly like the hero party situation. These two actually seem to care about whether he joins, not just whether he can fill a specific role efficiently. The scene focuses on Sophia's face as she speaks up, her expression bright with determination and hope. Her hands are clenched into small fists in front of her chest, showing her enthusiasm. She declares with clear excitement that she'll be participating in the instructional exploration as a new explorer. Hearing Sophia announce her participation so eagerly, Orin's eyes widen slightly. He thinks that she's throwing herself into this completely. No hesitation, no second-guessing like he's doing. Her energy and forward momentum contrast sharply with his own cautious reluctance. He wonders if that kind of straightforward confidence is what makes people succeed, just diving in instead of overthinking every angle. At that, he realizes that if he refuses now, Sophia will be going into that dangerous dungeon without him. The girl he just saved yesterday will be facing level 51 threats, and he won't be there to help if something goes wrong. The thought creates an uncomfortable knot in his chest, a mix of responsibility and concern he can't quite ignore. Sophia continues, her voice soft but sincere as she looks at Orin. She tells him that she'd really be happy if he joined them too. Hearing that direct appeal, Orin feels his resistance wavering. He thinks that Sophia is being completely genuine. No corporate strategy, no sponsor considerations, just honest hope that he'll come along. Her expression shows she actually wants him there, not as a role filler or content creator, but as a person who saved her. At that, Selma adds her own voice to the request. She says simply that she would be too, adding her support to Sophia's plea. Seeing both of them looking at him with such earnest expressions, Orin feels the walls he'd built up starting to crack. He thinks that they're not demanding he be an enchanter or fit some specific mold. They're just asking him to join them, to be part of their exploration with whatever skills and style he brings. Right then, the focus shifts entirely to Sophia's face. Her eyes are wide and hopeful, almost pleading. Her hands are clasped together in front of her as she leans forward slightly, putting all her sincerity into one final request. She asks him directly, her voice gentle but filled with emotion, "Please consider it." Hearing that soft plea, Oren's heart tightens. He thinks that there's no pressure in her tone, no manipulation, just genuine desire for him to say yes. Sophia's expression reminds him of why he became an adventurer in the first place. Not to prove himself superior to anyone, not to chase ranks or fame, but to help people and fight alongside companions who valued him. At that, his internal conflict reaches its peak. Part of him still fears repeating past failures, still worries about being compared to Selma's superior support magic, still questions whether this is the right path. But another part, the part that responds to Sophia's honest hope and Selma's sincere respect, wants to take the chance, wants to believe that maybe this time could actually be different. His fingers relax slightly on the table as he looks between the two sisters, weighing his decision with the full understanding that whatever he chooses next will set his course for the immediate future. Oren looks at the two sisters sitting across from him, both waiting for his answer with such hopeful expressions. His thoughts turn inward, questioning himself one more time. He wonders if asking him to join is too much, if they're putting too much faith in someone who just got kicked from his previous party. The doubt shows in his eyes as he considers whether he's really worth the trust they're placing in him. At that, the focus shifts to his face, showing the uncertainty written clearly across his features. Small sweat drops appear near his temple, physical signs of the pressure he feels making this decision. Right then, another thought cuts through his hesitation. He thinks that if he goes that far, if he accepts their offer and joins the instructional exploration, then he's committing to something bigger than just a temporary collaboration. Hearing his own internal reasoning, Oren realizes he's already mentally preparing to say yes, already thinking about what comes after acceptance rather than reasons to refuse. His expression shifts subtly, resolution beginning to form. At that moment, he makes his decision. The scene shows both Selma and Sophia as they hear his response, their faces lighting up with genuine joy and relief. Sophia exclaims with pure happiness, "Really? Thank you." Her enthusiasm is unrestrained, grateful beyond what seems necessary for a simple agreement. Seeing her reaction, Oren thinks that she must have been more worried about his answer than she showed, more invested in having him join than just casual interest. Selma adds her own acknowledgement, her voice calmer but equally pleased. She says simply, "All right, I'll help." Hearing Selma's promise to support him, Oren feels a small knot of tension release from his chest. He thinks that she's not expecting him to carry everything alone, not demanding he prove himself worthy. She's offering to help him succeed. That simple statement carries more weight than elaborate promises or guarantees. At that, Oren realizes he's officially committed now. He's going to descend into the Southern Great Dungeon as part of the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's instructional exploration, surrounded by A-rank veterans and sponsors watching for content, with Sophia depending on him and Selma willing to support his growth. He takes a quiet breath, thinking that maybe this is exactly the kind of opportunity he needs, a chance to rebuild his confidence and prove his jack-of-all-trades style has real value, not as a poor substitute for specialized roles, but as something unique in its own right. A view shows the table from above, with plates and cups still scattered across its surface, the remnants of their meal together. Someone speaks, asking what Oren's condition is, saying they'll grant it if they can. Hearing that openness to negotiate, Oren thinks that at least they're willing to listen to his terms instead of just expecting him to accept everything on their conditions. He takes a breath, preparing to voice what's been bothering him this entire conversation. At that, he adds one important qualifier, "But I have one condition." Right then, the scene shifts to show Oren more clearly. His expression is serious, determined. This isn't a casual request, but something fundamental to whether he'll truly commit to this exploration. He begins by acknowledging what Selma said earlier. He tells her that it seems she's acknowledged his worth as an enchanter, referencing her earlier praise about sensing his value during their joint battle. Hearing himself bring that up, Oren feels the old wounds from the hero party stirring again. He thinks that being recognized as an enchanter should feel good, but it just reminds him of failure, of being compared to specialists and coming up short. But then his tone shifts, becoming firmer as he states what he really wants. He says that earlier today he dusted off his sword, a clear reference to choosing a different path than pure support magic. At that, he makes his request directly and clearly. Please let me join you on the instructional expedition as a swordsman. Hearing his own words hang in the air, Orin feels both vulnerable and resolute. He thinks that this is his line in the sand. He's done trying to compete with people like Selma in support magic. If he's going to rebuild his confidence and find his place as an adventurer, it needs to be on his own terms, using his versatile skill set the way he wants to use it, not the way others expect him to. He watches Selma's face carefully, wondering if she'll accept his condition, or she'll insist he fill the enchanter role she originally praised him for. His jaw is set, ready to walk away if they try to force him back into the support specialist box that already crushed him once. Selma's eyes widen in shock, her expression showing genuine surprise at Orin's request. She exclaims her disbelief. You switched from enchanter to swordsman? Hearing her reaction, Orin tenses slightly. He thinks that of course she'd be shocked. It's not a common choice to abandon support magic for frontline combat, especially when someone just praised your enchanter abilities moments ago. At that, Selma's mind races visibly. She thinks that she's sure it's shocking, that his decision to completely change roles must seem sudden and strange. But then her thoughts continue, more determined. But she can't give up on this. Her internal reasoning becomes clear. She understands something important about Orin's situation. She thinks that if push comes to shove, he'll fall back on his original enchanter abilities. The skills are still there, still part of his toolkit, even if he wants to focus on swordsmanship now. Right then, Selma makes her decision. She tells Orin directly, Got it, I'll accept your condition. Hearing her agreement come so quickly, Orin feels relief wash over him mixed with slight surprise. He thinks that she didn't argue, didn't try to convince him to stick with support magic, didn't question his choice or call it wasteful. She just accepted it. At that, Selma continues, adding practical next steps. She asks if in that case, he could come to the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's headquarters tomorrow. Her tone is businesslike now, moving forward with the plan. She explains that they'll discuss details and compensation there. The scene shifts to show Orin from behind as he stands and prepares to leave the preparation room. The conversation is wrapping up. Terms agreed upon. Next steps established. Orin responds simply, Understood. Hearing himself confirm the arrangement, Orin thinks that it's really happening. He's committed now to join the instructional exploration, but on his own terms as a swordsman rather than being forced back into the enchanter role that failed him before. Tomorrow he'll go to their headquarters, get the full details about compensation and expectations, and officially become part of this 3-day trial. He feels a mixture of anticipation and nervousness as he heads toward the exit, wondering what tomorrow will bring, and whether he's making the right choice or just setting himself up for another painful lesson about knowing his place. After Orin leaves, the atmosphere in the room shifts. The sound effect, HMPN, suggests someone letting out a breath they'd been holding. Sophia's voice rings out enthusiastically, addressing her older sister. She exclaims, Oh, big sis, I know that. Her tone carries playful teasing as she continues, clearly excited about something. She tells Selma that she could beat even 100 orcs without a scratch, and adds with obvious affection that she loves her more than anyone. Hearing Sophia's exaggerated praise, Selma seems slightly embarrassed by the attention. A small reaction shows on her face as she tries to deflect. Right then, Sophia's voice drops slightly, taking on a more pointed tone as she delivers what sounds like a deliberate jab. She says pointedly, I won't lose to him. At that, the focus shifts to show Selma's reaction more clearly. Her expression shows she understands exactly what Sophia is implying, that her little sister has noticed Selma's particular interest in Orin and is playfully staking her own claim. But then Sophia's tone shifts again, this time genuine and warm. She says with complete sincerity, And my number one ally. The declaration seems to reference Selma's role as her supporter and protector. She adds the ultimate compliment. You're the most amazing enchanter of all. Hearing her sister's heartfelt praise, Selma's expression softens considerably. The sparkles around the panel suggest an emotional, touching moment between the two sisters. Right then, Sophia's face appears with a gentle, relieved smile. She says quietly, her voice filled with genuine care, "I'm so glad she's okay." At that, the scene shows Selma's response, her own soft smile, warm and slightly tired but clearly moved by her sister's words. The moment captures a genuine bond between them. The way Sophia looks up to Selma not just as a powerful enchanter, but as her beloved older sister and protector. Seeing Sophia's concern and affection, Selma thinks that despite all the guild politics, sponsor pressure, and strategic planning around the instructional exploration, what really matters is that they're both safe and together. Sophia's happiness about Orin joining isn't just about having a capable fighter along. It's about having someone else Sophia trusts to help keep everyone safe in that dangerous dungeon. The warmth between the sisters stands in sharp contrast to more formal, businesslike conversation that just concluded with Orin. After Orin leaves, the atmosphere in the room shifts. The sound effect, HMPN, suggests someone letting out a breath they've been holding. Sophia's voice rings out enthusiastically, addressing her older sister. She exclaims, "Oh, big sis, I know that." Her tone carries playful energy as she continues, clearly worked up about something. She tells Selma that she could beat even 100 orcs without a scratch, and adds with obvious affection that she loves her more than anyone, ending with her name, Sophia. Hearing Sophia's exaggerated boasting, Selma seems slightly concerned by her sister's competitive energy. A small worried reaction shows on her face, a quiet, "I won't lose to him," appearing in small text. At that, the focus shifts to show someone declare with complete confidence, "And my number one ally." Right then, the tone becomes more sincere as the voice continues with genuine admiration. "You're the most amazing enchanter of all." Hearing those heartfelt words of praise, the atmosphere softens considerably. The sparkles around the panel suggest an emotional, touching moment. At that, Sophia's face appears with a gentle, relieved smile. She says quietly, her voice filled with genuine care, "I'm so glad she's okay." The scene shows Selma's response, her own soft smile warm and slightly tired but clearly moved. The moment captures a genuine bond between them, the concern and affection flowing naturally between the two sisters. Seeing Sophia's sincere relief, Selma thinks that despite all the guild politics, sponsor pressure, and strategic planning around the instructional exploration, what really matters is that they're both safe. Sophia's happiness about Orin joining isn't just about recruitment success. It's about having someone else she trusts to help protect them in that dangerous dungeon ahead. The warmth between the sisters stands in sharp contrast to more formal, businesslike conversation that just concluded with Orin. The scene shifts outside, showing an impressive building with ornate architecture. Clearly the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's headquarters. The structure looks grand and well-maintained, speaking to the guild's success and resources. Sophia's voice carries a questioning tone as she addresses her sister. "Big sis?" Her thoughts continue, revealing deeper concerns beneath her cheerful exterior. She thinks that Selma has already told her their names, so she can call her by name any time she wants. But then another thought surfaces, darker and more personal. But how shall she get her revenge on the party that abandoned Sophia? Hearing those vindictive thoughts from sweet Sophia, the contrast is jarring. She's clearly still angry about being left behind or abandoned by some previous party, and that anger hasn't faded despite her outward happiness tonight. At that, Selma's voice cuts through, practical and immediate. She states simply, "We're already here." The view shows the impressive clan headquarters looming before them, its grand entrance lit and welcoming. Right then, Sophia seems to snap out of her darker thoughts. She responds quickly, "Oh, sorry." The brief moment of distraction passes as they arrive at their destination. The label Night Sky Silver Rabbit's Clan HQ makes clear this is their base of operations. Hearing Selma's gentle redirection, Sophia refocuses on the present. She thinks that she got caught up in old grievances when there are more immediate matters to handle. At that, Selma continues with instructions, her tone shifting to business mode. She tells Sophia, "Oh, big sis." Sophia responds attentively, "Okay." Then Selma explains what needs to happen next. She says to head on back to their room, adding that she has to make her report for the day. Her voice carries the weight of responsibilities, leadership duties that come with her position in the guild. Right then, she adds one more instruction, this one more specific to the upcoming exploration. Right now I need to focus on the instructional exploration. Hearing Selma's organized approach to handling everything, Sophia thinks that her sister is always so responsible, always managing multiple things at once. Taking care of Sophia, running guild operations, planning the exploration, dealing with sponsors. The admiration in Sophia's earlier words about Selma being the most amazing enchanter of all clearly extends beyond just magical ability to include her leadership and dedication. The two sisters stand before their headquarters, about to split up for their respective evening tasks. The instructional exploration looming ahead of them in just one day's time. A small panel shows what appears to be a door or entryway, with a sound effect ting suggesting someone entering or an elevator arriving. The motion line bing adds to the sense of movement. Below that, text reads, "Ah." Sophia calls out cheerfully to her sister as they part ways. She says, "I'll be up waiting for you." Her voice carries warmth and anticipation, like she's planning to stay awake until Selma finishes her work. Then she adds a caring reminder, "Don't be out too late." Hearing her little sister's concern, Selma feels a mix of affection and responsibility. She thinks that Sophia always waits up for her, always worries about her staying too late handling guild business. At that, the scene shifts to show Selma walking alone through a hallway. A sign on the wall reads, "Night Sky Silver Rabbit's Director's Office." Selma's thoughts turn inward as she approaches the office. She thinks, now it's time to focus. Her expression becomes more serious, more professional. The caring older sister persona giving way to the guild leader who needs to make reports and handle business matters. Right then, her thoughts take a sudden shift to something completely different and heartfelt. She thinks with obvious adoration, "My little sister is the cutest in the world." The contrast is immediate and striking. Below, a chibi-style image shows the two sisters together. Sophia looking proper and cute in her maid-style outfit, while a more energetic version of Sophia throws her arms up enthusiastically with "good luck at work" written beside her. Hearing her own doting thoughts, Selma can't help the small smile that crosses her face even as she prepares for serious business discussions. She thinks that no matter how stressful guild politics get, how demanding sponsors become, or how risky the upcoming exploration might be, Sophia's cheerful support makes everything worthwhile. At that, she reaches the director's office door, taking a breath to shift fully into professional mode while that warm feeling from her sister's encouragement still lingers in her chest. Inside the director's office, Selma stands before a desk where a man with glasses sits reviewing documents. She apologizes, saying, "Sorry." Her tone carries genuine regret as she continues, explaining, "I just never thought they would come up here. Go on." Hearing her apology, the director, a man with dark hair and glasses who appears to be in his 30s or 40s, responds simply and calmly, "Yes, sir." At that, he makes a small sound of interest or acknowledgement. "Oh ho?" Right then, the atmosphere shifts as new information is introduced. The scene focuses on both the director and Selma as he processes what she's telling him. He asks for clarification, his tone curious. "What?" Then he specifies what surprised him. "That Oren." Hearing the director mention Oren by name, Selma confirms the information. The dramatic speed lines behind her suggest the weight of this revelation. The director states what he's just learned. Apparently, the hero party's enchanter, Oren Dura, has left the party. At that, the significance becomes clear. This isn't just recruiting some random adventurer. Oren was part of the hero party, the most prestigious group of adventurers around. An enchanter from that legendary team leaving is major news in the adventuring world. The scene shifts to show the director from a different angle, his expression thoughtful as he processes this information. His fingers are steepled in front of his face in a contemplative gesture. He continues, confirming the timeline. "Yes, sir. I saw him earlier, and that's when he informed me." Hearing the director's measured response, Selma thinks that he's clearly understanding the implications. Recruiting a former hero party member, even one who was dismissed, could be a significant opportunity for the Night Sky Silver Rabbits. It would boost their reputation, add experienced talent, and possibly provide insights into how the top-tier parties operate. At that, she waits for the director's assessment of whether bringing Oren into their instructional exploration is a wise move or potential complication. Inside the director's office, Selma stands before a desk where a man with glasses sits reviewing documents. She apologizes, saying, "Sorry." Her tone carries genuine regret as she continues, explaining, "I just never thought they would come up here. Go on." At that, the director, a man with dark hair and glasses who appears professional and composed, glances up briefly. He responds with calm acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." Hearing his measured tone, Selma thinks that he doesn't seem upset about the unexpected development, just processing the new information she's brought him. Right then, the director makes a small sound of interest. "Oh ho?" The atmosphere shifts as he focuses more intently on what Selma is reporting. His expression shows curiosity, mixed with strategic calculation. He asks for clarification, his tone genuinely surprised. "What?" Then he specifies exactly what caught his attention. That Oren. Hearing the director mention Oren by name with such recognition, Selma confirms the information. The dramatic speed line behind her suggests the weight of this revelation as she delivers the news. She states clearly, apparently, the hero party's enchanter, Oren Dura, has left the party. At that, the full significance becomes obvious. This isn't just recruiting some wandering adventurer. Oren was part of the hero party, the most elite and famous adventuring group in the region. An enchanter from that legendary team becoming available is major news that could shift guild politics and recruitment strategies across the board. The scenes shift to show the director from a lower angle, emphasizes authority as he processes this unexpected intelligence. His fingers are steepled in front of his face in a contemplative gesture, glasses glinting slightly. Selma continues her report, confirming the timeline and source. "Yes, sir. I saw him earlier, and that's when he informed me." Hearing herself explain the encounter, Selma thinks that the director needs to understand she got this information directly from Oren himself, not through rumors or secondhand reports. The credibility of the source matters when dealing with news this significant. At that, she waits for the director's assessment, wondering if he'll see Oren's availability as an opportunity or question why someone skilled enough for the hero party would accept their instructional exploration offer. Selma begins explaining Oren's value to the director, her tone carrying conviction. She tells him that the hero party has managed to reach the uppermost tier of parties, and that success came thanks to Oren's support magic. Hearing herself make that case, Selma thinks that she needs a director to understand just how critical Oren was to the hero party's achievements. He wasn't just along for the ride. He was a key component of their strength. At that, the director responds with skepticism in his voice. He says, "Probably not." His doubt is clear as he continues his analysis. He points out that without Oren, the hero party can't leverage the full extent of their power. Can they? Hearing that question, Selma feels a flash of frustration. She thinks that the director is dismissing Oren's importance, suggesting the hero party will be fine without him. Right then, the director continues with more detailed assessment. He acknowledges, plus, he's mastered multiple original spells. An image shows what appears to be magical effects or combat, illustrating the capabilities being discussed. The director's analysis goes deeper, noting technical details about Oren's abilities. He explains that Oren's activation speed is unusually fast, at least 4 times faster than the director's own casting speed. The comparison makes clear this isn't average talent being discussed. But then he adds a critical qualifier, one that cuts the heart of why Oren might have been dismissed. He states, "But his activation speed is unusually fast. It's at least 4 times my own." At that, another assessment follows, this one more damning. The effects of Oren's support magic are below average. The director's analysis becomes clearer. Oren is fast and skilled, but his actual magical output doesn't match top-tier enchanters. He's technically proficient, but lacks raw power. Hearing this professional breakdown of Oren's limitations, Selma's expression shows she understands complexity. She thinks that the director has identified exactly why the hero party let Oren go. He's good, maybe even great in some areas, but not exceptional enough where it really counts for an elite party. Right then, the director continues with what seems like a more positive assessment. He notes, but he possesses superb judgment, foresight, and precise timing of support magic. The scenes shift to show the director's face, his expression thoughtful as he delivers his conclusion. He states with certainty, he has all the necessary skills for an enchanter. At that, Selma adds her own observation, confirming the timeline. I saw him for the first time last month. Hearing herself mention that recent encounter, Selma thinks that despite only knowing Orin briefly, she's already recognized his potential, something the hero party apparently failed to value properly even after working with him much longer. Selma continues making her case, her voice carrying strategic conviction. Behind her, the night sky silver rabbit's emblem is visible, a crescent moon with rabbit silhouettes. She tells the director that she thinks it's possible that the night sky silver rabbits can regain the top spot. Hearing herself state that ambitious goal, Selma thinks that with Orin's skills added to their roster, they could actually challenge the #1 guild position again. The hero party's loss could become their gain. At that, she adds a logical conclusion to her argument. The hero party will inevitably weaken after losing Orin. The implication is clear. If the current top party loses strength while the night sky silver rabbits gain a skilled enchanter, the competitive balance shifts in their favor. Right then, the director responds, his tone skeptical despite her enthusiasm. He says, but I just couldn't believe it. His doubt shows in his posture as he leans back slightly. He continues, revealing he already knew about this situation. I heard about him last month, too. Hearing that the director was already aware of Orin's existence, Selma realizes her information isn't as new as she thought. She thinks that the director has been tracking Orin as a potential recruit, but clearly had reservations. At that, the scene shifts to show Selma's face more clearly. Her expression becomes more serious as she addresses a fundamental problem in the enchanter profession. She states with understanding, it's hard to get recognized as an enchanter after all. Hearing herself acknowledge this truth, Selma thinks about how support roles rarely get the credit they deserve. Enchanters work behind the scenes, making everyone else look good while their contributions go unnoticed by casual observers and sponsors alike. The flashy damage dealers and tank fighters get all the attention, all the fame, all the recruitment offers, while enchanters like Orin, no matter how skilled, struggle for recognition unless they're paired with already famous parties. She realizes that's probably part why Orin wants to switch to being a swordsman. At least frontline fighters get visible, measurable contributions that people can appreciate immediately. Dramatic sparkles and lights around Selma as she stands in the director's office, her expression serious and intense. She places one hand over her chest, her voice carrying absolute conviction. She begins by acknowledging her own position in the world of enchanters. She says, it's true that I have the world's attention, but my reputation is exaggerated. Hearing herself admit that uncomfortable truth, Selma thinks that everyone praises her constantly, calls her the greatest enchanter, puts her face on guild promotion materials and streaming highlights, but she knows the reality is more complicated. All those online videos, all those sponsored deals, all that social media buzz doesn't necessarily reflect who's truly most skilled. It just shows who's best at playing the fame game. At that, she makes a real point, the core of why she values Orin so highly. Her voice becomes even more firm as she states, I think the truly powerful are inconspicuous ones like him. Hearing her own words hang in the air, Selma feels the weight of that conviction. She thinks that adventurers like Orin, who do exceptional work without chasing likes and subscribers, who master their abilities quietly while others are busy filming highlight reels, who make everyone around them better without demanding credit or camera time. Those are the people who possess real, lasting power. Not the flashy performers who know exactly how to angle themselves for the best thumbnail screenshots and viral moments, but the skilled professionals who simply focus on doing the job right every single time. At that, she realizes why she's so determined to recruit him. The hero party will weaken without their foundation, without the person who made all their famous victories possible even though he never trended on social media for it. And she wants to give Orin what he deserves, a place where his quiet excellence gets recognized and valued, even if the comment sections and view counts never understand what they're seeing. The light around her seems to pulse with her certainty as she stands before the director, waiting to see if he shares her vision or if he's too caught up in metrics and analytics to see true talent. The director's expression remains neutral behind his glasses as he processes Selma's passionate assessment. He responds with measured professionalism, moving the conversation forward to practical matters. He tells her, "Moving on to my second item, Oren has agreed to join the instructional exploration." Hearing the director acknowledge Oren's acceptance, Selma feels a surge of satisfaction. She thinks that at least he's not dismissing the opportunity entirely, even if he doesn't seem to share her enthusiasm about Oren's potential. At that, a small panel shows what appears to be the exterior of the Guild headquarters building, the architecture grand against the evening sky. A voice, likely Selma's internal thought, observes, "I think that's painful true." The cryptic comment suggests she's reflecting on something difficult about the situation, perhaps the reality of how talent goes unrecognized, or the pain Oren must feel being undervalued. Right then, the director continues with his agenda. He says, "I'm meeting with him here tomorrow night to determine that in more detail." His tone is businesslike, treating this as a standard recruitment process rather than the strategic opportunity Selma sees it as. But then he shifts to a concern that clearly weighs on him more. He says, "However, in explaining the request, I think I revealed too much about our clan situation." Hearing that admission, Selma's expression shows understanding. She responds simply, "Yes, sir." At that, the director makes an observation about Oren's perceptiveness. He notes, he's a sharp one to pick up on that. His tone carries grudging respect. Oren caught details and implications that most people wouldn't have noticed during their earlier conversation. That intelligence is both impressive and potentially problematic if Oren uses that knowledge to negotiate harder. Right then, practical business concerns surface. Someone says, "Well, what's encouraging?" The director continues, addressing the financial reality. "The sponsor thing. Huh?" His voice carries frustration as he explains the political mess they're dealing with. He says that those annoying nobles really fixated on this plan, and adds with clear irritation that they'll be in trouble if those nobles withdraw their support. Hearing the director lay out the sponsor pressure so bluntly, Selma thinks that this is exactly the problem with modern guild operations. Everything revolves around keeping wealthy backers happy, designing explorations for content value rather than practical training, making decisions based on what will trend online instead of what's best for their members. The nobles funding them probably care more about entertainment value and social media, buzz, and actual adventure development. She realizes the instructional exploration isn't just about training new recruits or even recruiting Oren. It's about performing for sponsors who could pull their money at any moment, leaving the Night Sky Silver Rabbit struggling to maintain operations. That financial pressure explains why they're pushing such an extreme schedule despite the risks. A dark panel shows just Selma's silhouette as she speaks, her voice carrying uncertainty. She says, "Still, I get the feeling." Hearing her own hesitation, Selma thinks that something about this whole situation doesn't sit right with her, some instinct she can't quite put into words yet. At that, the director picks up on her concern. He observes, "There's another reason you're so fixated on him." His tone suggests he's reading between the lines of her enthusiasm, seeing something beyond just professional recruitment interest. Right then, a panel shows what appears to be a computer monitor or screen displaying some kind of building or structure. The director continues his practical assessment, his voice measured and cautious. He tells her, "All right, if he's left that party, I don't think there's any need for caution. But just to be safe, I'll send tomorrow as well." Hearing the director's plan to personally attend tomorrow's meeting, Selma understands he's being careful. She thinks that he wants to evaluate Oren himself. Make sure this isn't some kind of trap or complication from a hero party. Protect the guild's interests. At that, both Selma and the director stand together now, their conversation taking a more speculative turn. The director's posture is relaxed but thoughtful as he considers possibilities. He suggests, "Perhaps you're thinking of making him a member?" His words trail off, leaving the implication hanging. Full guild membership rather than just temporary participation in the instructional exploration. Selma's face shows in the smaller panel, her expression contemplative. She responds. For example, right then, the director voices what might be Selma's actual ambition. He asks, "Of your Night Sky Silver Rabbit's first corps?" Hearing him name the elite unit within their guild, Selma feels her pulse quicken slightly. She thinks that the First Corps is their top fighting force, the members who handle the most dangerous missions and represent the guild's highest level of skill. Bringing Orin into that group would be a major statement, acknowledging him as truly exceptional rather than just another recruit. At that, she realizes the director has seen through her plans completely. She's not just trying to bring Orin along for one exploration or even regular guild membership. She's already thinking about integrating him into their core team, giving him a position that matches his actual abilities rather than his lack of fame. A shadowy figure appears in silhouette, the identity unclear, but the question pointed and significant. The voice asks, could he replace him, the absolute ace? Hearing that question spoken aloud, the weight of it settles heavily in the room. Someone is comparing Orin to whoever this absolute ace is, some critical member of the First Corps whose position might be in question. At that, an ellipsis shows hesitation, uncertainty about answering such a loaded question. Right then, another perspective offers a more measured response. The voice says, but I wonder if Orin could fill in for the First Corps' missing piece. Hearing that reframing, the question becomes less about replacement and more about completion, finding someone to fill a gap in their elite unit rather than pushing someone out. At that, Selma's face appears, looking down thoughtfully. Her expression shows she's wrestling with the possibilities and limitations. She responds honestly, I don't know about that, but it's an option I'm considering. Hearing herself admit that uncertainty, Selma thinks that she can't promise Orin will solve all their problems or perfectly fill whatever role they're missing. But he's worth considering seriously, worth giving a real chance. Right then, the director speaks from across what appears to be a library or archive room filled with tall bookshelves. His figure stands some distance from Selma as he addresses her concern directly. He tells her, what you really need is a frontline attacker like him. His words are blunt, stating the practical reality. He continues, explaining the strategic calculation. In consideration of the party's balance, I can't allow it. Hearing the director's refusal, Selma feels frustration building. She thinks that he's right from a pure tactics standpoint. They need damage dealers, not another support specialist. But he's missing what makes Orin special. At that, she responds, her voice carrying quiet insistence. I see. But he's an enchanter like you, right? Hearing herself push back, Selma thinks that the director is so focused on conventional party composition, tank, damage, support, that he can't see past role labels. Yes, Orin trained as an enchanter. Yes, their First Corps might need more frontline power. But Orin isn't just one thing, and that versatility is exactly what makes him valuable in ways the director's spreadsheets and formation charts won't capture. She wonders if the director will understand that, or if he's too locked into traditional thinking about party roles and combat positions to recognize someone who breaks the usual patterns. A text box appears with Selma's observation, explaining the complication she's discovered. The words read, for some reason, Orin wants to be a swordsman rather than an enchanter. I guess he wouldn't be much of an asset then. Selma's face shows as she delivers this information to the director, her expression thoughtful but resigned. She adds simply, Hearing herself relay Orin's condition, Selma thinks that this is the catch that might kill the whole recruitment plan. The director wants a frontline fighter, and Orin wants to be a swordsman. It should be perfect. But Orin isn't trained as a pure damage dealer, and the director probably won't see value in someone who's switching roles. At that, the director responds with understanding rather than immediate dismissal. He says, understood. This concludes my report. Excuse me. His tone is professional, acknowledging the information without making a judgment yet. Then he adds his own assessment. That said, I have no problem with him accompanying the exploration. I'm sure he has plenty of experience. Hearing the director's conditional approval, Selma feels a small relief. She thinks that at least he's willing to let Orin participate in the instructional exploration, even if full First Corps membership isn't on the table yet. 3 days in the dungeon will give them all a chance to see what Orin can actually do. Right then, a dark panel appears with stark white text, the words carrying ominous weight. The hero party is destroying itself, but we haven't taken a single step forward since last year. The contrast is striking. While their main rival crumbles from within by losing Orin, the Night Sky's Silver Rabbits remain stagnant, unable to capitalize on the opportunity or advance their own position. At that, Selma's face shows frustration and determination. She thinks aloud with quiet intensity, "I'm in a real fix." Hearing herself admit that vulnerability, Selma feels the pressure of her situation fully. She thinks that the guild is stuck, paralyzed by sponsor demands and political maneuvering, while their best chance for improvement, recruiting Orin, hangs in uncertain balance. The hero party's weakness should be their opening, but internal limitations keep holding them back. A window appears in the background, light streaming through as Selma stands in the hallway outside the director's office, clearly wrestling with how to move forward despite the obstacles. A small text appears near what seems to be a lower view. "Sis?" Selma stands alone in the hallway, her hand resting against a pillar as she looks out toward the grand architecture of their headquarters. Her expression carries weight and worry. She thinks to herself, her voice quiet but resolute, "It's nothing but problem after problem." Hearing her own assessment of the situation, Selma feels the accumulated stress of everything. Sponsor pressure, guild stagnation, recruitment complications, the upcoming dangerous exploration, trying to convince the director about Orin's value, while he wants to be a swordsman instead of using the enchanter skills she praised. At that, the tone shifts completely. Bright light and sparkles fill the next panels as cheerful energy explodes onto the page. A jubilant voice calls out, "Big sis." Then again, even more enthusiastically, "Big C's." The sheer happiness in those calls creates a stark contrast to Selma's serious concerns moments before. Right then, multiple images of Sophia appear, her face glowing with pure joy and excitement. In one panel, she holds what looks like sunflowers, beaming with delight. In another, she spreads her arms wide in an exuberant greeting. A smaller chibi-style version of her appears at the bottom, radiating cheerfulness. She calls out again, her voice filled with sisterly affection, "Big sis." And once more with overflowing enthusiasm, "Big sis." Hearing Sophia's unbridled happiness, Selma feels her tension ease slightly despite all the problems weighing on her mind. She thinks that no matter how complicated everything gets with the guild, with sponsors, with recruitment strategies and dungeon politics, Sophia's genuine joy at seeing her older sister come home reminds her what really matters. At that, warmth spreads through Selma's chest as she prepares to respond to her little sister's enthusiastic greeting, letting herself set aside the director's office complications for just a moment to be the big sister Sophia adores. A glowing light fills one panel, radiating warmth and comfort as Selma's thoughts turn toward what she needs most right now. She thinks, "Time to go home and let Sophia soothe my worries." Hearing her own desire for that simple comfort, Selma feels grateful for having Sophia waiting for her. She thinks that after all the complicated politics and strategic calculations and sponsor pressures, coming home to her little sister's genuine affection is exactly what will help her face tomorrow's challenges. At that, a narrow panel shows Selma walking downstairs or a hallway, small flower petals drifting around her. Her expression has softened from the serious mask she wore in the director's office. Right then, text appears with her name in italics. "Sophia?" The simple invocation of her sister's name carries warmth and anticipation. Large panels fill with images of the two sisters together. Sophia's bright, happy face as she greets Selma, both of them surrounded by sunflowers and sparkles. Their bond shows clearly in the artwork, the pure joy and comfort they find in each other's presence. At that, explanatory text provides context about their relationship. It turns out that Selma Claudel, the continent's greatest enchanter, has a sister complex. The revelation is stated matter-of-factly, explaining what's already obvious from how Selma thinks about Sophia constantly, how she melts at her little sister's greetings, how all her stress disappears in Sophia's presence. The text continues, For Selma Claudel, the continent's greatest enchanter, has a sister, is a very devoted big sister. Hearing that assessment of herself, Selma wouldn't even try to deny it. She thinks that yes, she absolutely dotes on Sophia, protects her, worries about her, treasures every moment they spend together. Sophia is the reason she pushes so hard in the guild, why she wants the instructional exploration to succeed, why she recruited Orin in the first place after he saved Sophia's life. The architecture of their headquarters appears in the background as the narrative establishes this fundamental truth about Selma's character. Beneath the famous enchanter, the guild leader, the strategic recruiter, she's first and foremost a devoted older sister who would do anything for Sophia's happiness and safety. A cheerful voice calls out from inside what appears to be a shop. "Oh, Orin!" Sound effects suggest the jingling of a door or bell as someone enters. Another voice responds warmly. "Hiya, Gramps." Hearing that casual greeting, Orin steps into what must be a familiar place. He thinks that coming here always feels comfortable, a refuge from all the complicated guild politics and party drama. At that, text appears marking the passage of time. The next day, an exterior view shows a charming building with traditional architecture, half-timber walls and peaked roofs suggesting a cozy shop in town. Right then, an older man with magnificent white beard greets Orin with genuine warmth. He says simply, "Welcome." Inside the shop, shelves line the walls stocked with various bottles and containers. Clearly some kind of potion or supply store. The older man, Gramps, stands behind what looks like a counter or workspace. Hearing the welcoming tone, Orin feels at ease here in a way he doesn't at guild headquarters. He thinks that Gramps never judges him for being a jack of all trades or questions why he can't specialize properly. At that, Orin explains his visit. He says, "I'll be exploring the Great Dungeon tomorrow, so I figured I'd stock up on healing potions and whatnot." His tone is casual but practical, the voice of someone preparing properly for a dangerous expedition. Gramps responds with understanding. I see. Right then, commentary comes from someone observing the shop's activity. A voice notes, "Sounds like business is booming." Another voice adds with slight concern, "You just missed a midday rush." Hearing about the busy shop, Orin glances around at the well-stocked shelves. He thinks that Gramps runs a successful operation here, trusted by adventurers throughout the area. At that, Gramps addresses something Orin said earlier, his tone carrying fatherly concern mixed with humor. He tells Orin to take his time, then adds a significant detail. "I don't have any family, and Gramps dotes on me like he's my actual father." The explanation comes with small ho-ho laughs, showing Gramps' jolly nature. Then he adds with a grin, "Gramps runs this general store." Hearing Gramps' warm demeanor, Orin feels grateful for this relationship. He thinks that after losing his spot in the hero party and now navigating complicated recruitment with the Night Sky Silver Rabbits, having someone like Gramps who just treats him like family, no expectations, no comparisons, no sponsor considerations, means more than the old man probably realizes. A dark panel shows part of the shop interior as Gramps speaks with quiet sincerity. He says simply, "Gramps?" Text appears with a departure announcement, but right now it's... At that, Orin responds to Gramps' kindness, his voice carrying genuine appreciation. He tells the old man, "I really am grateful to you." Hearing himself express that gratitude, Orin thinks that Gramps has been there for him consistently. No judgment, no conditions, just steady support and a safe place to come back to. Right then, Gramps deflects the serious moment with characteristic modesty and humor. He says with a chuckle, "It's thanks to your publicity after becoming a top explorer." His tone suggests he's joking, trying to lighten the mood rather than make Orin feel overly indebted. At that, the atmosphere in the shop becomes heavier as Orin prepares to share difficult news. Gramps works behind his counter, organizing potions and supplies. Orin speaks carefully, his voice apologetic. "I don't think I'll be helpful for publicity anymore." Hearing himself start that explanation, Orin braces for what comes next. The admission he's been avoiding saying out loud to someone who's been nothing but supportive. Right then, he delivers the truth plainly. "Sorry. The truth is, I'm no longer a member of the hero party." The words hang in the shop's quiet air. Oren thinks that telling Gramps feels different from telling the night sky's silver rabbits. Selma and her director saw his opportunity, but Gramps might see it as failure, as Oren losing something important. At that, Gramps processes this information quietly while continuing his work. The shop remains peaceful around them. Oren continues, his thoughts turning darker as he explains his current situation. He thinks, I can't even repay his kindness. A panel shows what appears to be money or payment, illustrating Oren's concern about being unable to properly compensate Gramps for everything the old man has done for him. Then Oren adds another layer to his confession. So, I'm sorry. His voice carries regret and uncertainty about the future. Right then, he explains the full impact of his situation. Now that I'm not in the hero party, I don't have any influence. Hearing himself admit that loss of status and connections, Oren feels the weight of it fully. He thinks that as a hero party member, his endorsement of Gramps' shop meant something. Adventurers knew him, trusted his judgment, followed his example. But now, he's just another solo adventurer with no fame, no platform, no ability to drive business, to someone who's been like family to him. Gramps looks at Oren with warm, understanding eyes and a gentle smile. He asks with genuine concern rather than worry, What are you so worried about, kiddo? Sound effects suggest Oren's surprise or emotional reaction, appearing near him as he processes Gramps' unexpected response. Hearing that caring question instead of disappointment or concern about lost business, Oren feels something tighten in his chest. He thinks that Gramps isn't upset about the publicity loss or worried about how it affects the shop. He's concerned about Oren himself. At that, Gramps continues speaking, his voice filled with warmth and sincerity. Light seems to glow around him as he expresses what really matters to him. He tells Oren directly, I'm plenty happy just having you to talk with, Oren. Hearing those simple, honest words, Oren's eyes widen. He thinks that Gramps values their relationship itself, not what Oren can do for the shop or what status he brings. The old man cares about him as a person, not as a marketing tool or useful connection. Right then, Gramps continues with even more heartfelt gratitude. His expression shows genuine appreciation as he says, You've done so much for me, Oren. Thank you. At that, a panel shows Gramps working in his shop, his voice carrying quiet determination as he adds, Gramps? Then he states with pride, It's all up to my own hard work now. Hearing Gramps take ownership of the shop's future success without leaning on Oren's influence, Oren feels a mix of relief and admiration. He thinks that the old man has always been self-reliant, always worked hard to earn his reputation, rather than depending on famous customers. Gramps is reassuring him that the shop will be fine, that Oren doesn't need to feel guilty about losing the ability to drive business here. At that, emotion wells up in Oren's chest as he realizes how lucky he is to have someone like Gramps in his life, someone who values him for who he is rather than what he can provide, someone who gives without expecting anything in return, someone who treats him like family when his actual party treated him like a disposable tool. Soft light surrounds Oren as he stands in the shop, his expression showing vulnerability he rarely lets anyone see. He speaks quietly, correcting Gramps' gratitude with his own truth. He says, No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Hearing himself admit that, Oren feels emotions rising that he's been pushing down for weeks. He thinks that Gramps has given him something the hero party never did. Unconditional support and acceptance. At that, Gramps observes gently, his tone understanding rather than pitying. He tells Oren, You've been holding it in for a while, but it seems you've really had a hard time. Right then, the shop interior appears around them, shelves lined with potions and supplies creating a cozy, safe atmosphere. Gramps works at his counter while speaking. He adds with knowing sympathy, this is... Hearing Gramps acknowledge his struggle so directly, Oren feels the dam he's been holding back start to crack. He thinks that he's been acting strong, pretending the hero party's dismissal didn't hurt, telling himself he's fine, but Gramps sees through all of it. At that, a wider view shows the shop with Oren standing before the counter, his posture showing the weight he's been carrying. Gramps speaks his name with warmth. Oren. Right then, Gramps' face appears, his expression kind and fatherly. Tears glisten at the corners of his eyes as he says with gentle concern, But I shouldn't be crying this much. Hearing the emotion in Gramps' voice, seeing the old man tearing up on his behalf, Oren feels something break inside him. He thinks that Gramps cares about him so much that just seeing Oren hurt makes the old man cry, a level of genuine affection he's not sure he deserves but desperately needs right now. At that, the reality of having someone who truly values him for himself, not for his utility or rank or what it can provide, finally hits Oren fully. Standing in this familiar shop with this kind old man who's become like family, all the pain and rejection from a hero party feels a little more bearable. Oren stands surrounded by soft light, his expression vulnerable but steady. He speaks with quiet permission, giving himself what he's needed for so long. He says simply, "It's okay to cry now and then." Hearing himself say those words, Oren thinks that he's been holding everything in. The rejection, the self-doubt, the anger, the hurt. Try and stay strong and figure out his next move. But Gramps is right. Sometimes you need to let it out. At that, Gramps responds with gentle wisdom, his face showing kindly understanding. He says, "When things are hard," his voice trails off, leaving the rest unsaid but understood. When things are hard, it's okay to show it, to be vulnerable with people who care about you. Right then, Oren's face appears in close-up, his eyes glistening with tears he's been fighting to hold back. The emotions he's kept buried start rising to the surface in this safe space where he doesn't have to pretend everything is fine. At that, a wider view shows the interior of Gramps' shop. The tall shelves, the organized supplies, the comfortable, familiar space that's become a refuge. Oren stands among it all, finally letting himself feel the pain he's been avoiding. His voice comes out thick with emotion as he says, "Thank you, Gramps." Hearing his own words crack slightly, Oren thinks that these two simple words carry everything he can't fully express. Gratitude for the unconditional support, for the safe place to be himself, for someone who values him regardless of his rank or party affiliation, or whether he's useful for publicity. Gramps has given him something more valuable than any guild recruitment or sponsor deal, a place where he's accepted just as he is. At that, standing in the quiet shop with tears finally falling, Oren allows himself this moment of release before he has to face tomorrow's dungeon exploration and all the complicated expectations that come with it. An overhead view shows the interior of Gramps' shop, shelves neatly organized with supplies and potions. A voice greets someone warmly. "Good evening, Selma." Sound effects suggest movement or arrival as the evening meeting begins. At that, someone observes with genuine approval, their tone friendly and encouraging. They tell Selma, "I must say, you're looking better than yesterday." The comment comes with concern mixed into the compliment. The voice continues, asking, "Are you feeling refreshed after leaving the hero party?" Hearing that question, the speaker seems to believe Oren's departure from his previous party might actually be good for him, a chance to start fresh rather than something to mourn. Right then, Selma's face appears, her expression composed and professional. She greets him. "You're here, Oren?" Then she gestures welcomingly, saying, "Come on, then." Hearing Selma's calm greeting, Oren thinks that she seems different from yesterday, more relaxed, like she got whatever was bothering her sorted out. Her invitation is straightforward, ready to get down to business. At that, a view shows the exterior of the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's headquarters building against the evening sky. Two figures stand before its entrance. Clearly Selma and Oren about to enter for their scheduled meeting with the director. A voice responds to the earlier question with careful honesty. "Well, something like that." Right then, Oren's face appears in profile, his expression thoughtful. He thinks that refreshed isn't quite the right word for how he feels after leaving the hero party, more like raw, uncertain, still processing. But his conversation with Gramps helped. Cry in that safe space, being reminded that someone values him for himself rather than his utility, did make him feel a bit lighter. At that, he prepares mentally for what's coming next. Tonight he'll meet with Selma and the director to finalize details about the instructional exploration, compensation, expectations, his role as a swordsman rather than enchanter. Tomorrow he'll descend into the Southern Great Dungeon for 3 days of intense combat and evaluation. His future with the Night Sky Silver Rabbits, and possibly his entire adventuring career, hangs on how he performs during this trial. A large panel shows what appears to be a memory or recording, dramatic magical effects swirling around a figure in combat. energy spiraling in impressive displays of power. Someone watches this scene, their back to the viewer. Text appears with quiet reflection. This happened a long time ago. Hearing that context, the observation carries weight. This is footage from Oren's past, from when things were different. At that, two figures appear in silhouette, one with spiky light-colored hair and another with dark hair. A simple sound escapes. Humph. The tone suggests judgment or disappointment in what they're watching. Right then, the conversation becomes more specific. Someone speaks about Oren, their voice carrying a shift in assessment. They say, but as for Oren, at that, the speaker continues with harsh evaluation. He used to be called a prodigy, but now he's just mediocre. Hearing that dismissive assessment, the cruelty of it hangs in the air, reducing someone who was once praised to nothing more than average, unworthy of attention. Right then, another voice counters with a different perspective. Someone with light-colored hair speaks, their tone carrying respect. That's our Oliver. They continue with genuine admiration. Indeed, his splendid skills are worthy of the title of hero. Hearing Oliver receive such high praise, the exact opposite of how they just described Oren, the contrast becomes painfully clear. These people value flashy displays of power, dramatic magical effects, the kind of combat that looks good on camera and impresses sponsors. Oliver delivers that. Oren, with his versatile support magic and tactical precision, doesn't create the viral moments they want. At that, Oren's situation becomes even clearer. He thinks that this is why they dismissed him. Not because he failed, not because he couldn't do his job, but because he stopped being exciting enough for their brand. He went from prodigy to mediocre, not by getting worse, but by them raising their standards for what counts as impressive based on social media metrics and sponsor expectations rather than actual effectiveness. Two versions of two characters stand side by side. Adult and child forms of what appear to be Oren and Oliver. On the left, both versions of the dark-haired figure, Oren, hold swords with calm, steady expressions. On the right, both versions of the light-haired figure, Oliver, stand with confident bearing. The adult version holding what looks like a staff or weapon, radiating the aura of someone destined for greatness. The contrast between them is striking even in these mirror images of past and present. Young Oren and young Oliver stand together, both holding swords as children learning their craft. But their adult selves show divergent paths. Oren still gripping his blade with quiet determination, while Oliver has grown into the shining hero with elaborate equipment and commanding presence. Looking at this illustration, the viewer can see the journey both took from childhood companions to their current positions. Oliver ascending to become the celebrated hero, while Oren became the dismissed support member whose versatility was rebranded as mediocrity. The bonus chapter promises to explore their shared history, the guidepost moment that set them on these different trajectories, and perhaps shed light on how Jack of all trades went from being Oren's strength to becoming his perceived weakness in the eyes of those chasing fame and sponsored dollars. Dramatic light blazes across the sky, magical energy crackling with impressive force. The scene shows an outdoor area with rough terrain, dirt and grass spreading beneath the display of power. A voice speaks with certainty, delivering a prophecy or assessment. As we thought, the one fulfill our hopes. At that, the declaration becomes specific and final. Will be the hero Oliver. Hearing that proclamation, the weight of expectation settles firmly on one person's shoulders while excluding another. Right then, the view reveals two young boys in this outdoor training area. One lies on the ground, clearly exhausted or defeated, while the other, Oliver, with light-colored hair, stands above him holding a wooden training sword. The positioning shows the outcome of whatever test or sparring match just concluded. At that, someone observes from off-panel, their tone carrying knowing acceptance. They say, that said, perhaps the prodigy. The word prodigy hangs there with quotation marks, suggesting the title is being reconsidered or questioned even as it's spoken. Right then, another voice responds with simple agreement. Indeed. Hearing these adults discuss the two boys' future so casually, with Oliver clearly chosen as the one destined for greatness, while the other boy, young Oren, lies defeated in the dirt, the seeds of everything that will come later are already being planted. The expectations, the comparisons, The decision that one child's flashy magical talent matters more than another child's developing versatility. At that, young Orin remains on the ground, proudly hearing these words, learning early that no matter how hard he tries, he'll always be measured against Oliver and found wanted by people who value dramatic displays over steady competence. Young Orin's face appears in close-up, his expression showing defeat and resignation. He admits simply, "Dang, you beat me." Hearing himself acknowledge another loss, young Orin feels a familiar sting of coming up short against Oliver yet again. At that, the view pulls back to show him sprawled on the rough ground, surrounded by dirt and scattered debris from their sparring match. Oliver stands nearby, clearly the victor. A voice observes with satisfaction, "We'll make a suitable shield for our hero." Hearing those words, that his role is decided not as someone great in his own right, but as a support piece for Oliver's journey, young Orin processes what's being said about his future. He thinks that they've already decided he's meant to be secondary, to protect and enable Oliver rather than shine himself. Right then, young Orin lies on the ground, his face showing a mixture of frustration and reluctant acceptance. Despite the defeat, he manages to laugh. The sound carrying both genuine amusement and something more complicated underneath. He says aloud what he's come to accept. "I can't win against you anymore, Oliver." Hearing himself admit that truth, young Orin thinks that Oliver has pulled ahead, grown stronger faster, developed a kind of flashy magical talent that makes adults' eyes light up with excitement. The gap between them keeps widening no matter how hard Orin trains. At that, Oliver's face appears, his expression showing frustration rather than satisfaction with his victory. His eyes show genuine irritation as he responds to Orin's casual surrender. He demands with clear annoyance, "Why won't you get serious?" An exclamation mark punctuates his frustration. Hearing Oliver's angry question, young Orin realizes his friend isn't happy about winning so easily. Oliver wanted a real challenge, a genuine fight, not someone who's already accepted defeat before the match truly ends. But Orin thinks that what's the point of going all out when the outcome is already decided, when everyone's already determined that Oliver is a hero and Orin is just a shield. Young Orin's face shows surprise at Oliver's outburst, his eyes wide. He responds defensively, "You're overestimating that. That was all I had." Hearing himself make that excuse, young Orin feels embarrassed, but also frustrated that Oliver won't just accept the reality of their different levels. At that, Oliver's face fills with emotion, anger, disappointment, and something deeper. He shouts back passionately, "You used to be so amazing, so why? You're stronger than this." Hearing Oliver's insistence that he's holding back, young Orin doesn't know how to respond. He thinks that Oliver remembers when they were close in ability, when Orin could actually challenge him, but those days are gone now. Right then, young Orin tries to explain, his voice carrying resignation. He says, "I don't believe you," but Oliver cuts him off, his frustration mounting. He declares, "That's all there is to it. There's no way to beat someone with your talent." His tone shows he genuinely believes Orin possesses something special that he's just not using anymore. At that, young Orin continues trying to make Oliver understand reality. He admits, "It's true that I used to be stronger than, but you've grown and pulled ahead of me, Oliver." Hearing himself acknowledge that gap, young Orin thinks that this is just how things are. Oliver has superior magical talent, gets better training, receives more attention and resources. The natural order has asserted itself. Right then, Oliver refuses to accept that explanation. He yells with determination, "Just watch! I swear I'll make it get serious." His commitment shows he won't give up on pushing Orin to try harder. Then Oliver adds with certainty, "Shut up. Like I said, I was going all out." At that, he makes a promise for the future. "Someday, I'll beat you when you're truly going all out." It still doesn't feel like I've truly won. Hearing Oliver's passionate declaration, young Orin feels conflicted. Part of him appreciates that his friend still believes in him, still wants real competition instead of easy victories. But another part thinks that Oliver doesn't understand or won't accept that Orin has reached his limits, while Oliver continues ascending toward his destined role as hero. Right then, a quiet ellipsis appears. At that, a simple village or town appears in background. Humble buildings suggesting the modest place where these two boys train and grow together. Their futures already being shaped by adult expectations and prophecies neither of them fully controls yet. Clouds drift across the sky as young Oren's thoughts turn dark and heavy. His internal voice carries pain he'd never speak aloud. I don't want to kill you. I'd hate it if I was the reason you died. At that, his face appears in shadow, expression conflicted and troubled. He continues that terrible thought. As if I'd ever want that to happen. Hearing his own fears laid bare, young Oren thinks that this is the real reason he holds back. Not lack of talent or effort, but terror of what might happen if he truly went all out against Oliver. If he pushed too hard, fought with everything he had, and something went wrong. He couldn't live with himself. Right then, a voice calls out cheerfully, breaking through the heavy atmosphere. Someone says, "Good work, Oren. Too bad, huh?" The tone is casual, friendly, completely unaware of the darkness Oren was just wrestling with. At that, a young girl appears, light-colored hair tied with ribbon, bright eyes full of warmth as she looks at Oren. Her expression shows genuine affection and concern for him despite his loss. She addresses him naturally, clearly someone close to both boys who's been watching their training. Hearing her kind voice, young Oren feels some of his tension ease. He thinks that she always knows how to lighten the mood, how to make defeat feel less crushing with just her presence, and simple words of encouragement. Her "too bad" doesn't carry judgment or disappointment, just acknowledgement that he tried, and that's enough for her. At that, young Oren looks toward her, grateful for the interruption that pulled him away from those dangerous thoughts about holding back to protect Oliver, about never being able to fight at full strength because the fear of consequences keeps him chained. The young girl continues speaking, her voice carrying understanding that cuts deeper than the casual observer might realize. She tells Oren, "Plus, I know your true strength, Oren." Hearing her say that, young Oren feels exposed in a different way than when Oliver accused him of holding back. She knows something more fundamental about him. At that, Oren's internal response shows confusion and denial. He thinks, "Huh? But this I ask my true strength." His words carry the weight of someone who's convinced himself of a lie he's been telling so long it feels like truth. Right then, the view shows two small figures, the girl and what appears to be young Oliver, standing together in the training area. The girl exclaims with enthusiasm, "No way. You were cool. You were here. I guess you looked, swoop, like a real dweeb." Her playful description suggests she saw something in Oren's performance that impressed her, even if he lost. At that, young Oren sits on the ground, his expression troubled. The girl sits nearby, her tone becoming more serious as she explains her perspective. She tells him, "This is a result of my own power in the adult's gazes, my heart being too weak to endure." Then she adds simply, "Yep." Hearing her acknowledge the pressure and expectations crushing down on both of them, young Oren thinks about how the adults' constant comparisons, their prophecies about Oliver being a hero, while Oren is just a shield, have shaped everything. Right then, the conversation continues. Someone says, "But that's..." At that, another voice interjects, "That's my fault." The tone carries acceptance of responsibility, though for what isn't immediately clear. Right then, a darker panel appears as someone explains further, "So I need to help carry his..." But before that thought completes, another perspective emerges. But this time, Oliver is the one shouldering that burden. At that, a small eye appears, trailing off as young Oren processes these observations about how Oliver carries the weight of being chosen as a hero, how that pressure shapes him just as much as being deemed secondary shapes Oren. Hearing all this, young Oren thinks that maybe they're all trapped by these roles the adults assign them. Oliver burdened with impossible expectations of heroism, Oren restricted by being told his purpose is merely to support, and this girl caught somewhere in between, seeing truths neither boy wants to face about themselves. Sparkles and lights around the young girl as she makes a heartfelt promise, her expression showing fierce determination mixed with emotion. Her eyes glisten slightly as she declares, "I'll get strong enough to stand by your side." Then she adds with equal passion, "I won't leave you alone, Oren." Hearing her vow to stay with him, to grow strong enough to be his equal rather than someone he has to protect or support, Young Oren feels something tighten in his chest. She's promising the opposite of what the adults decided. Not that he should be Oliver's shield, but that she'll become strong enough to stand beside him as a partner. At that, the view shows young Oren sitting on the ground, the girl visible in the background still filled with that passionate determination. Her voice continues with another promise. I'm just like you, Oren, so I'll always be with you. Then she declares their shared goal. We'll defeat the Together. The word that got cut off is likely Demon Lord, or some great enemy, the ultimate challenge that heroes are meant to face. Right then, a close-up shows what appears to be young Oren's face, though only one eye is visible. A single word appears, Cheyenne? Hearing that name, Cheyenne, young Oren thinks about this girl who sees him differently than anyone else, who doesn't accept the adult's verdict that he's meant to be secondary, who promises to fight alongside him as an equal rather than treating him as either a rival to surpass like Oliver does or a support tool like the adults have decided. At that, the memory crystallizes around this moment. Cheyenne's passionate declaration, her refusal to let Oren face things alone, her determination to become strong enough to stand by his side. This memory feels important, foundational, a guidepost that shaped who Oren became even as adult reality forced him into roles none of these children chose for themselves. Young Oren looks at Cheyenne with surprised eyes, clearly caught off guard by her passionate declarations. He responds with concern rather than enthusiasm. Don't try to carry things all by yourself. Hearing himself try to discourage her, young Oren thinks that he doesn't want Cheyenne burdening herself with promises to catch up to him or stay by his side. The weight of expectations is already crushing enough, without adding her dreams to his responsibilities. At that, Cheyenne responds with cheerful determination, her face showing a bright smile that refuses to be dampened. She says, So, even if you end up miles ahead of me, I swear I'll catch up. Her voice carries absolute confidence in that promise, unwavering belief that she'll close whatever gap develops between them. Hearing Cheyenne's refusal to give up on her goal, young Oren feels conflicted, touched by her loyalty, but worried about what happens when reality doesn't match those hopeful promises. Right then, another voice interrupts the moment. Someone calls out, Cheyenne, isn't it time for you to go home? I'll walk you to the cart. The practical interruption breaks the emotional intensity of Cheyenne's declarations. At that, clouds drift across the sky as the training session winds down. Two figures walk together across the rough ground, young Oren and Cheyenne heading toward wherever she needs to go. Right then, Cheyenne suddenly calls out, Wait, Oren. Her voice carries urgency, like she just remembered something important. Cheyenne's face appears with questioning expression. Huh? At that, she continues calling to him as they walk together through the training area. The bond between these childhood friends clear even as adult expectations try to shape them into predetermined roles. Oliver the hero, Oren the shield, and Cheyenne. Whatever path she's determined to forge for herself despite what anyone else might decide. Young Oren's face shows emotion he's trying to hide, his eyes glistening with tears he doesn't want anyone to see. A small blush effect appears near him. Cheyenne asks with gentle concern, Oren, are you crying happy tears? Hearing her notice, young Oren quickly denies it. He responds, Of course not. At that, his emotional reaction to her promises becomes clear. Part of him is touched that she cares so much that she refuses to let him face things alone, but he doesn't want to show that vulnerability. Right then, young Oren and Cheyenne walk together, his expression showing embarrassment while she seems pleased with herself. He complains, G.U.H., why do you always trip me up like that? Small laughs escape him despite his protest. H-H-A-H-A. Hearing himself laugh even while complaining, young Oren thinks that Cheyenne has this way of getting through his defenses, making him feel things he tries to keep buried. At that, Cheyenne responds with playful confidence. She tells him, In that case, I've already surpassed you. Her tone is teasing, claiming victory and getting an emotional reaction from him. Then she adds with a bright smile, You can tease me after you've caught up to me. Right then, young Oren's face shows he's processing her words. He says, Hey, Oren, I know it seemed like I was joking before, but his tone shifts to something more serious, like he wants to address what she said about her promises and determination. At that, Cheyenne's cheerful face appears as she responds. "Oh, but wasn't it your true power earlier?" Her question references their earlier conversation, suggesting she saw something in his fighting that he himself doesn't recognize or won't acknowledge. The same true strength she mentioned before that young Oren keeps insisting doesn't exist. Hearing her bring that up again, young Oren thinks that she won't let go of this idea that he's holding back, that he has more to give than he shows. Both she and Oliver keep insisting he's stronger than he claims, but neither of them understands the real reason he can't fight at full strength, the fear of what might happen if he truly let loose. Dramatic clouds fill the sky as Cheyenne stands with her back to the viewer, her hair moving in the wind. She makes her promise with complete sincerity. "I really will catch up to you." At that, she continues with the vision she has for their future together. "And once I do, then we can walk forward side by side." Hearing Cheyenne paint that picture of them as equals, partners moving forward together instead of one always trailing behind or supporting the other, young Oren feels something shift inside him. Right then, young Oren's face appears in close-up, his eyes wide and vulnerable as he processes what Cheyenne is offering him. Her words settle into his heart, like a promise he desperately wants to believe in. He thinks quietly, "So right now, be a guidepost for me, Oren." Hearing her ask him to be her guidepost, the marker she aims for, the goal that keeps her moving forward, young Oren realizes she's giving him purpose beyond what the adults decided. Not Oliver's shield, not a mediocre support caster, but Cheyenne's guidepost, something worth reaching for. At that, a cart with a large wheel appears, clearly the transportation that will take Cheyenne away from this training ground. Young Oren stands in the background, watching. A voice calls out, "Got it?" Then adds, "Don't get lost, Cheyenne." Right then, clouds drift across the sky as Cheyenne prepares to leave. This moment of connection and promises settling between them like something precious and fragile. Hearing those parting words, young Oren thinks that this memory, Cheyenne's passionate declarations, her refusal to accept that he's just meant to be secondary, her promise to catch up so they can walk side by side, becomes the guidepost she asked him to be. A reminder of when someone saw potential in him that even he couldn't see in himself, when someone promised not to leave him behind or use him as a stepping stone, but to meet him as an equal. At that, the bonus chapter draws to a close with this foundational memory, showing the roots of who Oren became and perhaps hinting at connections yet to be revealed in the present day. A split panel shows both young Oren and young Cheyenne in their separate moments. Oren's face shows regret and sadness as he thinks about what he couldn't become. His internal voice admits, "In the end, I couldn't be a guidepost." At that, the other half shows Cheyenne with a bright, happy smile as she sits in what appears to be the cart, completely unaware of Oren's heavy thoughts. Her cheerful expression contrasts sharply with his melancholy. The text continues Oren's apology. "Sorry, Cheyenne." Hearing himself apologize to her across time and distance, young Oren feels the weight of a promise he couldn't keep, or wouldn't let himself keep. He thinks that he failed to be what she asked him to be, failed to stand as the marker she could aim for and eventually reach. Right then, the view shows Boots standing on rough ground, a cart visible in the background as it prepares to depart. The clouds overhead suggest the passage of time, the weight of what's about to change. Text appears with ominous finality, because after this, everyone... At that, the sentence cuts off, leaving the implication hanging. Something happened after this moment that changed everything. Something that prevented young Oren from being Cheyenne's guidepost. Something that altered the trajectory of all their lives in ways these hopeful children couldn't have predicted. Hearing that incomplete statement, the reader understands that this childhood memory represents the last moment before everything shifted, before whatever event occurred that led to Oliver becoming the celebrated hero, Oren becoming the dismissed support member, and Cheyenne. Wherever she ended up, whatever became of her passionate promises to catch up and walk beside him. The bonus chapter closes on this bittersweet note, a memory of hope and connection before reality intervened, showing the guidepost moment that shaped Oren even as he feels he failed to live up to what it represented. Present day, Oren sits in what appears to be his room, his posture showing he just woke from sleep. He thinks to himself, "I feel like I just had a strange dream." Hearing himself acknowledge the dream, without fully grasping its details, Oren feels a memory already slipping away like dreams do upon waking. At that, he looks up slightly, a small sound escaping him. MM? His expression shows he's trying to recall what he just experienced in that dream state. Right then, a faint, sketchy image appears, barely visible outline suggesting a memory or dream fragment that's fading fast. The indistinct shapes hint at something important, but refuse to solidify into clear recollection. A quiet word appears that, at that, clouds drift across the sky above a landscape of mountains and forests. Oren's face appears, his expression troubled as he struggles with the lost memory. He thinks with frustration, "What was that? I can't remember." Hearing himself admit the memory has slipped away, Oren feels bothered by the gap. He thinks that something about that dream felt significant. Familiar faces, old promises, moments from his past, but the details have already dissolved like morning mist. Right then, text provides context for his current situation. Oren had yet to recover those bygone days and the precious thing he'd lost. The words carry weight, suggesting that whatever Oren dreamed about, those childhood memories with Oliver and Cheyenne, those promises and hopes, remain locked away in his subconscious. He hasn't fully processed or recovered from whatever happened after that pivotal moment, hasn't confronted the loss of something precious from those days. At that, Oren sits in his room on the morning before the instructional exploration, unaware that his dream touched on the very foundations of who he became, the guideposts he couldn't be, the girl who promised to catch up to him, the friend who became the hero, while Oren became the shield. All of it buried beneath years of disappointment and dismissed expectations, surfacing only in dreams he can't quite remember upon waking. Two new characters appear in a bright, cheerful illustration. A tall woman with long, flowing hair and an angelic halo effect around her, her expression warm and welcoming. Beside her stands a young man with lighter hair, who looks more relaxed, almost casual in his demeanor. Below them, small chibi versions of what appear to be Oren and Sophia stand together, Sophia looking cheerful as always. These two new faces clearly represent members of the Night Sky Silver Rabbits, who will be joining the instructional exploration. Right then, the setting changes completely. A label reads, Southern Great Dungeon Entrance. Massive rocky cliffs tower overhead, their scale dwarfing the group of people gathered at the base. The entrance to the dungeon looms before them, carved into the natural rock face. A small crowd of figures can be seen in the distance, suggesting other adventurers or guild members already assembled. Oren stands with his back to the viewer, looking up at the massive formation before him. He thinks quietly, "Over there, huh?" Hearing himself acknowledge the dungeon's presence, Oren feels the weight of what's about to begin. 3 days underground, fighting alongside people he barely knows, proving himself as a swordsman rather than the enchanter everyone expects him to be. At that, a voice greets him warmly from behind. "Good morning, Oren." The familiar tone suggests someone he's already met, possibly Selma, arriving to begin the expedition properly. A new day has begun, the dungeon waits, and Oren's chance to redefine himself starts now. Selma and Sophia stand together, both dressed in their adventuring gear and ready for the day ahead. Selma greets him first, her voice calm and professional. "Good morning, and good morning to you, Sophia." Hearing both sisters greet him at once, Oren feels a small warmth despite his nerves about what's coming. He responds a little awkwardly, "Why, you too?" At that, Selma looks composed and focused, her guild cape marking her as someone of authority. Sophia stands beside her sister looking equally ready, though her energy is noticeably more cheerful than Selma's measured professionalism. Right then, Sophia's face fills with a bright smile as flower petal effects around her. Her eyes close happily as she calls out her own greeting. "Good morning." Hearing her cheerful response, Oren notices something. He thinks, she's wearing different clothes than before. Sophia's outfit has changed from what she wore during their dinner conversation. This is her proper adventuring gear rather than casual clothes. The difference makes everything feel more real and official. She's not just tagging along as a guest anymore. She's geared up, ready to descend into a dangerous dungeon, fully committed to this instructional exploration. At that, Oren thinks that seeing Sophia dressed for actual combat makes her protective instincts kick in again. She looks capable enough on the surface, but he still remembers finding her in trouble during their first encounter. He quietly resolves to keep a closer eye on her during the exploration, regardless of whatever role the night sky silver rabbits assign him. Oren looks at Sophia's new outfit with genuine appreciation, his comment coming out naturally before he thinks too much about it. He tells her simply, "Those clothes suit you." At that, Selma asks from nearby, "Is this the uniform for the newbies?" Her tone is casual, checking practical details about guild equipment. Hearing Oren's compliment so directly, Sophia reacts immediately. Her face flushes bright red, hands flying up to cover her cheeks as a blush effect surrounds her. She stammers out, Thank you very much." Hearing Sophia's flustered response, Oren thinks that he was just making an honest observation, nothing more. He doesn't understand why a simple comment about clothes creates such a reaction. Right then, a voice cuts in from nearby, carrying a teasing tone that suggests this person has been watching the whole exchange with great interest. They observe, "You seem awfully comfortable around women, Oren." Then they add the follow-up question that lands like a small explosion. "Do you have a lover?" At that, a shock effect bursts across the panel as two small chibi figures appear. Clearly, Selma and Sophia reacting simultaneously to that question with wide, startled eyes. The word Sophia appears near one of them, suggesting someone calling out in surprise. Hearing that unexpected question, Oren feels caught completely off guard. He responds with confusion. "Huh? A lover?" An exclamation mark shows his surprise as he processes why a simple compliment about clothing somehow led to questions about his romantic life before the dungeon exploration has even officially started. Oren answers the lover question plainly. "No, I don't." At that, he explains why he might seem comfortable around women. He says, "I lived alongside the female members of the hero party, so if I seem comfortable, then I suppose that's why." Hearing that explanation, the voice from before responds with sudden understanding. They say, Oh, I see, that's right. The entire hero party lives in the same mansion." A small sorry follows, the speaker apparently feeling embarrassed about jumping conclusions. Right then, Sophia's curiosity kicks in immediately. An exclamation mark shows her reaction as she asks, "So then where do you live now, Oren?" Her tone carries genuine concern mixed with curiosity. She's thinking about his situation after leaving the hero party mansion. Hearing her question, Oren answers matter-of-factly, "I've been staying at an inn." Then he adds with quiet honesty, "I'd like to find a new place for myself soon, though." At that, a dramatic reaction panel appears. Selma's face shows visible alarm. Sweat drops forming as the implications of Sophia's question become clear to her. She demands, "Sophia, why are you asking that?" Her follow-up question carries pointed suspicion. "Are you planning to go visit him?" Right then, the biggest reaction comes as Selma's face transforms into pure shock. Bold text captures her alarm. "Big sis?" Hearing Selma's panicked response to something as simple as asking where Oren lives, Sophia thinks that her sister is reading way too much into a basic question about someone's housing situation. But Selma's protective instincts have clearly kicked into overdrive, and she's already 3 steps ahead imagining scenarios that haven't happened yet. Sophia protests immediately, her voice indignant. She insists, "And no, I'm not. I was just curious." Then she turns embarrassment back on her sister. "You're such a dummy, big sis." At that, Selma's response comes out flustered and defensive. "De dummy." Hearing the sisters bicker, Oren can't help himself. Small laughs escape him. Uh-huh. He thinks that these two have an entertaining dynamic. Selma overprotective and paranoid. Sophia cheerfully calling her out on it. The light-hearted moment eases some of his pre-dungeon tension. Right then, a sound effect appears. Ahem. Someone clears their throat deliberately, pulling everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. The small sound carries authority, suggesting a more senior member of the group, cutting through the morning chatter. At that, Selma composes herself and addresses Oren with a more professional tone. She asks, "In any case, why are you all way over here, Oren?" Hearing her redirect the conversation, Oren explains his reasoning honestly. He says, "Well, I'm basically an outsider, and I didn't want to make the new recruits uneasy. He glances toward the larger group of new explorers gathering nearby, thinking that showing up and immediately inserting himself into their group might create awkward tension. A former Hero Party member joining their instructional exploration could easily intimidate people who are already nervous about descending into a high-level dungeon. At that, Selma considers his explanation, her expression showing she understands his thinking. She says, "I'll admit, they do seem to be a bit on edge." Then she adds with purpose, "Now then," her tone shifts fully into guild leader mode, signaling that the social portion of the morning is over and it's time to get to work. Selma turns to Oren with clear purpose in her eyes, her guild cape settling around her as she makes a request. She tells him directly, "Help me set the new explorers at ease, Oren." Then she adds with confidence, "Come with me." Hearing her put him to work immediately, Oren thinks that he didn't expect this to be his first task, not combat preparation or equipment checks, but helping nervous recruits feel comfortable before they even enter the dungeon. He wonders if she's doing this on purpose, using him to show the new members that even an outsider can fit naturally into the group. At that, Selma glances toward Sophia and gives her separate instruction. "Sophia, go join your party members." Sophia responds cheerfully, "Okay." Right then, Oren's reaction shows a surprise at being pulled into this role so suddenly. He exclaims, "Ha!" Hearing himself get volunteered without much warning, Oren's expression shows clear uncertainty. A small panel shows both him and Selma walking together toward the gathered recruits, his posture suggesting he's already questioning the decision. His internal voice admits with mild panic, "What am I getting myself into?" At that, his eyes drift toward the group of new explorers nearby. He notices something that makes him pause, his expression shifting from simple nervousness to genuine concern. He thinks quietly, something seems off. Hearing his own instincts flag something wrong, Oren studies the group more carefully. He thinks that beyond normal pre-dungeon nerves, there's a specific tension in the air among these new recruits that feels different, something worth paying attention before they all descend underground together. A label marks a location, Night Sky Silver Rabbits, HQ. Dramatic imagery shows what appears to be a large bird or creature silhouette against a dark sky, accompanied by bold text. With this instructional expedition, the exclamation carries weight. Something significant was decided or announced regarding the exploration. At that, a text marker shifts the timeline. Last night, Oren's internal narration takes over, recapping what happened after arriving at headquarters the previous evening. He recalls, "As agreed, I stopped by the Night Sky Silver Rabbits HQ. His memory continues. "I was introduced to Director Briars." The name gives a face to the glasses-wearing man from Selma's earlier report, the director who evaluated Oren's potential with careful skepticism. Then Oren adds, "And Selma gave me a rundown of the plan." Hearing himself recap those details, Oren thinks that the meeting went more smoothly than he expected. Director Briars observed everything with measured professionalism, neither enthusiastically welcoming nor openly dismissive, just watching, evaluating, forming his own opinion about whether Oren justified Selma's confidence in him. Right then, a panel shows Director Briars and Selma standing together, their posture suggesting the formal briefing that took place. The director stands tall and composed while Selma explains details with quiet authority. Oren continues his recap. So, basically, to summarize the main points, his expression shows he's organizing the information clearly in his mind, preparing to apply everything he learned last night to whatever challenges wait inside the Southern Great Dungeon today. Oren stands with arms crossed, his expression focused as he mentally reviews the briefing details. His internal narration lays out the key information clearly. He thinks, "The expedition will last 3 days and will cover floors 1 through 51 of the Southern Great Dungeon." At that, he continues with the safety measures Director Briars outlined. He recalls, "In consideration of the newbie's safety, we won't be staying there overnight. Instead, we'll reach our target floor and head back for the day." Hearing himself recap that detail, Oren thinks that it's a smart approach, pushing deep into the dungeon during daylight hours, but pulling everyone out before exhaustion and darkness create unnecessary risks. Sponsors probably appreciate the structure too. Makes for cleaner content without the messy complications of overnight dungeon camping. Right then, a simple diagram appears showing the organizational structure, a leader symbol connected to two newbie party symbols, with an arrow labeled Assigned, showing how the groups link together. Oren continues a summary. There are 10 parties of new explorers and 5 leaders, including Selma and me. He understands the math clearly. Each leader gets assigned 2 newbie parties to supervise and protect during the exploration. At that, the combat strategy becomes clear. He recalls, when fighting monsters, we'll use a rotation of newbie parties. His narration continues with the safety protocol. Also, if any irregular fights break out, the leaders will handle them. A small illustration shows figures in combat positions, suggesting what those irregular battles might look like. Right then, Oren wraps up his mental recap. Does that about cover it? Hearing himself confirm the details, Oren thinks that the structure makes sense, organized, practical, with clear roles and safety measures. The Night Sky Silver Rabbits clearly know how to run these operations efficiently, even with sponsor obligations complicating the picture. Now comes the part where he actually has to perform within that structure and prove his jack-of-all-trades style contributes something real. Selma asks with quiet approval after Oren finishes his recap. Any questions? Hearing the briefing confirmed, Oren responds. Just one. At that, Selma's expression shows pleasant surprise. She tells him, Exactly? I'm glad you're so quick to understand. Then she adds with a small sigh, It's still a really strict schedule. Her tone carries the weight of someone who knows exactly how demanding this plan is but feels trapped by the obligations driving it. Right then, Oren raises a question that's been sitting in his mind since reviewing the structure. He asks directly, Why are there only 5 leaders? His expression shows this isn't just casual curiosity. He's identified a potential vulnerability in the plan. 10 parties of new explorers spread across 5 leaders means each person carries significant responsibility if anything goes wrong simultaneously. At that, the memory shifts to show the conversation with Director Briers from the previous night. The director stands formally while Selma waits nearby, both addressing Oren's concern. Director Briers responds with what sounds like an admission wrapped in strategy. He says, If you're that determined to carry out such a reckless plan, he continues, laying out what should have been the obvious solution. You could reduce the risks to newbies by bringing along several A-rank parties to support them. Hearing the director voice exactly what Oren was thinking, Selma adds context. True, our goal is for the new explorers to reach the 51st floor. The unspoken reality hangs between them. They know more support would be safer, but something is preventing them from simply adding more A-rank leaders. Whether it's budget constraints from sponsor negotiations, political complications within the guild, or the director's own reservations about the plan, the answer reveals more about the Night Sky Silver Rabbit's internal pressures than a simple staffing decision would normally suggest. Selma responds to the concern about limited leaders with practiced confidence, her expression showing she's clearly used this argument before. She says, but any difficulties will just help them grow. Then she adds with an encouraging tone, Don't you think it's a great opportunity? Hearing that reasoning, Oren's internal assessment cuts straight through the polished argument. He thinks immediately, that's just a front. His thoughts continue with quiet certainty. It can't be about the process, not with a plan that's as focused on results. There must be some other reason. At that, Oren thinks that Selma's growth through difficulty explanation sounds good for sponsor videos and recruitment posts, but experienced adventurers don't design exploration plans around inspirational phrases. There's something else driving the decision to keep the leader count low, budget constraints, internal guild politics, or pressure from those noble sponsors who want dramatic content rather than safe, boring training runs. Right then, Director Briers speaks up with the practical details that matter most. He tells Oren, As for payment, you'll receive 2 gold coins in advance and another 10 coins upon completion of your assignment. Hearing those numbers, Oren's eyes widen slightly. He responds, Understood, I'll help you. But then his internal voice adds, but I'm sure they don't intend to tell me. At that, Selma responds warmly, "Thanks." Right then, Oren's mind quickly calculates the financial reality. He thinks, if we pull this off, I could live comfortably for a year on that. Hearing his own assessment of the payment, reality sets in. A smaller voice nearby asks with genuine concern, "Are you sure? Isn't that too much?" Oren thinks that the generous compensation confirms his suspicion. This job carries more risk or complexity than the official explanation suggests. Nobody pays that well for straightforward work. The real reason behind the limited leader count remains hidden, but whatever it is, they're paying him enough to accept the uncertainty and move forward anyway. Selma looks at Oren with genuine warmth, her expression carrying both professional confidence and personal sincerity. She tells him, "Think of it as a friendly gesture to show how much we value you." Hearing that explanation for the generous payment, Oren thinks that Selma has a way of making even calculated business decisions feel personal. Whether it's purely strategic or genuinely heartfelt, her words land with weight. At that, she adds with clear enthusiasm, "I'll be counting on you starting tomorrow." Her voice carries the kind of energy that comes from someone who has been working towards something for a long time and finally sees it coming together. She's not just filling a roster spot. She genuinely wants Oren specifically for this mission. Right then, a dark panel shows a window at night, the outside world quiet and still as this final moment of last night's meeting settles into memory. At that, Oren's face appears, his expression showing something that hasn't been there for a while, a small but genuine smile mixed with quiet determination. He responds simply, "All right, I'll do my best." Hearing his own words, Oren thinks that he means them completely. Not as performance for sponsors, not as empty reassurance for someone who paid him well, but as a real commitment. Selma values him when the hero party didn't. The Night Sky Silver Rabbits are giving him a chance to prove his jack-of-all-trades style has real worth. He owes them his genuine effort in return. At that, the memory of last night fades as the present reasserts itself. The dungeon entrance waiting ahead, new explorers to settle, and 3 days of proving himself about to begin. Back in the present, Oren approaches 3 figures waiting near the dungeon entrance. His internal narration wraps up his recap of last night's meeting with quiet honesty. He thinks, in the end, their director never said a word. I still have my doubts about all this, but here I am. Hearing himself acknowledge that lingering uncertainty, Oren thinks that Director Briars observed the entire meeting without contributing a single direct statement to him, just watching, evaluating, keeping his true thoughts carefully hidden. Whatever the director really thinks about having a former Hero Party member join their instructional exploration remains unknown. But doubts or not, he's committed now. At that, Oren greets the 3 new explorers waiting ahead of him. He calls out simply, "Morning, you 3?" His tone is casual and relaxed, deliberately projecting the kind of easy confidence that might help settle nervous recruits before a dangerous descent. Right then, the 3 figures respond together. "Good morning." Their voices carry energy despite the nerves they must be feeling. At that, a closer look reveals the 3 new explorers clearly. A young woman with short hair and a headband stands on the left, her expression showing determined readiness. In the middle stands a young man with spiky light-colored hair, his confident grin suggesting someone who enjoys a challenge. On the right stands another young man with darker hair, his expression more reserved but equally focused. All 3 wear matching armor that marks them as official guild members, their equipment clean and well-maintained, new enough to suggest they haven't seen much serious combat yet, but quality enough to show the Night Sky Silver Rabbits invest properly in their recruits. Oren thinks that these are the people he'll be responsible for over the next 3 days, the ones whose safety and growth depend partly on how well he performs his role. He hopes his jack-of-all-trades experience will be enough to guide them through whatever the Southern Great Dungeon throws their way. Selma steps forward, addressing the group with calm authority. She introduces him. "This is Oren, the collaborator I mentioned yesterday." She adds her personal endorsement. "I can vouch for his skills." Hearing Selma's introduction, Oren thinks that she's putting her reputation behind him immediately, making clear to everyone present that her approval isn't casual. At that, a voice responds with immediate enthusiasm. He's got the Selma stamp of approval? Sounds good to me. Right then, Oren's eyes move to the speakers. He thinks, they must be the other leaders. Two figures stand nearby, the tall woman with long hair and the casual young man from the earlier illustration. Their relaxed postures and confident body language mark them as experienced members rather than nervous recruits. The tall woman laughs warmly. Ha ha ha! Yep, just wait till you see him at work. Her enthusiasm is genuine and infectious, already treating Oren like someone worth looking forward to. Hearing that confident endorsement from someone he just met, Oren feels caught off guard. He calls out, "Hey, please don't expect too much from me." His protest comes out more flustered than he intended, getting a laugh from the group. At that, Selma gestures toward the three new explorers. She tells them, "Go ahead and introduce yourselves, guys." Right then, Oren steps forward properly, keeping his introduction clean and direct. He says, "I'm Oren, and my position is frontline attacker. It's nice to meet you." Hearing himself state frontline attacker so clearly, Oren feels a small but significant satisfaction. Not enchanter, not support specialist, frontline attacker, the role he chose for himself, spoken aloud to people who will judge him based on what he actually does rather than what party he came from. A smaller panel shows Sophia nearby, quietly watching the introductions unfold with her characteristic warmth. Selma begins laying out the full roster leaders as names appear beneath each person's image. The two armored young men from earlier stand together, their solid builds and defensive equipment marking their roles clearly. Labels appear, Bernard and Anthem. She explains, "So our lineup of leaders includes 2 defenders." At that, the short-haired young woman appears with a softer, more gentle expression than the defenders. Her label reads, "Kathy." Selma continues, "1 healer." Right then, Oren processes the team composition as the final details come together. Selma states, +1 attacker and 1 enchanter. Is that right? A voice confirms simply, "Indeed." Hearing the full breakdown, Oren mentally evaluates what he's looking at. He thinks, it's a balanced mix. 2 defenders providing frontline protection, 1 healer keeping everyone alive, 1 attacker dealing damage, 1 enchanter providing support buffs and magical assistance. On paper, it looks solid. The kind of party composition that works well for escorting and protecting multiple groups of newer adventurers simultaneously. But then another thought surfaces, more pointed. He wonders, but was one of them planning on doubling as an attacker if I wasn't here? Hearing himself ask that question internally, Oren realizes his addition to the team wasn't just convenient. It filled a genuine gap. Without him, someone else would have been stretched across 2 roles, weakening both their primary function and whatever secondary responsibility they covered. The Night Sky Silver Rabbits needed him specifically as a frontline attacker, not just as extra warm bodies to fill out the roster for sponsor content. Selma addresses the assembled leaders with quiet authority, her expression showing confidence mixed with genuine care for the mission ahead. She tells them, "All right then, I'll be counting on the 4 of you over these 3 days." The leaders respond together with crisp acknowledgement. "Yes, ma'am." Hearing that unified response, Oren feels the weight of real commitment in the room. These aren't people going through motions for sponsor cameras. They're experienced adventurers who take their responsibilities seriously. At that, Oren's thoughts drift back to his lingering concern. He thinks, something is nagging at me about this plan. Hearing himself acknowledge that persistent unease, Oren thinks that the pieces don't quite add up cleanly. The limited number of leaders, the generous payment, Director Breyer staying completely silent during the meeting, Selma's growth through difficulty, explanation that felt rehearsed rather than genuine. Something underneath the official structure hasn't been explained fully, and he doesn't know yet whether that hidden factor will matter when they're 50 floors deep in the Southern Great Dungeon. Right then, a wide panel shows a full group of new explorers gathered near the dungeon entrance. 6 young adventurers stand together in various states of nervous readiness. Some looking eager, some visibly anxious, all of them waiting for what comes next. Their matching guild equipment marks them as official Night Sky Silver Rabbit recruits, but their expressions show They're still very much beginners facing something much bigger than anything they've encountered before. At that, Selma's voice carries across the space as she makes the call to action. Let's go greet the newbies. Hearing those simple words, Oren takes a breath and follows. Whatever is nagging at him about this plan will have to wait. Right now, there are nervous young adventurers who need to feel confident before descending into one of the most dangerous dungeons in the region, and that's where his focus needs to be. Selma steps forward to address the full group of new explorers, her presence immediately commanding attention. She calls out warmly, "Good morning, everyone." A sea of young faces turns toward her, all of them waiting anxiously for what comes next. At that, Selma launches into her opening address with practiced confidence. She tells them, "As I informed you before, today we're starting our expedition down to the 51st floor of the Great Dungeon." Hearing those words spoken aloud to the full group, the reality of what they're about to do settles visibly over the assembled recruits. Right then, Selma looks across the crowd and notices what everyone else can see clearly. She comments with a touch of humor. "Heh, you all look a bit grim." Her observation carries warmth rather than criticism. She understands their fear and isn't dismissing it. Then she asks directly, "Are you scared of heading right to the middle of a great dungeon?" Hearing her name their fear out loud, the recruits shift nervously, but nobody denies it. The honesty of the question seems to settle something in the air rather than making things more tense. At that, Selma's expression shifts to reassurance, her voice carrying genuine confidence. She tells them, "Well, don't worry." Then she continues with purposeful energy. "I've brought in a powerful ally in case of anything unexpected. Let me introduce you." Hearing himself about to be introduced to the full group, Oren thinks that this is the moment Selma planned all along, using him not just as combat support, but as a confidence boost for nervous recruits who need to believe they're protected before they can focus on growing. Selma's voice rings out with dramatic energy, the announcement hitting the crowd like a shockwave. She declares, "His name is Oren." The bold lettering emphasizes the impact she intends the name to carry. She continues immediately with the credential that makes the crowd react. "He's an explorer who's made it to floor 94, which not even we have reached." Hearing his own achievement announced so boldly, Oren feels uncomfortable with the spotlight, but understands what Selma is doing. She's not just introducing him. She's giving these nervous recruits a concrete reason to feel safe. Right then, the crowd erupts. Murmur effects fill the panel as the new explorers react with visible shock and excitement. Voices bubble up from the group. "Floor 94? That means... It can't be." The whispers spread rapidly through the assembled recruits, their earlier grim expressions transforming into something more energized and hopeful. At that, Selma watches their reaction with quiet satisfaction. She says, "Surely, as aspiring explorers, you've realized it." Her voice carries a knowing tone. She understands exactly what floor 94 means to people who dream of becoming great adventurers. It's not just an impressive number. It represents a level of experience and survival that most explorers never reach. Then she adds with quiet weight, "Indeed, he was..." Hearing Selma begin that sentence without finishing it, Oren thinks that she's deliberately leaving space for the recruits to fill in the blanks themselves. Their imaginations will create more impressive stories than any official introduction could provide. He wonders exactly how much she plans to reveal, and how much she'll keep strategically vague. Selma delivers a final piece of the introduction with maximum impact. She announces, "A member of the hero party." The triple exclamation marks capture exactly how she intends those words to land. She follows immediately with the practical significance. "Therefore, he knows the most about the dungeon out of anyone here." Hearing his hero party membership announced to the crowd, Oren's expression shows clear discomfort. He thinks that Selma is technically accurate. He was a member, but the way she's framing it makes him sound far more impressive than he currently feels standing here as someone who just got kicked out. Right then, the crowd absolutely explodes. Bold sound effects, WHOA. Fill the panel as the new explorers lose their composure completely. Voices fly from every direction. "The hero party. I knew it. He's a hero? Hero. Hero. Awesome." The transformation from nervous, grim-faced recruits to wildly enthusiastic fans happens instantly. Selma's calculated introduction has done exactly what she intended. Replace fear with excitement, doubt with confidence. At that, one voice cuts through the chaos with exasperated energy. "Aren't you getting a little too worked up?" Hearing that lone voice of reason struggle against the tide of excitement, Oren thinks that this is getting completely out of hand. He thinks that he's not actually a hero. He's a support member who got dismissed, the enchanter-turned-swordsman who still isn't sure his jack-of-all-trades approach will hold up when real danger arrives on floor 51. But looking at those energized faces, he realizes that right now, their belief in him matters more than his own doubts about himself. Selma turns to the energized crowd with a satisfied expression, her timing perfect as she asks, "Well, think you can make it to the 51st floor now?" The crowd respond with unified enthusiasm. "Yes, ma'am." Their voices ring out with completely different energy than the nervous silence from just minutes ago. The transformation is remarkable. Selma's introduction turned a group of anxious beginners into motivated adventurers ready to charge into a dungeon that would have terrified them moments before. Hearing that powerful collective response, Oren thinks that Selma really knows how to work a crowd. She understood exactly what those recruits needed. Not more safety briefings or technical explanations, but something to believe in. Something that made the impossible feel reachable. His reputation became the tool she used to light that fire in them, and it worked perfectly. At that, Selma turns to face the dungeon entrance, her expression shifting from crowd management to genuine leadership. She looks back at everyone assembled, leaders, recruits, and the massive dungeon waiting to swallow them all. She calls out with bright eyes and complete conviction, "Good." Right then, her voice carries the full weight of a leader who has prepared for this moment and believes completely in the people following her. She declares, "Then let us begin our dungeon exploration." Hearing those words, Oren takes a breath. 3 days underground, 51 floors, new explorers depending on him, sponsors watching for content, a director who never spoke directly to him, a plan with hidden details nobody's fully explained. His hand moves to the sword at his side, not as enchanter, not as support specialist, but as frontline attacker. Whatever waits below, he'll face it on his own terms. The dungeon swallows him whole. Massive sound effects crash across the panel as the group descends into Southern Great Dungeon, the scale of the entrance dwarfing every person in the expedition. Bold Japanese sound effects suggest a rumbling, echoing atmosphere of stone walls closing around them, the kind of deep, reverberating sound that reminds every new explorer exactly how far underground they're going. 2 figures, Oren and Selma, walk at the front of the group, their silhouettes small against the enormous dungeon interior. Behind them, the heads of countless recruits follow in a steady stream, their earlier enthusiasm now quieting into focused attention as the reality of their surroundings replaces the excitement of the surface. Right then, a close-up shows a face, wide eyes, mouth slightly open, clearly one of the new explorers experiencing the dungeon's overwhelming atmosphere for the first time. The expression captures that specific mixture of awe and fear that no amount of preparation can fully prevent when someone descends into a place that's vast and dangerous for the first time. Hearing the sound of the dungeon around them, the distant rumble of deeper floors, the subtle shifts in air pressure, the way voices echo differently underground, Oren thinks that this is where preparation meets reality. All the briefings, all the sponsor negotiations, all the careful planning that went into this instructional exploration means nothing until people actually perform when monsters appear and the comfortable safety of the surface feels very far away. The exploration has officially begun. Selma addresses the assembled group with efficient authority. She announces, "We leaders have some final checks to make. All right, split into your respective parties and stand by until departure time." Voices from the crowd respond positively. "Good, good." Right then, Oren's internal reaction fires immediately. He thinks with barely contained exasperation. Was this what she meant by set them at ease? Hearing himself realize the full scope of what just happened, Oren understands that Selma's request to help her set the newbies at ease wasn't about gentle encouragement or careful relationship building. It was about using his hero party credentials as a confidence bomb to transform the entire group's mood in one dramatic announcement. At that, he turns to Selma, unable to hold back. He says, Selma, don't you think you overhyped me just now?" His protest comes out more flustered than he intends. The gap between how she introduced him and how he actually sees himself feeling genuinely uncomfortable. Hearing his complaint, Selma responds without a trace of apology. She tells him, "Not at all. Your accomplishments in the hero party speak for themselves." At that, Oren thinks that he can't exactly argue with that logic, even if the framing made him sound far more heroic than the support member who got dismissed. He admits reluctantly, I guess I can't argue with that." Right then, Selma continues with practical instructions, moving past his protest efficiently. She adds, "Plus, making sure the newbies can participate in this instructional expedition with peace of mind is another part of our job." Then another voice cuts in, "Oh, that's right. Oren, you'll be in charge of leading groups 9 and 10. A small panel shows some of the new explorers reacting to learning about the hero party connection, their expressions showing continued amazement. Hearing his assignment stated clearly, Oren thinks that groups 9 and 10 are now his direct responsibility. Whatever doubts he carries about living up to Selma's introduction, those recruits deserve his full effort regardless. Selma grips Oren's hand firmly, her expression showing genuine confidence in him. She tells him, "Group 10 is the most promising of the bunch." Her assessment continues. "If you can polish their teamwork, I'm certain they can handle the mid-levels without issue." Then she adds with clear sincerity, "We're counting on your leadership." Hearing Selma place that specific trust in him, not just as extra combat support, but as someone who could develop promising young adventurers, Oren feels a weight of real responsibility settle on his shoulders. At that, a wider view shows Oren standing before his assigned groups. Several young explorers wait in a loose cluster, their eyes fixed on him with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy. He addresses them directly. "I'm Oren, and I've been charged with leading you. Let's do our best over the next few days." Right then, his internal thoughts surface with honest uncertainty. He wonders, I wonder what she's thinking by entrusting such promising youngsters to an outsider. Hearing himself question Selma's decision, Oren thinks that from any outside perspective, giving the most talented recruits to someone who just left the hero party under unclear circumstances seems like a strange choice. Director Briars probably had strong opinions about it too, even if he never voiced them directly. But then the recruits respond, cutting through his doubt completely. Their faces light up with sparkles and genuine enthusiasm as they declare together, "We'll do our best too." Hearing that enthusiastic collective response, Oren thinks that whatever complicated reasoning brought him here, these young adventurers are counting on him now. Their energy is real, their trust is genuine, and they deserve someone who gives everything regardless of his own uncertainties. Oren stands with his arms crossed, observing his assigned groups with an analytical eye. Someone calls to him from a distance, a small figure visible in the background. Right then, Oren's thoughts turn inward as he watches the energized recruits. He thinks with quiet resignation, "Yikes, this is a hero party effect, huh?" Hearing himself acknowledge that power his former affiliation carries, Oren realizes the weight Selma's introduction created. These young adventurers aren't just motivated, they're starstruck, treating him like someone far more legendary than he feels standing here as a dismissed support member trying to reinvent himself as a swordsman. At that, he shifts his focus to more practical concerns. He thinks, well, I'd like to learn everyone's names and positions, but... Right then, a cheerful voice cuts through his planning. Sophia appears with a bright smile, clearly happy to see him. She says, "Sophia's in Group 10, too?" Hearing Sophia announce her presence in his assigned group, Oren feels a mixture of relief and increased pressure. Relief because he knows her capabilities from their previous encounter. Pressure because he already feels protective of her after saving her life, and now he's officially responsible for keeping her safe during this exploration. At that, Oren glances toward the gathering point and notices something concerning. He observes, "No, this is all of us." His tone carries question marks as he continues. "Are some of your members late, Group 10? Hearing himself identify an immediate problem before they've even started, Oren thinks that having incomplete groups creates complications for formation planning and combat rotation. He wonders if those missing members are just running behind schedule, or if there's a deeper issue he needs to address before they descend any further. 3 young adventurers stand together. Sophia on the left with her distinctive ribbons, a tall young woman with very long hair in the center, and a young man with light spiky hair on the right. All 3 wear matching guild equipment and stand with confident postures. At that, Oren's internal understanding clicks into place as he processes what he's seeing. He thinks, oh, that's because... His reasoning continues. All the more newbies go for a 5 or 6-member party. The fewer members in a party, the more dangerous it is. Hearing himself work through the logic, Oren realizes this is actually deliberate rather than a scheduling problem. Group 10 chose to operate with only 3 members despite the obvious risks. Right then, the young man with spiky hair, clearly one of the 3-person party, speaks up with fierce pride. He declares, "A 3-person party? That's rare." Then he continues with absolute confidence, his expression showing complete conviction. "Nobody else can keep up with us." Hearing that bold proclamation, Oren thinks that this is what Selma meant by the most promising of the bunch. These 3 aren't just talented. They're so far ahead of their peers that they deliberately chose to operate as an undersized party because adding more members would slow them down rather than make them safer. It's the kind of confidence that comes from proven ability rather than empty boasting. But it also explains why Selma wanted an experienced leader watching them specifically. Talented youngsters who think they're invincible are exactly the type who push too far and get themselves killed in dungeons when reality proves harsher than expectations. The young man continues explaining with visible concern, his expression showing genuine worry despite his earlier confidence. He says, they may be pinning their hopes on him, but he's really acting like this so young? His thoughts reveal deeper anxiety. I'm worried about his future. Small sound effects near him suggest muttering or grumbling as he processes his concerns about someone's behavior. Hearing that worried observation, Oren glances back and sees what appears to be the source of concern. Someone small in the background, presumably the person being discussed. At that, Oren's expression shifts to understanding. He thinks, huh? Then he responds with calm acceptance. Got it. If this is all of you, then okay. His tone carries no judgment about their unusual 3-person configuration, just practical acknowledgement of the situation as it exists. Right then, the group respond together with enthusiasm. Sure. At that, Oren addresses him with a simple but important request. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Hearing himself ask for introductions, Oren thinks that before anything else, before combat formations or dungeon strategy or proving himself worthy of their trust, he needs to know who these 3 promising youngsters actually are. Names, positions, capabilities, personalities. The foundation of any functional party. The young man with spiky hair steps forward with dramatic flair, sparkles surrounding him as he makes his introduction with absolute confidence. He announces, I am Group 10's leader, Logan Hayward. Then he continues with bold ambition, his voice carrying fierce determination. My position is Enchanter, and someday I'll surpass Miss Selma. Hearing that passionate declaration, Oren's expression shows mild surprise mixed with understanding. He thinks that this explains the attitude. Logan isn't just talented, he's ambitious enough to set his sights on surpassing the continent's most famous enchanter. That kind of goal requires either exceptional ability or dangerous delusion, and Selma clearly believes Logan has a former. At that, a stylized X effect appears with decorative elements, suggesting Logan's dramatic personality and the weight he places on his own introduction. Right then, Oren responds with simple acknowledgement. Okay. Then he prompts. Next. His tone stays neutral and professional, neither feeding Logan's ego nor dismissing his ambition, just moving efficiently through the introductions to get the information he needs. At that, a smaller aside comment appears. Talk about arrogant. The quiet observation suggests someone, possibly Oren himself or another party member, noting Logan's overwhelming self-confidence. But Oren doesn't let it derail the process. He's dealt with plenty of personality types in the hero party, and confident youngsters with big dreams aren't anything new to navigate around. The tall young woman with exceptionally long hair steps forward next, her introduction carrying a gentler energy than Logan's dramatic proclamation. Sparkles and soft effects surround her as she speaks. She introduces herself warmly. "My name is Caroline Ingrot." Then she adds with clear pride, "And my position is defender." Hearing Caroline identify as a tank, Oren's analytical mind immediately processes the party composition. He thinks that having a dedicated defender in a 3-person party makes sense. Someone needs to hold the front line while the enchanter provides support and the third member handles damage. At that, Oren notices something about Caroline's equipment that prompts an immediate observation. He comments, "You're traveling light for a defender. Will you equip some armor once we're in the dungeon?" His concern is practical rather than critical. Defenders typically wear heavy armor for protection, and Caroline's current outfit seems unusually minimal for someone planning to tank hits from dungeon monsters. Right then, Caroline's face shows embarrassment mixed with sheepishness. She responds, "Ah, you're asking that too, mister?" Her reaction suggests this isn't the first time someone has questioned her equipment choices, and she's probably heard the armor concern from multiple people already. Hearing that slightly defensive response, Oren thinks that there must be a reason she's equipped this way. Either a specific combat style that prioritizes mobility over protection, or perhaps confidence in her defensive abilities that makes heavy armor unnecessary. Either way, he'll need to understand her approach before they face serious combat situations. Oren's analytical guess proves correct, his expression showing he's pieced together Caroline's unconventional approach. He asks, are you an evasion-style defender?" Hearing himself identify that specific combat philosophy, Oren thinks that evasion tanks are rare. Most defenders rely on heavy armor and shields to absorb damage, rather than dodging entirely. At that, Caroline confirms enthusiastically, clearly happy he understood without needing lengthy explanation. She exclaims, "Bingo!" Right then, dramatic speed lines emphasize her declaration as she explains her reasoning with bright energy. She announces proudly, "I'm a defender that doesn't use armor or shield." Her voice carries complete conviction as she continues, "I don't want to be touched by monsters." Then she adds the logic that led to her unusual choice. "But I want to kill lots of them, so I became a defender, since I could be the closest to them that way." Hearing Caroline's straightforward reasoning, wanting to be in close combat range to rack up kills while simultaneously refusing to let monsters actually hit her, Oren thinks that it's simultaneously brilliant and potentially disastrous. Evasion tanks work amazingly well when they successfully dodge everything. But one missed dodge against a serious monster, and they go down instantly without armor to save them. At that, he understands why Selma called this group promising, while also wanting an experienced leader watching them closely. Caroline has the skills to make her high-risk style work at their current level, but the Southern Great Dungeon will test whether that confidence holds up against monsters far more dangerous than anything she's faced before. Oren's internal assessment becomes clear as he watches the group dynamics unfold. He thinks, "Didn't anyone from the clan oppose this?" Evasion-style defenders are hard to pull off without experience. At that, a dramatic effect panel illustrates exactly what Caroline's approach means in practice. Speed lines suggesting rapid movement, as text explains. Evasion-style defender, she's planning to defend against attacks by using speed to dodge, rather than blocking them. Hearing his own concern about the difficulty of that style, Oren realizes this isn't just unconventional. It's genuinely risky for someone at Caroline's experience level. Right then, voices erupt from the group as internal conflicts surface. Logan speaks up defensively. "It's fine for me. I'm exceptional." Caroline responds with equal confidence. "You're one to talk. You never listen to our teachers either, Logan." At that, another voice adds context. "Well, you never listen to our teachers either." Then the truth comes out plainly. Of course they did, but she just ignored all of them. Hearing the group reveal that Caroline's evasion-style approach faced opposition from instructors, but she chose to pursue it anyway, Oren thinks that these three are definitely the problem kids' variety of promising, talented enough to get away with ignoring advice, confident enough to believe they know better than their teachers. At that, Oren's expression shows resignation, mixed with understanding. He thinks with quiet exasperation, "Oh, they gave me the problem kids." Then he moves forward practically, saying simply, "Next." His tone carries no judgment about their rebellious tendencies, just the voice of someone who's dealt with difficult personalities before and knows the best approach is to work with what you have rather than trying to force people into molds they've already rejected. Caroline speaks up cheerfully, trying to move past attention. She says with a smile, "Let's get along." Right then, Sophia steps forward for her introduction, her energy bright and enthusiastic. She announces, "Oh, okay. I'm Sophia Claudel. My position is mage, and I'm a rear-line attacker." Sparkles and decorative effects surround her as she makes her introduction with characteristic warmth. Hearing Sophia identify as their rear-line damage dealer, Oren's mental picture of the party composition completes itself. He thinks that they have Logan as enchanter providing support buffs, Caroline as evasion tank, holding aggro and racking up melee kills, and Sophia dealing magical damage from the backline. On paper, it's actually a solid 3-person setup, if everyone can execute their roles properly. At that, a small X effect appears with decorative flourishes, similar to Logan's earlier introduction. Right then, Oren's expression shows visible relief as he processes Sophia's straightforward introduction. He thinks, "It's a relief to have at least one normal answer." A small few effect accompanies his internal sigh of gratitude. Hearing himself feel relieved by simple normalcy, Oren realizes that Logan's overwhelming ambition and Caroline's rebellious evasion tank philosophy set a concerning baseline. Sophia's conventional mage approach, rear line position magical attacks, no dramatic declarations about surpassing legends or ignoring all her teachers, feels refreshingly stable by comparison. At that, he thinks that at least one member of this promising group seems to follow standard adventuring practices without needing constant monitoring for reckless behavior. That's something to work with as they prepare to descend into the Southern Great Dungeon. Dramatic dark shading covers Oren's face as the full weight of his assignment crashes down on him. Bold text captures his realization. Seems insanely difficult. At that, the 3 members of Group 10 appear together. Sophia looking worried with question mark near her head, Caroline showing concern, and Logan appearing confident despite Oren's visible distress. More bold text expresses Oren's growing panic. This mission, hearing himself acknowledge just how challenging this leadership role will actually be, Oren thinks that Selma didn't just give him the most talented recruits. She gave him the ones who need the most careful management. Logan's ambition could push him into reckless situations. Caroline's evasion-style tanking will collapse catastrophically if she misjudges a single dodge. And Sophia, despite being normal, is still the sister of his recruiter and someone he already feels protective toward after their first encounter, managing their safety while letting them grow, keeping them alive while not crushing their confidence, proving his worth as a leader while still figuring out his own identity as a swordsman rather than enchanter. All of it compounds into a mission far more complex than simple dungeon escort duty. At that, the chapter marker appears. CH.4/Yendi. The instructional exploration has officially begun. Group 10's dynamics are now clear, and Oren faces a reality that the next 3 days will test far more than just his combat abilities. He'll need every bit of his jack-of-all-trades experience to guide these 3 promising but difficult youngsters through 51 floors of the Southern Great Dungeon without any of them getting killed, or worse, losing the spark that makes them special in the first place.